The time has come. A crowded group gathers ready to count down. With 5 seconds left, the countdown begins. The MC amidst the crowd grows restless. His trembling hands remind him he barely escaped that damn game. Reaching the 20th round's end was still frustrating, if only he had the power to stop time. He stopped, the system warned, the temporal reversal rune hit its 100-use limit. Alert, he knew this was his last attempt. This time he'd see the game's end. He needed 4 teammates for the final round, carefully selecting the best fits, moments earlier. A group celebrated finally becoming adults. One was relieved they no longer needed to fake IDs. Another wondered what to do after graduation, maybe a delivery driver, still unsure. He asked Young Min his plans. Young Min replied as he'd said he'd become a gangster. His friends all called it crazy, saying he could die soon in that job. They thought it a joke, but he didn't care. He lives once, so he'll live his way. Everyone chuckled, but secretly couldn't wait to cut ties with this crazy gang aspirant. Peter asked what would happen to the task boy, MC, after graduation. Youngman said he couldn't just let him go free. Everyone mocked him, knowing this outcome was inevitable. He still declared he alone decided when to stop playing with Ryu. Just then, a friend glanced aside, asking if the person right in front wasn't the task boy. Youngman confirmed it, but looking at the MC, he sensed a strange aura, unsure if his eyes deceived him. At that moment, the MC lowered his hood. He stares back, confusing the gangster who notices something strange. Because of the stare, he asks if Ryu has a screw loose. His friends mock him, telling him to take it easy since it's New Year's and there will be many more chances to bother him. He takes a deep breath and agrees, saying he'll let it slide today. At that moment, the new year arrives and everyone celebrates now that they are adults. A voice echoes, heard by all, mocking humans for celebrating the new year, completely unaware of their dire situation. Young Min, confused, asks his friends what was said, but they deny it. The voice reappears, clearly enjoying the widespread shock, until a colossal, angel-shaped creature suddenly manifests, beginning to speak. It's like watching monkeys in cages. People can't believe their eyes. It truly looks like an angel despite its beauty. Ryu, looking up, thinks the creature finally appeared. He still finds this encounter unpleasant, even after 99 times. The angel smiles, calling all humans trash for being fascinated by her beauty. She warns them not to misunderstand. She has no intention of getting involved with worms. Realizing everyone reacted to her words, she concluded they could hear her voice. At that moment, a man yelled, asking what kind of costume that was and how she dared call them worms. The MC remained silent, listening, knowing the inevitable outcome. The previously smiling angel now wore a terrifying expression, finding it irritating. Immediately, the man's head explodes, spraying blood onto trembling, screaming onlookers. Young Min can't believe his eyes, demanding, "What was that?" It only worsens as the furious angel asks how a mere inferior human dares to speak to a superior being like that, declaring no one has the right to question her. They shouldn't act as equals unless they wish their heads to explode. She flies above them, aware of their confusion. Mere humans cannot comprehend this. She warns she'll explain it simply. The MC sighs, dreading this explanation for the 100th time. She warns, a new game begins on the first day of each month. This game lasts 20 rounds. All humans will be spiritually transported to a new dimension to play. She warns them there will be tasks. Everyone is in disbelief as the angel says they must complete missions that appear. Succeed and they return to reality as a reward. A man whispers, "What the hell is going on?" Another explains, "From what I understood." The angel promises life if they complete missions. Beryl notes everyone likely assumes mission completion equals survival, but she clarifies not all will live. Only the top half by completion order will be spared. This revelation shocks everyone. They don't just need to finish missions, they must outpace others. Talk about a brutal twist. She warns she won't take everyone, further shocking the population. She concludes, only humans aged 15 to 29 globally can participate. The MC, hearing this again, thinks it's a drag being dragged into this game for the 100th time. A man is happy he's above that age, so he won't be pulled into this game world. Another notices and grabs his shirt. Asking why he's so happy if it's a provocation. Young Min interrupts the fight, asking if they still don't get it after just seeing a man's head explode. The angel analyzes participants, concluding there are 1,801,029. Having given all necessary explanations, she announces, "Time for the game to begin." The MC suddenly appears out of nowhere. Still hearing explanations from an unseen space, she issues a crucial warning. A body must be created before spiritual transfer. They can consider this a form of customization. As this is their only chance, she urges them to choose carefully. Ryu remains relaxed, planning to simply follow his usual routine. After selecting his appearance, he also decides on his nickname, which, as always. With everything settled, he becomes the Black Reaper. The scene shifts to an open landscape. The MC materializes in this new place, finally appearing in his new form. This marks his 100th time here. He tests his movements, thinking he's used this appearance since the 12th attempt, which is why it feels like his real body. Immediately, all the other people are also teleported, confused about their location. It looks like a plane. Others are surprised by their changed bodies. Ryu observes everyone focused only on looking good. He thinks if they had minimum IQ, they wouldn't have done that. They're in a survival world, being too attractive increases target chances. Die here, die in the real world. He glances over. Tong Min is here too. Pathetic, he's built a muscular body again. Suddenly, Burial appears, asking if everyone is happy with their new appearance. She notices all 1.8 million participants are present, likely all from Seoul. A guy asks her if there are really 1.8 million people. It doesn't look like it. The angel laments that humans are too dumb, warning that obviously. This isn't the only existing space. That's why people are scattered across various planes, while other angels focus solely on their mission, as they should. She informs him she'll briefly explain the attribute window. The MC, already familiar with it, summons his system, which displays his information: name, nickname, rank, attributes, and more. Burial observes that. Everyone had seen their attribute windows, realizing how weak they were. They were challenged to grow stronger, survive, and complete round 20. Additionally, she would grant one wish. Whispers spread about this wish, seemingly limitless. She then instructed everyone to access their inventory. After she left a present for each of them, Young Min checks the inventory, finding a random rune fragment. She explains it's a one-time use item, only usable at level 1 and the sole starting item. The gangster commands its use. The fragment vanishes into his hand, surprising him. Burial finds it interesting how luck is divided, judging by their expressions. She warns them to be content with whatever they received. Declaring the real show is about to begin, she snaps her fingers. A system screen appears for everyone. Round 1 starts now. Defeat 100 goblins per person. Out of 1.8 million participants, none have completed it yet. Suddenly, a goblin appears. Everyone was surprised, questioning if it was a real goblin. It felt like a game, just as the angel said. They suspected a VR game test kidnapping. Burial then cautioned them not to get too excited, as not all goblins had been summoned. As she spoke, more goblins appeared, terrifying everyone with their sheer numbers. She warns 10,000 humans against 50,000 goblins, a fight to the death. The monsters roar, charging suddenly, terrifying the people. Then someone starts walking, Ryu heading straight for the army. People question, what's wrong with him walking toward the monsters? Until the MC shifts his gaze, beginning the battle with a solid kick to a goblin. Everyone is shocked. This was the MC's true intention. He knows first impressions are crucial, so he must imprint this moment on everyone's minds. The kick lands directly, sending the goblin flying, dropping its knife. He picks up the dagger. He needs to display his strength to deter troublesome flies. Looking up, he sees Beryl. His goal is also to impress that angel right now. 2 goblins charge, but he finishes them with a single blow each. Everyone's surprised again, not knowing this kid, but already thinking he's amazing, and Black Reaper is a cool name. The goblins approach the crowd, who wonder if goblins aren't the weakest monsters in all games. Just then, a monster leaps onto one of them, stabbing its dagger into his chest as it falls. Witnessing this, the surrounding people panic, running and screaming. Ryu looks back to a complete goblin massacre. He knows people will misunderstand the game. Their only thought is survival. Like the terrified woman seeing the stabbing, survival instincts always speak louder. Everyone starts running. He understands this. It was his first choice too. Watching her run, he realized on his second attempt that running in that open field is useless. She even bumped into a barrier, confused about what the hell it is. And for an ordinary person who's never killed a small animal, it'll be difficult. Even for a mere goblin, a man hesitates, seeing the monster tremble in fear. But then it changes its expression, pulls out another dagger, and attacks the man for his slip-up. By now, many have been massacred. Beryl bursts into laughter, finding the human goblin fight amusing. She finds it funny how lost everyone is, even with daggers in hand, hesitating to kill the monsters. She looks aside, commenting the MC is different, asking who that human is. She checks the system, seeing the Black Reaper finished 70 goblins. This angers her. The system, for some reason, hides all player info except mission progress. She then returns to what matters, stating it wounds her pride to guide so many inferior worms. But some special humans make it worth watching. The MC continued defeating goblins, gaining experience and gold with each kill, leveling up. He's currently killed 75, with only 25 left to complete the mission. He dodges a thrown dagger as several monsters attack at once. However, it doesn't matter. With extreme speed, he begins slicing them one by one. Spinning his dagger, only one remains. He brutally finishes it with a precise head blow. With a frightening look, he asks if any more monsters dare face him, but they tremble in fear after witnessing their species' extermination. Ryu notices their fear. He opens his attribute window to check his status. Noticing he quickly reached level 4, and knowing each level grants 2 attribute points, he decides to allocate all gained points into dexterity. He's aware this boosts evasion, agility, movement, and attack speed, all crucial early game stats. The MC imagines with this progress. Having caught the angel's attention, he decides to finish quickly. He throws his dagger into a goblin's head, urging an attack. The monsters, paralyzed with fear, give him an opening. He takes a deep breath, running at high speed, appearing instantly before the dagger-struck goblin. The monsters can't process his speed. They look back too late as he slices them in half with a single spinning strike. He gains experience, gold, and levels up, completing the mission of defeating 100 goblins. He's also the first player in this world to finish the first round mission. A glow surrounds his body. He thinks he did well in the first round, but there was a good reason for his maniacal monster killing, beyond just grabbing the angel's attention. A notification congratulates him for finishing first in the current region. And for finishing first in all regions, a panel appeared showing REAPER in first place across all regions for the first round. He is happy, as the top 3 rewards are great. For first place in his current region, he receives a lower-rank rare weapon ticket, and for first place in all regions, he gets a special reward selection chest. Ryu decides to use the weapon ticket first. 3 options appear: the threatening long sword, the stiletto, and the dart. He realizes it's not much, but a good start. He chooses the stiletto. It's a rare weapon, increasing attack by 15 and dexterity by 1. It's also the best dagger a beginner can use. He discards the goblin's improvised dagger and closes the system. He'll wait to use the region's reward chest while the battle continues. He checks his attribute window, finding something specific that catches his attention. He'd obtained the Last Time Traveler title, a first in his 99 attempts. Putting that aside, he uses his random rune fragment. After using it, a notification congratulates him on obtaining the temporal reversal rune. The acquired rune automatically engraves into his body, but traces of the rune already in his soul cause the engraving to fail. He isn't surprised. If he could engrave it again, he could return to that infinite. However, a different message appears. Due to the rune's traces in his soul, he's identified as a time traveler who has made 100 trips. Thus, he earned the title Player of the Last Journey. The MC is surprised, knowing titles transcend runes. To unlock it, one must acquire 100 temporal reversal runes. Its effect: after death, he remains in place for 1 minute as a spirit. He can then resurrect with full health. It's a one-time use. The title vanishes after resurrection. He's surprised. Resurrection is a priest-exclusive ability, and even then it only restores 30% health. But this title brings him back with full health, catching him off guard and pleasing him. He's obtained something incredible. Realizing its overpowered nature, he sets it to private. So the title won't show under his ID, but its effects will still apply normally. He stretches, imagining others finishing the mission now, like young men doing well. No sooner had he thought this than he noticed this guy nearby, all signs indicating survival. Time passes and more people complete the mission. Auras shimmer around them. Burial remarks, "It's getting so boring. These humans are pathetic, dying slowly to goblins." He then apologizes, "I'll make it more fun." A woman panics. What does more fun mean? Suddenly, a wounded man's body vanishes before her eyes, just like the other fallen on the battlefield. Soon, everyone on the ground is gone. More monsters appear immediately after. Despite most being eliminated, fear still gripped everyone. Burial announces a 50,000 recharge, ensuring ample power for everyone to kill. Thus, the battle between humans and monsters begins, both sides locked in a fierce fight for survival. Meanwhile, the MC rests, awaiting others to complete their missions. The others worry, forced to watch goblins kill their own kind, powerless due to the completion barrier. The death toll rises, and the angel watches this slaughter with excitement. The MC simply observes her until the death toll reaches 5,143, completing the first round. All goblins disappear, leaving everyone confused by their sudden vanishing. Burial then announces only half can complete the mission, and because of that, the others must die. Those are the game's rules. The remaining are in shock as their bodies are indeed disappearing bit by bit. One still pleads just one kill from mission completion, but begging is futile. Meanwhile, those who completed the mission are horrified. This game is truly no joke. The angel tells the finishers not to look with dark eyes. They should be happy to be alive. But regardless, she announces they can now return, congratulating them on completing the first round and urging them to try harder in the next. The first round scoreboard, Black Reaper or Black Scythe, finished in 10 minutes 21 seconds. Second place, The Stupid Idiots at 16 minutes 15 seconds. Third place, Celestial Demon. Within 17 minutes and 7 seconds in this region, the MC was first. Life is a documentary second, and the Black Dragon in my right hand third. Another notification warns. The Black Reaper ranks first regionally and locally. Consequently, he has already received 2 items, plus 1,000 uncollected gold. The MC checks his system screen, which informs him about 1,000 gold for the item shop, a function unlocking at level 10. People begin to stare, making it clear everyone knows he's number 1. Burial is surprised the region's top player is in her area, so she asks the Reaper a question. He tells her to speak. She begins by asking his strength, and if he's obtained any special rune or similar item. Mid-sentence, she realizes her mistake, but it's too late. The MC retorts, asking if she somehow can't see his attribute window. Embarrassed, she replies that she can, as it's impossible for an angel not to see such vital information. In reality, she was just testing him. Ryu smiles, calling out, asking if he can make a request. Surprised, she looks back at the MC, asking what request that is. He answers that the reward for being number 1 is missing a little. Onlookers are shocked to see him question the angel until her expression completely shifts, daring him to repeat it. He remains unintimidated. He says he expected something better. She can't believe a human would say this and asks him to repeat it. The MC repeats, stating he didn't like the rewards and wants something better. They fall silent. Enraged, she thinks, how dare this trash ask for more? I even planned to watch him, thinking he was interesting, but he treats me like this. Just for killing a few goblins, she raises her hand. Such a ridiculous person deserves to have their head exploded. But she hesitates. Her unique ability was just used. She must wait for another chance. An idea forms in her mind. She knows exactly what to give the MC. She looks at the MC and approaches. She states she usually ignores such requests, but will consider it after a private discussion, asking everyone else to wait. Ryu steps from his barrier, disbelieving she'd offer another reward. As he passes, he glances at Yang Min, who is confused by the sudden stare. The MC just smiles, continuing towards the forest with the angel. She demanded why he was so distant. She hated constantly turning to speak. She said this angrily. Humans only listen when she raises her voice. A race that can't even listen is far too greedy. How could she alter something the system designated for him? She'd never do that for a human. Her expression shifts. She's about to demonstrate the fate of greedy fools. Anyone passing the stone ahead will die instantly. As they walk, Burial reflects, things could go very wrong. Killing a player for personal reasons without her unique ability is a problem. If players rebel for justice, it could shatter her control over the game. No witnesses can remain. She ponders this. She smiles, an evil grin, time to end him. She turns, asking if he truly wants an extra wish. He doesn't notice the punch coming. It slams her face, sending her flying towards the stone. He's utterly confused. What just happened? She hits the ground. Can't believe a human dared hit her. She immediately gets up. Calling the MC a bastard, she can't see him, wondering if he vanished. He suddenly appears behind her, grabbing her wings. Startled, she demands what he's doing. With a serious expression, the MC yanks her wings, making the angel scream in agony. He shows no reaction, just calls her a crybaby before pulling the other wing, making Beryl scream louder with each tug. More confident she couldn't run, he asked if it hurt. She snapped, obviously. He didn't care. 5 minutes prior, she'd have asked that obvious question, then laughed mockingly. She called him crazy, feigning ignorance. Ryu then showed the dagger from his wing, her attempt to kill him. She still pretended not to understand, saying, "She never planned this, but MC knew everything, evident from her face. When he called her Beryl, she was stunned, demanding how a mere human knew her name. He drew his sword from his inventory, scaring her. She asked what he'd do with that dagger. He then pointed a finger, threatening to explode her head with a snap. Ryu simply smiled, saying, "She doesn't have the ability to do that." Beryl, cornered and worried, asks if he truly believes he'll get away with it, warning her friends won't stand by. He mocks her, knowing angels are selfish. Her life or death means nothing to them. She tries one last plea. He'll regret killing her, there's no benefit. MC tells her to shut up. He'll leave once the system automatically returns him after the population finishes again. She's in disbelief, asking how he knows all this, begging for one more chance, offering any information. He replies he doesn't need it. Seeing her terrified face, he adds if he needed intel, he'd already be torturing her, knowing she's merely a pawn in this game, just a guide. Saying no more, he charged, plunging his dagger into her chest. Blood spurted everywhere, knocking her lifeless to the ground. The system announced an angel's defeat, confirming he was the first player to do so. Thus, the title First Angel Slayer was awarded. He also received Pure Angel's Blood. He's hyped, seeing these rewards for killing the first angel. As expected, being the first to earn rewards like the Massacre Rune means it's automatically imprinted onto the player's body. The title First Angel Slayer is for the first player to kill an angel. Its effect: when facing sacred beings, his attributes are doubled. As for the Massacre Rune's effect, each enemy killed boosts all attributes by 1%, stacking to 100%. This effect lasts until the round ends. MC is thrilled. These rewards are incredible. What if the other angels discover he already possesses this? This rune will shock them. He then sees the true reason for killing an angel: it's angel's blood. A unique consumable, it grants the Reaper class, usable from level 10. Only the first angel slayer can become their natural enemy, the Reaper. All players get a class at level 10, 30 types exist. Additionally, changing classes is quite simple. You just need a class change item, usually acquired through hunting or by meeting simple conditions. However, as always, there are exceptions. For instance, a unique class change is granted to only one player under special circumstances. As expected, unique classes are on a completely different level from others, given their bonus attributes and progress runes. Skill compositions and other aspects are truly insane. Ryu realizes he returned without even finishing the first round, so he'll use his reward for ranking first in all regions. The system asks him to choose one of these special rewards. Option 1, a 3 times experience bonus lasting throughout the second round. Option 2, 2,000 gold. The third option offers exclusive information about the second round. The MC knows reaching level 10 quickly to change classes is paramount. So he chooses the bonus of triple experience gain. The buff is applied, taking automatic effect in the second round. He watches the angel's body vanish, imagining this is his last attempt. With nowhere else to go, he must grow stronger, no matter the cost. Across all regions, a total of 900,000 survivors were counted. The current server averaged 5,000. It's also announced he'll soon transfer to a body in the existing dimension. Young Min then wakes up startled. He tried to understand if the noise was the New Year's bell. Cold sweat broke out. He had no idea what happened. Everyone lay on the ground as if they'd fallen with him. Not to mention that strange dream. He checked his phone, 5:20 a.m. The dream's duration matched real life. His friends also began to stir, clutching their sore heads. One of the boys asks young Min if he passed out. He confirms everyone present also passed out. They can't believe such an absurd situation. Not only did everyone pass out simultaneously, but they also shared the same bizarre dream in another world. The gangster admits he had this bizarre dream too, but confesses it wasn't a dream. Everyone celebrated escaping that hellish world, commenting on the goblins. Young Min realized this meant new rounds every first of the month. He then noticed a friend still down. He asked, "Why the hell hasn't Taeshik woken up?" They tried to rouse him, only to see his face was purple. Growing worried, they checked his body temperature, realizing he was completely cold. Panic seized them. Taeshik wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Young Min, voice trembling, asked if this meant he truly died because of the game. James, terrified, questioned if Tashik really perished for failing to survive the game. They came to a chilling conclusion. All those still lying down must not be waking up because they are dead. Young Min trembles, wondering what madness this is. Rich or poor, it doesn't matter. Everyone is treated the same. No reason to cry over an unfair life anymore. He tells his friends not to worry. They just need to find a way to survive. James, terrified, says life is unfair because they'll die without ever enjoying it. Young Min looks at his friends, warning them they aren't alone in this. He asks what's unfair when everyone's in the same boat. Lu Yu finds this amusing, noting the gangster was a lifelong bully. He'd feel no loss if he died here. Then he spots the handsome guy looking around, asking if he's by chance looking for the messenger boy. He replies he can't find the bastard anywhere. He wonders where the MC went. He was sure he saw him before they passed out. Did he not make it past the first round? It makes sense, he was a weakling. Then he looks to the side and sees a boy walking. Why is someone in strange clothes here? He starts to get worried. This could only mean one thing. He tried to activate his attribute window. Immediately, a system screen appeared showing his info from the other world, nickname, level 5, and stats. This shocked him. The attribute window actually appeared here. His friends tested it and were equally shocked. This shouldn't be possible. They wonder what they're doing as the system screen is only visible to the user. They question how this became reality outside the dream world and if attributes and items can be used here too. Young Min picks up a stone to test it. He squeezes it and it explodes in his hand. He realizes his strength is the same as in the dream world. He gets excited. This is fucking awesome. A TV report states that in front of a city block, a bell rang right after New Year's, immediately causing 10,000 civilians to lose consciousness simultaneously. It also reported an unidentified woman, dressed as an angel, appeared in the sky, speaking to these civilians. Shortly after a civilian pointed at the woman and spoke, a mysterious explosion occurred. After this woman extended her hand, a civilian died instantly. All 10,000 civilians then collapsed. Police reported most collapsed civilians were 15 to 29 years old. Similar events were confirmed worldwide. The MC watches on his phone as people try to understand, imagining this is just the beginning. He notes the increasing reports of deaths, but the real problem lies elsewhere, the chaotic transfer of player abilities into reality. Currently, no one possesses high attributes, so nothing truly serious has occurred. Yet, he knows that as levels rise, the situation will change drastically. These individuals are becoming transcendent entities, impervious to modern weapons or even an entire army. The sheer power players gain won't be enough to suppress them. Ryu walks, unwilling to watch his world descend into chaos. If things remain, Earth will collapse before the 20th round. The only solution, control all players with overwhelming power. He knows opening the boss room requires at least 5 players. Fortunately, he already senses who possesses this potential and has devised a recruitment method. But the time to act hasn't come. More crucial tasks await. Returning home, he opens the door, quickly glancing aside. His dear younger brother chose ramen for dinner again. Entering his room, he finds Ryu Wan already asleep. Feeling happy his brother falls asleep so quickly, he pauses. His brother is already entering his 3rd year of high school. Their family was normal, but after parents died in a car accident, everything changed. One of the most drastic changes, he became his brother's guardian. He reflects on this, seeing his brother's injury. At that moment, he turns on the light, waking the boy. He wakes asking if his brother's there. Checking his phone, he realizes it's 6 a.m., but the MC yanks his blanket off, startling him, saying there's no time to sleep. "Just get dressed, we need to leave." Juan asks where they're going. "If it's for a sunrise, I'd rather sleep," he grumbles. He says this, but his expression shifts, seeing his older brother's serious face. The MC warns him, no time to sleep or relax, the world is in chaos. He urges him to get ready, promising to explain on the way. As they walk through the city, one keeps glancing at his brother, worried by his unusual seriousness. Rumen checks if his brother knows nothing about the world. The boy, scared, asks what he's talking about, wondering if something happened while he slept. The MC asks to see his phone. He immediately grabs it, questioning the news about an angel appearing and kidnapping civilians to another world. Rumen clarifies that only their souls were taken. The boy was startled, realizing his brother was among them. He asked if he was hurt. He told him not to worry, but the other replied it wasn't simple. His family gone, only his older brother remained. He remembered only crying, as Rauman was all he had to fill the void of his parents' loss. He was surprised to see him as the mentally strongest person he'd ever seen. Even though a brilliant mind and monster slaying are completely different, the MC smiles, telling him he understands his brother's thoughts. He explains that world has an attribute system like in games, so physical ability isn't paramount. He'll show him more later, so he needn't worry. If he wants to know more, he should follow him, however. He stops in the middle of the street, declaring he won't wait. If he's to follow, an explanation is needed right now, otherwise he won't move. He pleads again for answers. The MC notices his brother's hand injury, growing furious. That's when he utters the name, Tegu. He tells him they're going to Tegu's hideout, the leader of the delinquents from his brother's class. He knows this is the guy making the threats. One, surprised, asks how he knew since he wasn't supposed to. He worried, not wanting his brother to stress even more during such a difficult time. The MC, thinking to himself, apologizes to one. Honestly, he only learned the truth hours after returning from his first round that day. One said he was going out. Soon after, the MC's phone rang. He answered. The caller asked if he was one's guardian, urging him to the hospital immediately. Ryuman, terrified, threw on clothes and rushed to the hospital. His brother returned blind, beaten by Tegu. The MC was furious, realizing his weakness had failed to protect his younger brother. Still thinking, he deeply apologizes, promising no one will ever touch him again. Absolutely no one. Meanwhile, at the hideout, a man is kicked in the stomach, thrown aside. The gang leader asks if he's trying to die, reminding him he was warned to bring $200,000. He asks if he's really not going to answer, preparing to kick again as the rest of the gang bursts out laughing. They expected nothing less from the ruthless leader, even with his allies. This worried them. The same fate could befall them if they stepped out of line. Tegu returned furious. He'd planned to buy a new bike with that money. Cursing everyone as useless, he asked if anyone knew where to get cash. They pondered cash sources until one guy got an idea and said, "There's this guy in transportation, tall, black hair. Can't recall his name exactly." Tegu asks if they mean that little jerk one. He was planning to call him to beat him up a bit more for New Year's. The henchmen are stoked they pointed someone out. But the leader tells them not to get too hyped. As far as he knows, one's practically a beggar. It was clear that no matter how much they beat him, he had no money to give, his house already in ruins. The three grew discouraged, remembering the boy had no parents. "What a drag," they muttered. Just then the leader sensed a presence and told them to look. It was the MC, accompanied by his brother. Tegu smiled, surprised by the visit. "Speaking of the devil," he said. "Two punks showed up," he says, shouting, "You bastard!" The MC remained expressionless, unlike his brother, who was completely scared. The gang leader didn't know who was with him, but the boy's calm made him uneasy. So he asked, "Who's the little punk next to you?" Lonely, he asks if he brought a friend. Ryuman interrupts, smiling, claiming to be his older brother. Teju laughs, stating he gave no permission to speak, then warns them. "You're both going to die." He orders his henchmen. They charge. One approaches, mocking the MC's height. "Want to throw the first punch?" he taunts, barely finishing the words. He takes a punch straight to the face, instantly knocking him out. The second henchman, shocked, still charges the MC, misses his punch, and takes another to the face, sending him flying into the surrounding chaos. Now only two remain, confident and guaranteeing a death today. But Ryuman instantly strikes both, sending them crashing to the ground, trembling in pain. The chubby guy gets excited, thinking the MC learned to fight, though he believes it won't matter. He approaches, asking if the MC thinks he's someone just for learning a little boxing. Close up, he taunts, "What will you do? Physique matters a lot in boxing." The MC smiles excitedly, asking, "Haven't you been watching the news?" Tegu doesn't grasp the connection. Calling him a bastard again, he rushes forward, missing his first punch. He throws a flurry of strikes, but none connect. Exhaustion blurs his vision. He's furious, baffled why he can't land a single hit. Suddenly, Ryuman, power surging, lands a solid punch to the chubby guy's face, warning him, if only he'd listened to the news. He'd never dream of fighting a player. Tegu stumbles back from the punch, but furious, he quickly regains composure and charges again. He throws a punch into thin air, bewildered by his target's disappearance. He turns, only to take another brutal punch straight to the face. The chubby guy shakes, then realizes a tooth has been knocked out. This enrages him completely. Vowing to kill the MC, he lunges with full force, missing another punch. This time, Ryuman grabs his hand, landing several punches to his face. Meanwhile, the others in the warehouse remain hidden, terrified by the fight. The chubby guy realizes the attacks deliberately target his face. All he wants is to land one punch. He charges forward. He tries to land another hit, pleading for it to connect. But the MC dodges, landing a solid kick to his stomach, sending him crashing into the wall. The fat guy collapses, trembling in pain. Rumen asks if it hurts, the horrible memory of his brother's state driving him. The gang leader begs him to stay away. The MC crouches. Grabbing his hand, he warns Tegu this is for messing with his little bro. Tegu stares, screaming in disbelief as all his fingers are broken. Rumen then seizes the other hand, doing the same. The fat guy's desperate screams fill the air. The rest of the gang, horrified by the sight, seize their chance to run. They can't even process what they're seeing. Amidst the screams, the MC delivered a final warning. "Now do you understand what happens if you ever mess with one again?" Tegu, writhing in pain, cried, "I know, I'll never touch the kid again." Rumen smiled, seeing the fat guy understood, but then he seized his hand once more. "I need to finish this properly to ensure you won't change your mind." The gang leader began to beg him to stop. But it was useless. Outside the warehouse, his deafening screams of pain were clearly audible. Afterward, the MC leaves with his brother. But a curious person asks how he did it and if he learned martial arts. He explains it's not martial arts, but rather using player skills in real life, as he mentioned earlier. His brother remains confused. The MC decides to demonstrate, causing a glow in his hand, and a dagger materializes shortly after. His brother is amazed by the beautiful dagger, not understanding its sudden appearance. The MC explains how he acquired the game's abilities. Things begin to make more sense to his brother, who now understands why the MC was so fast, dodging all of Tegu's punches. Rumen explains he has 11 points in dexterity, one of the game's attributes. For comparison, a normal human has 3 points, while a professional athlete has 10. They continue walking, and one asks what happens if their level increases. The MC answers that he doesn't know, as he has never reached that point. However, he internally thinks this is clearly a lie after all. He doesn't plan to reveal he's a regressor. In his 11th regression, after he first revealed everything, a player kidnapped someone. Though he got his revenge, he doesn't want such a humiliating incident to happen again because of him. Now, he just needs to be ready to protect him from future players. Thinking this, he asks him to grab a coffee. Entering the cafe, the MC goes to the ATM. He inserts his card, thinking of his savings. He withdraws 100,000, leaving 33,000. His brother is surprised by the amount, but the MC just asks what they should pick. One dislikes this. Everything there is expensive. His brother tells him to relax, wanting him to eat whatever he wants. He warns against eating only ramen. One understands but questions their survival eating like this. The MC assures it'll be fine, picking spicy pork belly, eyes shining with craving. Rumen warns they'll soon order Korean steak, but his brother asks what he means. The food he's holding is perfect. MC's stoked for his happy brother, imagining he'll soon feed him so much meat he'll be sick of it. They prep the food. Someone tries it. Seriously good. Suddenly, Rumen gets up, tells them to wait, walks off. He returns, tapping a pen, holding a bunch of lottery tickets. Someone's shocked. "Why the heck did you buy 20 tickets? That totals 100,000, and there's no way to know if he'll win." To make matters worse, he sees the MC filling out the tickets, even more shocked, demanding why the hell he chose the same numbers on all of them. The MC answers simply, "Those are the winning numbers." The two sit at the table as the lottery runs on a phone, announcing the 1049th drawing. The numbers are about to be drawn. He's getting impatient. They just blew 100,000 on a lottery with less than 1% chance. He's depressed. That money could have bought so much food. The numbers start being called, 3, then 18, 9, and 38. As the numbers are drawn, he can't believe his eyes. Finally, the winning numbers are announced. 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and 1. Bonus number, 5. These are exactly the numbers the MC picked on all his tickets. He can't believe his eyes. It's absolutely wild to have guessed every single one. Overwhelmed, he starts crying, asking if someone can pinch him to confirm this isn't a dream. He asked if it wasn't a dream. The MC smiled, asking, "Would you prefer it to be?" He replied no, but still couldn't grasp how it was real. Then he cheered, "We got first place." Rumen quickly said, "Don't shout, the neighbors might hear." He then asked, "Did you really like it?" His brother exclaimed, "I'm so happy, aren't you?" He answered, "I am." He imagined the other person felt the same way he did the first time, recalling his own shouts of joy after a regression made him rich. But after several regressions, it became an annual routine he performed for maximum wealth. He also remembered 900 million deaths and economic chaos, plus the issue of player item trading. This will become much more active now that money is involved. Still in disbelief, he can't process that all 100 tickets won first place, asking when it will turn into cash. Ryuman has no idea, but knows it will be a huge, world-shaking amount. The next day, the MC heads to Nan Hyup Bank, moving through the crowd. He thinks he's collected this prize so often he's no longer nervous. Upon entering, he goes straight to the person in charge, stating he's there for the first-place lottery prize. The employee congratulates him, wondering if he truly won as he looks like an ordinary student. He then asks where he bought the tickets. He replies, QS24 Yonghui branch. Hearing this, the attendant is shocked. He remembers a conversation. 115 winning tickets were all from the Yanhui branch. The biggest surprise? 100 of those tickets belong to the same person. The man stressed that if this winner claims the reward, they must immediately call the bank's president. This person is, after all, a VIP guest. He apologizes for being spaced out, asking for a moment. Soon after, the bank president appears, greeting the MC and introducing himself as Junho. He asks if the MC is the lottery's first-place winner, offering sincere congratulations. He invites him to a more private place as they're discussing a very large sum. Upon arriving, they enter the room. An employee greets them, wondering if the person with the president is his son. July informs them this VIP client is here for a prize, asking them to make him comfortable. Only then does she realize the boy looking at her might be the 100-ticket winner. Still nervous, she tries to remain calm as he's a valuable client. She asked him to sit, welcoming him, and offered coffee, juice, or tea. He declined, stating his priority was to receive the reward directly. She agreed, only needing to confirm the tickets first. He handed them over, leaving her speechless. A student bought so many tickets, all with the same number. She wondered if the MC could see the future. After checking, she confirmed they were all winning tickets. Barely believing her own words, she announced his reward, 22.5 billion won. After tax deductions, the prize became 15 billion. The MC's first priority was finding a place to live. He then opened a stock account, anticipating Bitcoin's 500% surge next month. His plan was to multiply his capital with Bitcoin, then invest in stocks. Soon after, they moved into their new house. Ryuman asked his brother if he liked it. He loved it, having never seen such a large house up close. Yet he questioned why his brother rented, given they could have bought it with their earnings. The MC replies he kept 1 billion, investing the other 14 billion in Bitcoin. The listener can't believe it, but the MC quickly reassures him, anticipating his reaction to this madness. He explains he can get more via lottery anytime, having seen the next 4 results in his dreams. His brother's eyes shine. He's never heard of anyone dreaming lottery numbers. He immediately begs the MC not to forget these numbers under any circumstances. He believes it's unforgettable, having done it countless times. He then invites them to eat out as they'll be moving again today. Elsewhere, someone punches a wall, breaking it. It was young Min testing his strength. He's excited, certain it was wise to put all points into strength. He prepares another punch, throwing several at the wall, excited. He'd gained the strength rune, doubling his power. He admires the impact, a force even Mike Tyson would envy. He decides it's time to test it in a real fight. With that thought, he heads straight to Ruman's house, knocking and calling. He finds the lack of response strange, but doesn't imagine the boy might have died. Nor answer calls. He recalls the arrogant look received before the game, fueling his fury. No one has ever dared to look at him like that. Now his sole intent is to kill him. He frantically pounds on the door, knowing they are both attribute players. But a loser remains a loser. He won't stop knocking, certain Ryuman is hiding inside. Because of this, he holds his hand still, straining to catch a single breath from inside. He announces he's leaving, claiming no one's home. But this is a cunning ploy. If he detects any sound, he'll destroy the door. At that moment, an old man appears, questioning his presence. Young Min, intrigued, wonders if he's the building manager. The old man confirms, asking if he's here for a friend. Young Min's expression shifts. Exactly, he replies. Could you open the door? I've lost contact. However, the old man interrupts. It's a shame. Your friend apparently left you. This confuses the gangster. The old man adds, the room is empty now. The student moved elsewhere. But he doesn't know exactly where. Young Min clenches his fist, enraged at letting his errand boy escape. Meanwhile, before a colossal building, one marvels at its height and the revolving door at the entrance. At reception, he sees entry cards and strict security requiring ID confirmation. He couldn't hide his surprise, the place was just too incredible. The MC asked him to follow until they finally arrived at the extremely large location. Upon arrival, he was informed it was about 330 square meters, leaving him shocked. "Isn't this way too big for an apartment?" he wondered. "And for just the two of us, how much was the contract?" The MC replied the size had to be at least that big, as he could afford it. The contract was $550 million for the deposit, then $22 million per month. His brother was in shock, unable to believe the monthly rent alone was $22 million. Not long ago, he'd hesitate to spend $5,000 on a snack, finding it too much. He asks if it's too expensive, suggesting they could find something cheaper. Ryuman replies, "No, we must spend as much as possible, prioritizing security above all." He imagines, on the first of each month, all players will suffer narcolepsy. This is their most vulnerable period, susceptible to disasters like fires, earthquakes, and assassins hired by other players. In other words, when the time comes, players must prepare to enter the other world, ensuring their real-life bodies remain safe. He knows that power in the other world is meaningless if one dies in real life. After these thoughts, he asked his brother about the house. His brother liked it but seemed thoughtful, making him a little down until he suddenly apologized. He apologized, realizing his brother would soon be dragged to the other world while he'd been enjoying himself, oblivious. The MC grabbed his shoulder, asking why he was so down. He'd be back next round. He then invited him to a second-floor Korean restaurant until his phone rang. He found it amusing that Young Min finally realized he'd moved. He considers ignoring it. They won't meet in real life anyway, though in the other world things will be different. He thinks, then pockets the phone unanswered. A day passes after the change. MC wakes, sees his brother getting ready, and asks if he's going somewhere. Brother replies he ordered rice cakes and is picking them up. MC doesn't understand, it's so sudden. He's talking about rice cakes, which he finds incredibly strange. He doesn't recall anything like this happening before. While he knows regressions to the past don't guarantee identical events, this rice cake story is completely new to him. Puzzled, he decides to ask why these rice cakes were bought. His brother replied he'd distribute them to neighbors, citing good manners. The MC found this interesting, agreeing it was good manners, but asked him to wait to greet them together. They intercom called the first apartment. A voice asked who it was. One replied they'd just moved in next door, wanting to say hi. A young woman opened the door, greeted them, and asked if they were brothers, given their similar looks. With a huge smile, one replies, "Yes, we are. We're here to give you a warm rice cake." Surprised by the beautiful cake, she thanks them, eager to try it. One thanks her, and they continue their journey, delivering to all residents, getting to know the building's people. Finally, they head to the last apartment, having taken quite a while to attend to everyone. As they walk, the MC points out this floor is the penthouse, with floors 44 and 45 already taken. One is surprised, realizing the residents must be super rich. The MC admits he doesn't know the specifics, but guesses it's a wealthy family or perhaps a celebrity. They ring the doorbell, but no one answers. He rings again, yet no one appears. One assumes the apartment is empty. Perhaps they should leave. He turns, startled. Someone asterisk was there. He can't believe his eyes. It's actress Erin Seo. He can't hide his embarrassment. She's so beautiful, like an angel. Suddenly, someone steps forward, asking if they're fans. The MC apologizes, explaining they're just neighbors from the floor below. One shows the cake, asking if they want some. The man declines, adding Erin doesn't eat such things. He heads to the elevator, calls it, and tells the girl to follow. She walks past, glancing back. The MC admits he doesn't know the guy but found him very rude, telling his brother not to mind it. His brother replies he's fine and is amazed. "Did you see it?" Ruman asked. "See what?" the MC replied. "The actress, she was right there like seeing a mermaid." Meanwhile, news reports flood in about celebs not waking up after the New Year's event. Erin watches, baffled how the world is still functioning. Then a phone notification, seen the news. After being told Solon died, she continued the conversation. Yet in her thoughts, she pictured someone more famous than her perishing in the game's first round. Fear gripped her. It could have been her without a good rune. She's relieved she grew, even slightly. She also realized she wouldn't have reached this point without the company's sponsorship. Hone approaches, asking why she's lost in thought. He tells her to relax, she can speak honestly with him. She explains she has no idea how the world ended up like this and doubts they'll survive the next round. He tells her not to worry prematurely. No sense torturing herself for nothing, just trust and relax. Erin just smiles. There's no one else to trust, she says, but deep down. She knows he's cautious because they assigned her a manager and a security guard. At first, she thought it was just to observe her. But she admits, if not for him, she would have died immediately in the first round. Howen warns he'll protect her no matter what. That's why she can't give up or get discouraged. She gets excited and thanks him for his support. She commented on the new neighbors who had just moved in and how delicious the cake looked. He warned she'd gain weight if she ate it, but she argued they made an effort to greet them and must have felt hurt. Howen told her not to dwell, suggesting they likely just wanted something. Yet Erin felt she didn't get that impression. They seemed like good people and looked over 15. They must have killed 100 goblins to survive. She finds it incredible, noting the two showed no fear even after such an ordeal. The security guard finds her statement amusing. Only an idiot would fail that mission. She also finds it funny, as his new ability is extremely useful in the other world. Still, it wasn't as incredible as the Black Reaper, who she saw dispatching goblins effortlessly. His immense power made her almost pity the goblins. She imagined his real-life job, thinking it would be amazing to work with him. She grew increasingly scared for the second round. The first was pure luck, the next round's outcome was uncertain. Time passed. It was January 31st, 11 a.m. Someone was vacuuming the house. He notices his brother's return, asking about his profits. The MC replies he did, only 15 billion. He then recounts the bank visit. The president was stunned to see him as the lucky client again, immediately asking his secret to winning so often. The MC explained he received a divine message in his dreams, but Junho just quipped, "A dream like that? That'd be sick." Someone finds the story funny and asks if he'll put everything into Bitcoin. He replies yes, as it's now risen to 150 billion. His brother, however, asks if they shouldn't start withdrawing, terrified of losing everything. The MC turns, replying it's not time yet, but reassures him not to worry, everything is under control. He then invites him to lunch. They have lunch and walk around the city afterward. He lies down, one stays by his side, holding his hand tightly. The boy pleads for his safe return. Ryumin, smiling broadly, tells him not to worry. What he did to Tegu was a glimpse of his power. He tells his brother to sleep, not to worry, as he'll wake up before he even realizes it. With those words, the moment arrives. His spirit begins to teleport. Like other players who survived the first round, everyone is shocked by the quick teleportation. Apparently, it's still the same place. A girl looks to the side and asks, "Isn't that the same person from before, the famous Black Reaper who ranked first in the previous round?" The MC notices people distancing themselves, likely recognizing him. He also notices the young men's presence. Suddenly, an angel appears, asking if everyone is already here. Everyone is surprised, as a different angel appeared this time. Estrade introduces herself, explaining the angel responsible for the first round had an accident and won't be able to attend. But she asks everyone not to worry, as she will now be responsible for the second round. With a wicked smile, he spread his wings imposingly, poised to announce round two's objective. Instantly, the system broadcasted round 2 to all. It displayed the final participant count from every region and their current locations. Everyone was puzzled. The panel mentioned nothing about monster slaying. This sparked numerous theories, potentially implying everyone will survive this time. Estrade, observing their confusion, decides to clarify. She explains that, as you've noticed, this round isn't about combat. It ends once a regional representative is chosen. This representative holds the authority to forcefully command others. They will crawl or even die if ordered. She warns, in 3 hours. Everyone will receive voting tickets to select their chosen representative. One player asks, "Is that really all?" She replies, "Yes. After the vote, the mission ends and you all return home. Think of it as a rest round if you prefer." Everyone's excited. No fighting needed, just going home without doing anything more. The angel instructs them to discuss for 3 hours to choose their region's representative. With that, voting begins. Everyone celebrates. The mission seems easy, unlike Young Min, who is furious, having truly wanted to fight. His friend tells him to relax, coming back alive is good. He replies he put all points into strength, and not showing that power is frustrating. The MC just watches, as it seems Young Min got a strength rune again. Everything proceeds as before. He heads toward the forest, knowing that finding a representative is the least of his worries. A main mission implies optional ones. He grips his dagger. The optional mission here is about class promotion. He tightens his hold, a goblin just ahead. He must reach level 10 as quickly as possible. Provoked, the hobgoblin immediately charges. Ryuman counters, defeating the monster with a single strike. A notification confirms the hobgoblin's defeat. The kill count rises to one of 100. The triple experience bonus applies. He gains 9% experience and 15 gold. All attributes increase by 1% from the rune of the kill. Ryuman decides to venture deeper into the forest to hunt more. Where there's one goblin, there are hundreds. He barely says this when several approach. This makes him happy. His plan can now begin. He starts his extermination, slicing them down one by one, reaching a kill count of 50. All attributes increase by 50% due to the ruin of the kill effect, and his level also rises. Countdown to the vote, 2 hours, 29 minutes. He's surprised that only 30 minutes and 24 seconds have passed. He checks his status window, noticing his level is already 9. With 8 available attribute points, he puts them all into dexterity as it's crucial early on. Unlike if he'd gotten a strength rune, then he'd need to invest all points into strength, despite the difficulty of surviving with just that. One may possess infinite strength, but a fatal blow still means death, regardless of will. He checks his current attributes: Strength 4, Intelligence 4, Dexterity 30, Luck 4. Strength boosts physical damage, health, and defense. Intelligence enhances magical damage, willpower, and thinking capacity. Dexterity improves attack speed and movement speed. An evasion chance. Lastly, luck increases critical hit chance, item drop chance, and additional gold chance. He is aware that it's not possible to be completely dependent on any of them, especially for the Reaper class, which uses both magical and physical damage. So it's ideal to have all attributes maximized. Suddenly, something catches his attention, and he is surprised as apparently someone followed him. Focused on hunting, he didn't notice it. He finds this strange. No one has ever done this in any of his regressions. So he raises his dagger, demanding the person appear or start praying. Suddenly, the person steps out. He quickly realizes who it is, surprised by her appearance to the point of wondering if she might be the actress. She apologizes for following him. Another person approaches, also apologizing, assuring him they have no ill intentions and asking him not to get angry. Ryuman wonders if that's Sangchul, disbelieving. If it is, he's Jianglok's right-hand man. Jianglok is the eldest son of a major national company, known as the Celestial Demon Player, and one of his targets. Having this player would boost his growth significantly. But the priestess who was with him in the 20th round should recruit him. He's inwardly surprised to meet this guy so soon. He doesn't understand why he's with Aaron until he recalls the head of security protecting her, wondering if they're the same person. This reminds him of Jianglok sponsoring a celebrity. After pondering, he, clearly annoyed, demands why they're following him. He dislikes this turn of events. The future has shifted once more. Frightened, she explains she saw him leave the others and followed him into the forest. She apologizes if this angered him, clarifying they are only there to make an offer. He asks what this offer entails. She feels a cautious hope that he's at least willing to listen. She proposes cooperation. Ryuman finds this amusing. Cooperation implies mutual need, and he's already thriving solo. How could they be useful? He tells them not to waste his time, then walks away, having no intention of teaming up. As Ryuman leaves, the man asks, "What's wrong with that guy?" He thinks no one could have such an ego. He says this, then sees Aaron inexplicably fall. She realizes the MC isn't top-ranked for nothing, feeling an overwhelming pressure from him. Sangchul doesn't get the pressure, but understands it's natural to feel nervous with a blade pointed at you. She gets up, admitting she really wanted to team up with him, but apparently it didn't happen. Her bodyguard expected this, stating proud people are difficult to deal with. He advised against wasting time chasing someone who wants nothing to do with anyone. Iron replied, "It's fine." Surprised by goblins in the forest, she asked, "Should we hunt for a while?" With that, they left to hunt. Meanwhile, in the forest, a goblin was rummaging when the MC appeared, finishing it with a single strike. His sole focus is to level up. With 60 kills, all his attributes are up 60%. Suddenly, a new enemy approaches, exciting the MC. The Gnaws have finally appeared. He thinks it's his lucky day. The wolf monsters immediately rush and leap at Ryuman. He tightens his grip on his dagger and with one strike takes them all out. Defeating a new enemy, his kill count rises to 65. His level also increases, finally reaching level 10. With this, all conditions for class advancement are met. Having fulfilled the requirements, it's announced he can now access the shop. Beyond a hidden extra mission, he checks his system screen, reading the details of this secondary quest. He must advance before the devotion time, acquiring the advancement item to obtain the class. If successful, tickets will offer a 50% discount on daily items. He pauses, considering the people who will be seeing this side mission. They'll likely be confused, having no clue what he's on about. Everyone knows gaining a class is awesome, but the real snag is how to get the progress item. These items usually drop after specific conditions are met. For instance, warriors must boost their strength to 10 and slay 30 monsters in one horde. Berserkers, meanwhile, need to hunt while bleeding for a set period. Assassins must successfully stab monsters multiple times. He recalls how he, too, repeatedly hunted monsters at first, unlocking the Hunter class. But after discovering the Reaper of Death class, he stuck with it through all regressions. Now he uses the progress item and a notification appears. Class cannot be changed. Choose carefully. The system then asks if he wants to advance to the Reaper class. MC instantly accepts, a total no-brainer. A powerful light envelops him and a notification confirms his Reaper class advancement. As a reward, he also obtains the Reaper rune. Its effect: during the day, weapon attacks double. At night, attack speed increases by 50%. While motionless at night, enemy detection risk is greatly reduced. The rune automatically imprinted on the player's body. As a reward, he also obtained the Reaper's scythe. Rumian was surprised by this. With both the rune and weapon acquired, his rank rose from beginner to apprentice. He opens his attribute window, checking his new class. His attributes and other info. The MC Imaginese players are split into 6 ranks: Grandmaster LVL 99, Master LVL 60, Specialist LVL 40, Regular LVL 20, Apprentice LVL 10, and Beginner LVL 1. A notification then appeared. He learned a Reaper class skill. He obtained the Death Insignia. It creates an insignia visible only to the target and caster. The target's remaining health becomes visible. An additional 100% damage is dealt with each attack, affecting only one target at a time. He also equipped the rare-ranked Reaper's Scythe, increasing his attack by 25. It adds 1 additional attack per strike, up to 5. It has 225 durability and requires an apprentice rank or higher. Its description calls it an enormous scythe, rumored to be the Reaper's, difficult for beginners to wield. With this progress, the MC was recognized as the first player to advance. As a reward, he received a random gold pouch. This also granted him the track skill. Its effect is to track the desired target's location. However, both face and nickname must match for the target to be valid. The price is 20,000 gold coins. The MC admits he's happy. After all, he gained a skill worth 20,000 gold. Because of this, he decides to test it, searching for Yang Min in his mind. Since the nickname and face matched, the skill began tracking the target. He's 190 meters away. For the exact location, follow the skill's arrow. Rumin finds it strange he's so close, meaning Yangmin entered the forest, unlike last time when he was 2 kilometers out. He decides he should investigate. Meanwhile, Sangchul and Aaron walk through the forest. Aaron falls, saying she can't run, her leg can't take it. He urges her to try. They must keep moving, no matter the cost. Capture means disaster. The girl apologizes, her arrow wound burning. Sang Chul explains his theory. Injuries here won't affect their real bodies. They just need to survive until they return home. She understands, vowing to endure. But then fear grips her as someone speaks to them. Young Min and his gang claim she's not hurt enough. Sang Chul worries, mentally cursing Aaron for getting them caught. He prepares to fight, having no other choice. Young Min grins, asking if he truly wants to fight, challenging them to show their numbers. The bodyguard tries to negotiate, asking why they're doing this when they've done nothing wrong. He replies, aware they did nothing. He makes it clear they want only one thing. Pointing at Aaron, he states he only wants asterisk her asterisk. They have no interest in a bodyguard, their gaze is fixed solely on Aaron. His allies question if it's truly her. Her face and name match, but it could be a mere fan. Still, they don't care, as outwardly they are identical. This terrifies the girl. Yang Min warns, leaving Aaron means an old man escapes. Sang Chul reflects. He should have known Aaron was the target. He could have abandoned her without a second thought. He won't die for a woman. But he has a problem. Not protecting her means disappointing Jeonglok's director. He takes a battle stance. Young Min finds this funny, asking if an old man really wants to fight. The bodyguard asks if he's aware he's about to commit a crime. The big guy laughs, finding it hilarious as there are no laws here. He asks if he'll report him back in the real world, then demands proof, since they don't even use real faces here. Sanchel becomes increasingly withdrawn from these provocations, realizing words alone won't solve this. He'll have to fight despite his injuries. Just then he notices someone nearby asking, "Is that really the Black Reaper?" Yangmin grows worried, having seen no one approach. The MC steps forward, demanding, "What are you doing here?" Yangmin tries to tell him to leave, but Ryumin silences him. He wasn't talking to him, but to Sang Chul, demanding the situation. He yells, explaining those guys are after Eren and ambushed them. He warns that helping means debt to the famous Black Reaper. The MC then looks aside, asking if that's true. Youngmin replies he doesn't care if it's true or not, telling the MC to go his way. However, he starts walking, radiating a terrifying aura, and warns that those two are known to him. The gang gets scared, asking what that means, but Rumen just. With his bloody scythe, he warns he won't ignore the wounded. Youngmin dislikes this sight. The girl and her bodyguard thank the MC for his help. Rumen knows this situation isn't ideal for him, yet helping the bodyguard will impress Jeonglak. If a rich kid like this owes him a favor and it snowballs, the ultimate rewards will be far greater. He despises these bastards. The gang is cornered. Young Min warns them, "Don't come closer or you'll die." The MC watches silently, then asks, "What's the problem? You don't want to fight." His words leave them stunned. They clearly remember the Black Reaper, tearing goblins apart instantly, ranking top last time, so obviously. No one would want to face this monster in that world. He's startled as the MC places his scythe down, asking him to be honest if he doesn't want to fight. Young Min finds this strange, asking if he'll truly be let go for the truth. Ryumin's reply, he'll consider it if he gets on his knees, and sincerely begs for his life. This makes him sweat cold. He's being asked to humiliate himself before his friends and Eren. Fury boils within him. He wants to avoid a fight, but anger overflows his veins. He pauses, reflecting. He recalls punching a wall. If he's strong enough for that, then with some luck, he might even send the famous Black Reaper flying with one punch. This thought sparks a sliver of hope. He asks, "Aren't you going too far with this nonsense?" Saying this, he walks. "Do you really think I'd humiliate myself by kneeling?" Still sweating cold, he must close the distance naturally to create an opening for a clean punch. Not even the strong could survive that. He can't fathom a human enduring something that shatters brick walls. Suddenly, the MC drops his scythe. It vanishes, leaving young Min confused, demanding, "What the hell are you doing?" Rumen replies, "It's a bit unfair to use a weapon against an unarmed opponent. Winning like that would be quite boring." Young Min is utterly infuriated by this. He retorts, calling the MC ridiculous. But the MC wastes no time, immediately running forward. This startles him. His opponent suddenly got so close. He gets hyped, thinking the famous Black Reaper is a total idiot. Dropping his scythe and exposing his head so easily, he throws a punch, yelling, "Die!" Yet the MC calmly dodges and lands a full-force kick to his stomach sends him flying. Yang Min trembles on the ground from the impact, murmuring. Ryu Min tells him to stop cursing, then lands another kick to his head, sending him even farther. He grabs his opponent's shirt, delivering multiple blows to his head, leaving Yang Min dazed, unable to comprehend. His fist is so strong, his head feels hammered. He can't grasp how anyone here matches his strength. He's supposed to be the only one with such raw power. He ponders this until the final punch knocks him out. His underlings immediately cry out for their leader. One raises his bow, firing an arrow. Eren panics, yelling, "Black Reaper, dodge." Aware, he dodges the underling, unintimidated, and readies another arrow. But Rumen, already aware, sprints at high speed, dodging everything until he's close enough to taunt. "Do you really think you were lucky to get a mere bow while monster hunting?" With a smile, he summons his scythe and sarcastically adds, "It's truly a shame we met." With one move, he severs the henchman's arm. The archer crashes down, screaming in pain. The two remaining curse, asking if he thinks he can mess with them and get away unscathed. They charge, warning he won't leave alive. But the MC asks if they really believe that, activating his death insignia on his foe. He grips his scythe tightly. He attacks with full force, striking the opponent's legs, making him fall, screaming in pain. This utterly terrifies the last remaining foe. Rumen advances. As he nears, the man challenges, "Do you really dare wield a knife like that?" Rumen seizes it, cutting the man's arm. Another one is left terrified, having lost a limb. The MC analyzes the situation. The death insignia lived up to its name, doubling damage, letting him cleave through armor in one strike. He watched them tremble. This couldn't be the end. He needed to instill fear, ensuring they'd never cause trouble again. With that thought, he targeted the last attacker. Now everyone was more injured, begging him to stop, feeling death's approach. Rumen scoffs at their whining, claiming they won't die from just that. Until he sees they're already finished, he spots one survivor. "Young Min, out from behind that tree, no point hiding, no exceptions here." Then a powerful scythe swing severs his arm, making him scream in agony. He mocks the crybaby again. "Don't cry, it barely hurts." Recalling the gang's mistreatment, he realizes no pain compares. With that thought, he delivers another attack, severing the opponent's other arm. Eren and Sang-chul watch in silence. He's shocked by this fight, never imagining the Black Reaper capable of mercilessly cutting off both arms of an opponent who had already lost the will to fight, even though he sees this massacre as terrible. He actually likes the MC's composure. This makes him certain the Black Reaper rivals the president. Just then, Rumen approaches, asking if they're okay. Sang-chul replies they are, thanks to the help. The MC then tells them not to worry about those guys attacking. They can't move, so go ahead and vote. The two bow, thanking him again for his help. Until Eren asks if at this rate those guys won't die. He asks what the problem would be if they died. Even animals are more civilized. He says that and realizes the girl is too soft. It makes no sense to care about scumbags' lives like she's a saint. He suspects she's only doing this to maintain a saintly image, being a celebrity. At this moment, Sang-chul calls his attention. He asks if he can speak, then questions why spare those guys. Killing them all wouldn't cause any problems in that world. Young Min grows nervous. Rumen smiles, increasingly realizing this guy truly acts as Jinglok's right-hand man. He responds, the reason is simple. He gains no benefit from killing them. Sang-chul worried about the answer, wondering if the gang could cause future trouble. He glanced at the injured on the ground and asked if he truly believed they'd be a problem. He added that a population decline isn't good. Fewer people mean fewer participants. The bodyguard realized the truth in his words. Spots for round finishers would also decrease. He finds this very interesting, as the Black Reaper thought so far ahead, possessing a game understanding far beyond other players. After reflecting, they understood, deciding to no longer pay attention to the trash on the ground. Everything's settled. The MC says he'll leave, but asks Rumen to wait, offering his real-world account for compensation. However, Rumen declines, saying it's unnecessary and departs. The two are surprised. The Reaper helped without expecting any reward. They realize they must report this to the president immediately upon returning to the real world. Young Min groans on the ground, trying to speak. Sang-chul stares, suppressing his urge to kill. But he can't. The Reaper said it would yield no benefit. He simply calls Eren to leave. Meanwhile, players still decide who to vote for, fighting over who gets to be the representative. Others urge them to calm down. The key is to unite, not fight if they want to move forward. So one person volunteers, stating they can't have a representative who loses their cool so easily. Another then claims his father is a congressman, making him ideal for the player's representative role. However, the others don't buy it and demand proof. Just then, someone catches their attention. Chocolate Mint Boy says there are only 2 hours left until the vote ends. They can't waste time like this. The others ask how they can fix this. He replies he has a good solution. Everyone falls silent, eager to hear his plan. This excites him, seeing everyone hanging on his words. He expected nothing less from his persuasion rune. He recalled getting it and being annoyed because it only works on targets capable of conversation, and not on those higher level than the caster. His frustration was immediate. The rune couldn't incapacitate monsters since they can't talk. Then, he glanced over and noticed people fighting. He tested it, shouting a woman was in danger, urging them to abandon the goblins and help her. The crowd immediately agreed, prioritizing help. He seized that moment to finish off the near-dead goblins on the ground. He imagined if things continued this way, he'd easily become the region's representative. So he kept talking, his rune activated. They first need to decide on candidates, narrowing options to a maximum of 5, then vote among them. Everyone agrees, saying it's a solid idea that makes sense. The current path led nowhere. Joni then asks them to begin, requesting those who wish to participate raise their hands. The chubby guy immediately complies. He warns that self-recommendation is forbidden, repeating the previous problem. This frustrates him. Chocolate Boy finds it amusing, noting how simple it is to manipulate these losers. Everyone starts racking their brains, unsure who to recommend. Joni waits contentedly, enjoying the quiet. If it stays this way, all the better. They'll vote for him. One player then recommends Chocolate Boy as representative, citing his leadership and logical thinking. Joni questions his certainty. The boy affirms, noting his good handling of the situation. The blue-haired guy is amazed. The idiots are falling for his tricks. He thanks him for the vote of confidence. He then asks if anyone else wishes to speak. Another person raises their hand, recommending the Black Reaper. He smiles, acknowledging it's logical to recommend the first-place winner from round 1. Subsequently, 2 more raise their hands, recommending the second and third-place finishers. One is nicknamed Life is a Documentary, the other Black Dragon. Joni then speaks up. He announces 4 candidates are already in with 1 spot remaining. No one responds, so he claps, declaring they'll close with 4. Before voting, he asks candidates to make a speech, stating it'll begin, knowing it'll be easy. However, as he starts, someone tells him to shut up, calling it nonsense. He turns around. Not understanding who spoke, he recognized Young-sik. Life is a documentary. Young-sik approached, irritated, unable to stand the nonsense. He caught Joni's attention, asking if he truly believed life was that easy, thinking people would just do whatever he said because of a few words. Joni was left scared. He wonders if they've discovered his ability, but deems it impossible, so he just thinks Young-sik is spouting nonsense. Young-sik keeps asking who he thinks he is to decide the region's representative. The Chocolate Boy, still leveraging his persuasion rune, retorts he's crossing the line, citing the saying, "A person's words are their face and personality." He asks if hostile words truly convince anyone. He expects the rune to activate, but Young-sik only gets angrier, demanding if he's lecturing him. If so, he'll die right here. Skyhair is terrified. His ability isn't working, meaning this guy is on a higher level. The brute then shouts at everyone to vote for him, threatening to kill them all if they don't. At this point, Joni. He calls his attention, asking if anyone will listen if he keeps yelling. Young-sik pauses, then attacks with his dagger, striking the Chocolate Boy's neck. The boy tries desperately to speak but weakens, falling lifeless. The brute warns he'll kill everyone, just like the idiot on the floor. Players panic, realizing a crazy killer is among them, his dagger now covered in blood. Young-sik lifts it, daring them to challenge him. The crowd screams, calling him a crazy killer. He just smiles. If they won't fight, he'll fight them all. With extreme speed, he slices through them one by one, a maniacal killer's gaze in his eyes. He finds it all amazing. No police, no reporters, no cameras. He can kill as many as he wants. He points his dagger, warning, no vote for him means everyone dies next round. Players freeze in terror under Young-sik's killer stare. He knows fear will secure their votes. Once representative, he'll eliminate the Black Reaper with a command like he can just off him. He'll be number 1 on the ranking. Meanwhile, elsewhere, scythes strike constantly, and null elimination notifications keep pouring in. His kill count is already 265 out of 100. All attributes have increased by 100%, plus the triple experience buff is active. He's level 16, but puzzled, expecting a higher level. He also notes level-up frequency slows with progress. Despite killing over 200 monsters in 2 hours, he only leveled up 6 times. The only upside is easier hunting, aided by the Reaper's rune and killing rune. One doubles damage, the other doubles attributes. He releases his scythe. It vanishes as time hits 0 and voting begins. All players are then summoned to the starting point, appearing one by one. Players are terrified. Numerous player corpses litter the area. They can't comprehend what happened. Aaron asks if the blood-soaked player truly killed everyone. The MC just watches, apparently. Young-sik won this round. He knows this guy leads the Young-sik gang and is the district's second-best fighter, despite his awful personality. Young-sik observes his despicable nature, realizing it's best to neutralize this ticking bomb. Yet he holds back. The timing isn't right, not yet. Young-sik approaches the MC, asking where he's been, having waited a while. He offers a suggestion. He wants the famous Black Reaper to become his servant. The MC asks what he means by servant. Spinning his dagger, Young-sik clarifies, exactly as he said, if he wants his life spared. Ryuman asks if he really wants to pick a fight right now. He orders him to kneel, making it clear it's the only way to leave intact. The blood-soaked gangster tries to intimidate, saying the fool clearly misunderstands the situation. Things will change once he becomes a regional representative. However, he raises his hand, summoning his dark scythe, asking if he'll be satisfied dying right here, right now. Young-sik is horrified, clueless about the scythe's origin. He realizes he picked the wrong fight. Ryu-min intimidates again. "Cat got your tongue?" Young-sik, increasingly intimidated, warns he's the real-life leader of the famous Young-sik gang. He'll never kneel to a nobody. He then decides, telling him to attack first with his pretty little weapon. The MC finds this amusing. That guy still has such a short fuse, as always. But he knows things would get complicated if he showed his true power and received forced votes. He's aware he needs to make Young-sik the representative to use him in the third round. He also knows it's time for the angel to appear. He barely thinks about this when Olivia appears, asking if all humans appear this way. Ryu-min tells the thug he's lucky, warning him to confirm twice before challenging anyone next time, unless he wants an early death. Young-sik stays silent, knowing he almost had a heart attack, but vows to repay this humiliation when he becomes the representative. The angel asks if a representative was chosen, then sees the corpses on the ground. It seems they did more than just talk for 3 hours. She doesn't care which human lives or dies, they're all just trash anyway. She announces voting will begin and the system appears for everyone. It informs each has 1 vote. The player with the most votes becomes the representative. They just need to look at their choice, think, and vote. The notification warns, fail to vote in the next 5 minutes and you'll be eliminated from the round and die. Thus, voting time begins. Everyone stares at Young-sik, intimidated by the received threat. This is how voting works. At that moment, he notices something and shouts at a woman who. He orders her to look, threatening death. He repeats this threat to all, demanding their gaze as a vote. Voting time eventually ends. Olivia announces time is up. Everyone was smart, no blank votes, avoiding death. She claps, initiating the vote count. A massive system screen displays the rankings. First place, Life is a documentary with 2,412 votes. Second place, The MC, 2,077 votes. Third, Black Dragon with 200 votes, and so on. Young-sik, who secured first place, can't believe he only won with 2,412 votes. To make matters worse, the Black Reaper placed second, irritating him. He accuses his own side's idiots of voting for the Black Reaper. Olivia announces the final result. The player nicknamed Life is a Documentary is the regional representative. For this reason, she grants command authority. Young-sik is pleased to see his system confirm he received the authority to command those around him. He imagines making the Black Reaper regret not killing him, now that he just needs to give an order. However, he's startled by some rules. This temporary ability allows commanding and forcibly controlling players. Applicable players cannot disobey. Usage limit, 10 times. It commands only 1 player at a time and fails on classed players. He's shocked. This temporary ability, usable just 10 times, is useless against anyone with a class. They can disobey him. The angel suddenly laughs, asking if everyone truly thought it was over after the vote. She informs them there's a hidden mission this round, leaving everyone confused about its meaning. Then, details of the extra mission appear. Advance in class before the vote by obtaining a class advancement item. Doing so grants a 50% discount voucher for the successful item. Aaron is confused about this class advancement item. Olivia stated the mission window was set to appear at level 10, but players apparently failed. One asked, "How the hell were we supposed to reach level 10 if there are no monsters?" She retorted, "What do you mean? The forest is full of them." She then added, "Don't feel too bad. Only 80,000 people in the entire region managed to advance to a class this round. That's just how it is in your region." Only 1 person achieved this feat. Surprised, they asked who. She snapped her fingers, telling them to check the round's results. Across all regions, the Black Reaper ranked first at level 16, obtaining the class in 39 minutes. In second, the Celestial Demon reached level 10, getting their class in 2 hours and 36 minutes. And in third place, those idiots reached level 10 in 2 hours and 37 minutes. Everyone was astonished to see Black Reaper claim first place. All eyes were on him, the only one in the region to advance. What's more, he also obtained the Reaper class. Matching his nickname, players in the area wondered about this Reaper class, assuming its name implied immense power. It makes sense, they saw him with a giant scythe. Young-sik thinks this is all bullshit. He'd planned to use command authority to make the Black Reaper kill himself, but that's useless now. Olivia explains second-round ranks were earned by completing the extra mission first. She then realizes the class changer in their region was the Black Reaper, turning surprised. She tells the MC he secured first place not just regionally but across all regions. She explains this unique class perfectly matches his nickname. She asks how he came up with such a nickname and if he knew he'd get the Reaper class beforehand. Ruman says he didn't know he'd get the matching class. She comments, maybe it was fate. As people watched them talk, the MC was pleased. He knew not even angels understood how to obtain the Reaper class, only that it was unique. Olivia was excited, never imagining someone in her region would change class. She then realized this was the guy unaffected by her command authority. The players were confused. When asked why the Black Reaper isn't affected by the command authority, she smiles and explains it's simple. The command authority she granted doesn't apply to humans with a class. Thus, the region's representative cannot command the Black Reaper at will. Moreover, there are only 10 uses for the ability she granted, so being the representative isn't enough. This doesn't mean he has unlimited power over others. They're relieved, unaware this authority worked this way. Young-sik is furious. The damn angel revealed the secret of the command authority ability, which only he had seen until now. The angel announces it's time to properly reward the Black Reaper for being the first across all regions to obtain a class, and with that, snaps her fingers. A notification appeared, congratulating him on ranking first in the current region and overall. For regional rank 1, he received a low-level rare armor choice. For overall rank 1, a special reward choice. He was then prompted to choose one of the following armors. The armor choices are the Medieval Knight's metal armor, the Expert Hunter's leather armor, and the Mage's ventilated robe. The MC doesn't need to think much. The first is heavy, the third offers almost no defense. He chooses the second, the Expert Hunter's leather armor. Now he must choose the special reward. Option 1 is a 3x experience buff, only lasting in the third round. The second option. One option is 3,000 gold, the last is information about the third round. Knowing round 3 has many monsters, he obviously picks the tripled experience. After choosing the rewards, the angel announces it's time to return. They are enveloped in teleportation's glow, asked to safely prepare for the third round. Regarding the second round's results, there were a total of 873,000 survivors. In the MCS region, almost 5,000. She announced the next round begins March 1st, congratulating all who survived. Suddenly, someone wakes up raising his hands. It was Yang Min, frightened, sweating cold. He looks at his hand, sees it's intact, surprised since apparently survival ensures his return to the real world with body intact. The second round left him shaken. He'll never mess with the Black Reaper again. He never imagined such power could be so ruthless. Elsewhere, Sang Chul congratulates Eren for working hard. She asks what he did when she was the one who truly worked hard. She thanks him for protecting her in that round. He feels a bit embarrassed, stating it was his duty as her manager and bodyguard. She admits she truly wanted to thank the Black Reaper for what he did and asks if there's a way. Her bodyguard responds that unfortunately, they don't know his appearance, making tracking him impossible. Furthermore, it seems this person does not wish his identity revealed, mentioning that during the He asked for his account number for compensation, but he refused. It's clear he could be tracked via his account, revealing his identity. Eren is upset, but soon asks her for an item in the next round as a gesture of gratitude. This makes her thoughtful. It's a good idea, and she'll consider how to reward him. They then say their goodbyes. The bodyguard heads to the elevator. His phone rings. It's President Ma. He asks, "Haven't you gone to sleep yet?" His superior replies he was drinking whiskey right after returning. As he descends, he congratulates the president on his evolution, becoming a Black Knight. The president replies, it was nothing. The president asks about his region's progress. Sanchel explains he and Eren reached level 8, but injuries hindered their hunting. The president interrupts, asking about these injuries. He was about to report this, asking if now's a good time, revealing it concerns the Black Reaper. The president listens, then tells him to go to the hotel immediately. As he wants to hear the details in person, the bodyguard gets in the car and heads to the hotel. Meanwhile, someone is secretly observing. It was the MC who anticipated Sangchul would go straight to President Jeonglok. This was because 10 minutes earlier, Ryumin, after checking his system, used his tracking ability, which only required a name and face. Knowing both, the target was located. The system informs him Sang Chul is 9 meters away. He assumes Sang Chul is very close, likely in the penthouse with Eren. However, the distance soon increases, 23 meters, then 56, and finally 87. The MC realizes that given the speed, Sang Chul must have taken the elevator. He speculates Sang Chul is heading to visit Jeonglak. The MC put on his jacket and went to the parking lot, pleased he'd used his tracking ability right after returning from the second round. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Jeonglak watched the moon from his penthouse, thinking it a perfect night to follow someone. He decided to wait for the report. Sitting, he pondered Black Reaper, unable to imagine who would know about this person. As a player who ranked first in both rounds, this thought made him uneasy, a bad feeling brewing. He wondered if such a powerful person had targeted his subordinate. If so, he determined he couldn't just sit by. Messing with his right-hand man was a direct challenge to him. Therefore, he couldn't ignore anyone blocking his path, even the current rank 1. He hears something. Sang Chul announces his presence at the door, asking if anyone is there. The president invites him in, greeting him, "Good to see you again." Sang Chul attributes it all to the president, who denies involvement, noting their different regions. Sang Chul insists he's motivated by the president's existence. The president tells him not to flatter him, it's unnecessary. Sang Chul replies, "It's not flattery." He quickly changes the subject, congratulating his survival. Jeonglak asks what survival means, as round 2 was easy. The bodyguard also congratulates his class advancement, but the president calls it pure luck. He argues luck is a skill. Ranking second and third regionally is no easy feat, and for that reason. He believes serving someone like the president is his greatest honor. Jeonglak, pleased, sets his whiskey down. He notes such flattery must mean something's up, asking what he wants. Sang Chul, embarrassed, gets straight to the point. How can he obtain a class advancement item? He replies, "It's nothing special." The item appeared as he slew monsters, yet he knew it was the Black Knight rune that truly granted it. He recalled the angel's instruction during the match, check inventory for her gift. Activating his inventory, he found a Black Knight rune, boosts all attributes, envelops weapons with a dark aura, dealing damage to enemies. He can automatically advance to Black Knight, a unique class upon reaching level 10. He observed his room, noting this class advancement. He felt incredibly lucky to secure such a strong rune in the first round. Yet he knew he couldn't reveal all his information, not even to an employee he considered family. People change. That's human nature. He gets straight to the point, asking his subordinate who hurt them. With a dark look, he asks if it was, by any chance, the Black Reaper. Sang Chul immediately responds it wasn't. In fact, it was their savior. Jeonglak is surprised by this answer and asks for more details. After hearing everything, the president asks if it's true he and Aaron almost died from bullies targeting the actress. He confirmed it, emphasizing that without the Black Reaper, they would have died then and there. Aaron survived but suffered severe psychological trauma, forcing her to quit the entertainment industry. Kyung-lok reflected on nearly losing his subordinate and his work almost being wasted. He then asked, "Are the bullies dead now?" Sang Chul replied, "No." Even though the Black Reaper inflicted immense pain, he didn't kill them. He explained the MC's words. Killing them would yield no good, as reducing the population also reduces survivors. The president agreed with this, but noted it's concerning to leave problematic people alive. He then reflected that, thanks to the Black Reaper, his subordinate and Aaron remained intact. So he owes him a favor and intends to reward him. However, Sang Chul quickly reported that when he offered, the player said it wasn't necessary and left immediately. He wonders why someone would refuse a reward so quickly, but realizes it's likely to avoid identity exposure. Therefore, he requests his bodyguard properly thank the Reaper in the next round, as he is truly grateful. He also instructed to keep an eye on this person, seeking an opportunity to help, as he dislikes being indebted. With a dark gaze, he then inquired about the nicknames of the bullies who harmed them. Meanwhile, outside, the MC hid, observing Sang Chul's loyalty to Jeonglak, having gone straight to him after the second round. He decided to leave, having only sought to confirm the outcome. He still can't believe a Jeonglak-sponsored celebrity lives in his building. He definitely owes his brother thanks. If his brother hadn't distributed cakes, they'd never have met, and he'd never have discovered Sang Chul and Aaron's connection. He knows he needs to build a relationship with them to earn Jeonglak's trust later. He's unsure if he should take them to round 20, but one thing is certain, Jeonglak's Black Knight rune is so OP it's practically cheating. Despite drawbacks like being forced into Black Knight status, there's a worse negative effect, the Dark Aura. Black Knights wield dark mana, which isn't acquired conventionally. This skill suits someone with psychopathic tendencies like Lok. The MC is worried. It's dangerous to have such a companion, especially with him already in the car. He'll maintain relations only as a candidate if necessary, as other talented individuals exist. So he decides to address this as soon as the sun rises tomorrow at a small shop. The vendor at the counter lamented that if things continued, his revenue would halve. Just then, he noticed his daughter entering. She approached, asking why he was sighing so loudly. He explained lottery ticket sales were suspended. The government gave a reasonable excuse, but apparently the fault lies with the players, who don't know their own abilities. She's surprised to hear this, as it's true. Her father continues, explaining that things are difficult due to work costs. She then smiles, announcing she'll graduate soon and can help at the store, even considering a part-time job for now. He tells her not to worry, he'll handle the money while she focuses on studies. Looking at her, he asks, "Aren't you going to college?" Given her good grades and dream of becoming a doctor, Julie replies she's given up on it, as school doesn't matter now. He becomes depressed, realizing money isn't the biggest issue. She could die in the next round. He apologizes, his mind a mess. Seeing her father's state, she grabs his hands, asking him not to worry, reminding him she survived the second round. But she was also one of the rare few to obtain a class. He's confused, not understanding what that means. She extends her hand and a green light overflows. He's surprised as his body begins to glow. She explains it's a skill called blessing, gained after her class. It applies minor attribute improvements and has a reviving effect on normal people. Her father is pleased. He truly feels his body much better, so it's an amazing skill. She warns him she'll use this skill frequently, asking him to cheer up. He laughs, his daughter always so caring. Then someone enters the store and he immediately turns around. He's surprised, recognizing the person. Julie whispers, asking if he knows that guy. He replies, he's the lottery winner who got several prizes. The MC, having won first place, approaches the counter. He asks the vendor if he remembers him spending 100,000 on lottery tickets. The vendor confirms he does, asking why he's here. Immediately, Rumen bows, saying he wants to apologize. Jorge is surprised, asking why he's apologizing out of the blue. Rumen tells him he saw on the news that his repeated first-place wins caused ticket sales to end. He apologizes, concerned he might have caused financial damage to the store. Julie watches silently. The vendor reassures him not to worry, saying he's not to blame and won't starve because of the ticket sales ban. Rumen, however, still feels it's wrong, certain it affected the store somehow. He hands over an envelope offering compensation, even if small. The man asks what it is and he replies, 10 million wons. Jorge is shocked, he doesn't need all this, but the MC just turns, asking him to please keep the money and walks away. Jorge is at a loss, unsure how to accept so much. Julie takes the envelope, saying she'll run to return it. She immediately runs off, asking the MC to wait. He turns and she asks if his name is truly Rumen. The MC confirms, then asks who she is. This makes Julie feel awkward. She can't believe he doesn't know her, given they're classmates. He looks confused, not getting what she means. She asks if he seriously doesn't know they're in the same class. Rumen apologizes. He admits he's not great with faces, yet he knows exactly who she is. This girl is Julie Min, the convenience store owner's daughter. She possesses the unique class buffer he discovered right after returning. Seeing they're in the same class leaves him surprised. This kind of destiny really exists. He met her under that pretext by pure chance, aiming to get her to his side. She asks if they could talk elsewhere. He agrees. Once they reach a small square, Julie again tries to return the money envelope, explaining they couldn't accept such a large sum. She politely asks him to take it back. Rumen knew 10 million was a huge sum for most, and he offered it knowing they wouldn't accept. Despite their struggles, she wasn't one to incur debt. Julie quickly asked him to take it back, her hand hurting from the envelope. But the MC refused, reiterating what he'd said in the store. This money is for the owner, an apology for the damage. It's the least he can do to ease his conscience. She worries, saying the amount is too much. He replies it doesn't matter, he truly wants them to accept it or he'd feel bad. The girl insists it's too much. He can only imagine that's precisely why he's giving it. He asks her to talk to the owner. For some, it's not much money. He won the lottery, so he can accept it without guilt. He then stood up, ready to leave. Startled by his sudden departure, she said she'd only accept 1 million if it wasn't a problem. The MC asked if she could decide that, suggesting she ask the store owner. She replied her father wouldn't feel comfortable receiving such an amount out of nowhere. The MC, feigning surprise, asked if the store owner was truly her father. If that's the case, he'll come more often. He didn't expect this. Julie was also surprised, never imagining a classmate would win the lottery's top prize. Upset asked if he truly didn't know they were classmates. She recognized him the moment he entered. The MC apologized, admitting he's bad at remembering faces. He asks if this is their first conversation. She replies yes, noting it might be the first time he's heard her name. Ruman apologizes again, embarrassed, trying to hide her face. Meanwhile, the MC thinks he feels bad pretending not to know her, but it's necessary for her to develop interest in him. Julie then stands and repeats her name. They're in the same class, getting close. She asks him to remember her face. He smiles, promising he will. Only then does she realize their proximity, feeling down, a reality shock. She's introducing herself to a classmate right before graduation. He reassures her it's fine, they can still talk after graduation. He asks for her phone number. Embarrassed, she asks if he asterisk really wants it. He confirms, yes, what's wrong? Classmates exchange numbers all the time. Julie agrees, gives her number, and returns his phone. The MC thinks it's fate they met to talk, but he must leave for an urgent matter. She says it's fine. Only then did she realize she hadn't returned the envelope. Rauman simply wouldn't take it back. She couldn't hide her embarrassment when he suddenly asked for her number. Her heart raced with happiness, even though he only wanted to be friends. Deep down, she admitted she'd always liked him. Julie began to recall their first meeting. She saw bullies hitting him, and immediately upon seeing it, she called the police. Feeling sorry for him, she decided to follow him to ensure he got home safely. On the way, she saw Rauman working hard, a smile on his face despite everything. She realized her classmate was much stronger than he appeared. From then on, she began to develop an interest in him. However, she never found the courage to speak to him, and as time passed, this feeling only grew. Though she could never get close, this heaven-sent opportunity demands bravery. She can't ignore him now, especially after receiving 10 million won. Confident, she wonders if she should invite him to dinner. Meanwhile, the MC is in his bed, talking to Julie. As they made dinner plans, he felt his strategy was succeeding. The girl now felt indebted, even offering him lunch, a good sign. This would naturally make her a future ally. Thus, he resolved to help her reach the 20th round. One watched his brother leave, asking where he was headed. Ruman replied he was meeting a friend. One found this odd, questioning if it wasn't a date. The MC tells him to stop the nonsense, he's going out for lunch. His brother, realizing it's about a girl, is shocked. All signs point to Ruman having a date. The MC goes to a steakhouse to meet Julie. He asks if the steak is good. She replies it is, still barely believing she's having lunch alone with Ruman, certain the day can only get better. After a moment of silence, she felt the awkward atmosphere and knew she had to speak. She decided to bring up the lottery, asking how someone could win 4 times consecutively. The MC replied he saw the results in his dreams. Surprised yet curious, she asked how much he'd won so far from these dreams. He replies he's won enough for life, though he's more worried about his own. She realizes this, recalling the games, and asks about his first round if killing goblins was difficult. He replies it was, taking him ages. Julie, still curious, asks his region. The MC isn't sure, only that the number ends in 5. The girl regrets this. Hers ends in 7, so they're apart. They won't be able to meet there. The MC, in his thoughts, reassures her not to be disappointed. They'll obviously meet. As players decrease, regions will merge. They continued their chat, asking each other their levels. Both replied level 10. She excitedly revealed her cool new class, Buffer. He feigned surprise, asking if Buffer meant she could give buffs to others. He's thrilled she got the same class as in previous regressions. Excited, she asks if he wants to see her power, explaining it's a blessing that slightly boosts a player's attributes. She uses it on the MC, who observes in the system his attributes increased by 50% for 3 hours. He's pleased, remarking it's truly an amazing ability. He expected nothing less from a unique class, knowing its abilities would reach full potential. He was also glad for the buff. It was exactly what he wanted. His class change reward was a random gold pouch, its value tied to his luck. Higher luck meant a better reward. The more gold he'll earn. He makes her happy, affirming it's an incredible ability. Smiling, she says she'll buff him whenever he needs, he just has to ask. With that, the MC asks if she wasn't trying to say something else. Julie gets embarrassed, as it's true, and thanks him for the 10 million one he gave. She mentioned her father also wanted to thank him, making it clear she'd repay him one day even if she didn't know how. Ruman asked if that's what she meant, given her earlier "don't worry about it." Smiling, she said if he didn't want money, maybe she could offer something else. She then asked him to take an item in her hand, explaining she dropped it during a hunt. Since he wouldn't accept money, he could at least accept this. Given from the heart, they left the restaurant, praising the great lunch and agreeing to meet again soon. The MC continued, opening his inventory to analyze the item, a low-grade purple magic crystal. It was just a beautiful purple stone from which subtle mana emanated. Intrigued, he received such an item from her, he held it in his hand. He admits he's unsure what it does, but will discover its function at level 20. He still doesn't know if it's a valuable item. The combination function unlocks at level 20, allowing players to fuse weapons with magic crystals. Additional options can also be added. There are 7 magic crystal colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for speed, blue for intelligence. Indigo reduces damage. And finally, the purple crystal, the rarest, with the lowest chance of appearing, boosts all attributes. He still can't believe he got such a valuable item without doing anything. Could his real-life luck attribute be? The stakes are truly high. After much thought, he realized Julie's buff would soon expire. He needed to open the gold pouch before then. He pulled something from his pocket, ready to boost attributes with the Slaughter rune. He'd need 100 small worms. The Slaughter rune grants a 1% stat increase with every kill. This also counts for insects, as any living being suffices. With no insects in the other world, he's forced to hunt monsters. Luckily, real life is different. He lifts his leg, crushing the insects in the bag. His kill count hits 100-100. Now all his attributes have increased by 100%. Thanks to the Slaughter rune's effect, Ruman opens his attribute window. He notices his luck, previously 15, has risen to 45. Confident of good results, he opens his inventory and summons the gold pouch into his hand. This is the rare rarity random gold pouch, which grants a random amount of gold between 1 and 9,999. This item must be used before the next round by a beginner-level user. It's a limited-time item, awarded to the first to change class. It disappears automatically at the start of the next round and is influenced by the luck attribute. The MC then uses the item, as his luck attribute is currently at its peak. Still curious, he knows the amount can vary significantly based on his luck. His regressions estimated it would be between 3,000 and 6,000. Then the result arrived, leaving him confused by what he saw. His surprised expression was not without reason. He'd received an incredible 9,999 gold from the random gold pouch. He simply couldn't believe he got the maximum possible amount, realizing Julie's buff proved worthwhile. His gold now stands at 16,249. He figures this is enough for an epic item. He closes his system, aware the item he needs releases in 2 weeks, so he'll save the gold. Back at his building, Ruman enters the apartment, telling his brother he's back. One immediately runs up, asking how the meeting went. And if he was with his girlfriend, he's told to stop talking nonsense and asked if he at least had lunch. The other person sits down, saying he ordered black bean noodles. Even though it's nothing special, he'd wanted to eat them for a long time. The MC grew thoughtful about this. It hasn't even been a month since their difficult situation completely changed. He's aware his Bitcoin investments hit 105 million. Like previous attempts, they could drop significantly within 2 weeks. Cashing out before then would be smart. He also considers getting a driver's license. So he heads to take the written test, but gets lost in thought. He's taken this test dozens of times in his regressions, and because of that, he casually finishes and leaves. The examiner notices MC leaving early, asking why he's leaving so soon, until he's startled checking the system, seeing this person scored 95 points despite so little time spent. 4 days later, he has his license, boasting to his lost-in-thought brother. If he counts his regressions, he must be many years old by now. He buys a Lamborghini Aventador, an easy choice, consistent across his regressions. Each time he negotiated import with the seller, delivery always took at least a month. The seller was always delighted, earning a substantial commission. 2 weeks later, Ruman decides to cash out his and his brother's bitcoins. Seeing his malicious look, he asks what happened. He replies he just sold all his Bitcoin, making 300 million in total. His brother can't believe it. He'd won 60 million in the lottery, and now it's 300 million. He recalls trying to stop Ryuman from investing so much in Bitcoin, never imagining such a high return. The MC admits he didn't expect such a massive gain. After all, in past regressions, 280 million was his peak. He declares he'll stop now, content with his current earnings. Someone is relieved, believing they won't risk everything, until they hear the MC announce his plan to invest in stocks, causing them to spit out their drink. While drinking tea, he asked his older brother about stock investments. The MC reassured him, saying he'd seen it all in a dream. "Another prophetic dream about stocks?" one asked. The MC confirmed, confident he'd hit the mark. He understood his brother's concerns, but believed there was no need to worry, as he already knew what the future held. The company for his investment, Heavenly Demon Consulting, is ranked 85th in Kodak's rankings, valued at approximately $900 million. He knows it's controlled by Jiang Lok. Though not yet at its peak, it will develop a special system around the fourth round and grow immensely. Given its future growth, he sees no reason not to invest. If he gets significantly involved with Jiang Lok, he'll gain a huge advantage as a main investor. So he decides to invest 280 million, securing 31% ownership. Suddenly, he hears a whispered please. Turning, he sees his brother praying this dream is real, or they'll be back to square one. The MC finds this amusing. After completing the investment, he felt this part of his life was settled. Now he just needed to buy items. Later that night, he opened the item shop, featuring equipment, materials, consumables, and common skills. Lying in bed, the MC thought he'd saved so much gold for this very day. He began by checking the equipment. He knows they're common rank, but rare and epic items are still obtainable. So he accesses the system's Item of the Day option. This feature lets players buy a random daily item. Normally, getting a specific item is tough due to its randomness. Yet after countless regressions, he knows exactly which items will appear, making it no problem. He clicks the option, knowing the rare item. It's the epic skeletal necklace. It grants 3 intelligence and 1% attack speed per defeated enemy, maxing at 25% by round's end. Requires apprentice level plus. Costs 4,600, available for 24 hours. He's happy. It boosts intelligence and attack speed, very cheap for its effects. Since his desired item is also available, he'll use another approach. He opens his inventory, navigating to the 50% discount coupon earned from the progress mission. This coupon offers 50% off the daily item, valid until the next round, expiring automatically if unused. He decides to use it, making the item even cheaper. Post-purchase, he notes 13,949 gold remaining. The sight shocked him. He hadn't expected so much gold remained, initially planning to just buy normal items. But with another 6,000 gold, he could snag a common skills that far surpass equipment. Ryuman resolved to get that 6,000 gold ASAP. Luckily, round 3 was packed with monsters. Soon after, the day ended and March 1st dawned. All players were teleported once more. Everyone felt strange. They weren't in a forest this time, unsure of their location. They noticed destroyed houses, suggesting a village or ruin. Soon, they realized this village was walled with a glowing crystal at its center. Uncertainty grew about what the third round held. The MC continued observing from afar. Everyone's anxious despite the unfamiliar place. Only Young Sik looks relatively normal. Soon, gossip starts. Is the regional rep even here? Rumors spread that Life is a Documentary is a gang leader and Black Reaper should definitely be the rep. Just then, a guy approaches, telling them to keep it down or else. Dongsik will use his command authority to kill him, but the player isn't worried. He knows this skill has only 10 uses, so it can't be used recklessly. The gangster then yells, telling the idiots to shut up. He notices people aren't intimidated, still gossiping. So he yells again, making everyone cover their gossip better. The representative grew increasingly furious, having anticipated this. It was all because the angel revealed the command authority skill. Had she stayed quiet, things would be different. Just then, someone approached and greeted him. The players recognized Tong Min and asked what he was doing. He looked up at Young Sik, leader of the gang bearing his name, here to greet him. The representative asks if he's from the family, but he replies no, just a 20-year-old guy wanting to be a gangster. Young Sik asks if he's serious, wondering what kind of insane idiot wants to join a gang on his own. The young man explains the Young Sik gang is the one he's always wanted to join, immediately bowing and vowing to serve him for life. He asks to be accepted. Sik thinks he's seen all kinds of lunatics, but this type is a first. Liking the enthusiasm, he told him to stand up. But then he asked if he was seeing things correctly. As the representative, his reputation was ruined. Did he still desire to serve him? He promptly answered that he didn't care. Young Min respects him, and as long as he's accepted into the gang, he won't care what others think. The gangster stays silent for a moment, then excitedly admits he liked the answer. He'll take responsibility for teaching Young Min everything about the criminal world. Young Min acknowledges this as a great honor and expresses gratitude. The other players start gossiping, unable to believe Young Min has allied with the representative. They wonder if he's insane, though birds of a feather always made sense to them. Rumen, however, just watches from a distance, pleased the two have allied. At that moment, the angel appears, asking if all humans are gathered. She looks around, commenting there are fewer than 90 people. The players are confused, asking how this is possible. Until they check the system, which informs them the objective is to protect the relic for 3 hours. Their current region has 4,900 participants, but only 1,225 are eligible to finish. Everyone scratches their heads, confused how participants were reduced without even playing. Olivia reflects, commenting that humans are quite petty. So they likely fought in the real world. A player desperately shouts about the number of participants who can finish this round, just over 1,000. He asks the angel if it's an error as it's reduced to almost a quarter. She bursts out laughing, calling them frantic. She explains they've forgotten something. Only half can survive each round, and since everyone survived the last one, it's only fair that merely a quarter survive this time. Panic spreads. The situation is dire. With an evil gaze, she explains it's more than fair, simply a matter of staying in the top 25%. Monsters from her army will appear at the castle gates every 30 minutes, their target, the relic at the village center. She also revealed 4 attack waves are inbound. Everyone must unite to protect the relic. Defending it for 3 hours earns bonus points. Fail to protect it, and a massive penalty awaits, regardless of the final outcome. All players will be evaluated by the number of monsters they defeat. She continued, revealing many more monsters would appear depending on the round's nature. But they'd have about a quarter of their usual strength, making things easier. However, gold and experience gained would be reduced accordingly. Sik got excited. It would just be a matter of killing as many monsters as possible. With his command authority, it will be even easier. The angel then claps her hands, almost forgetting to mention something crucial. She confirms player Life is a documentary is the chosen representative, explaining he can now use that ability from this round onward. Anticipating curiosity, she adds what happens if this representative dies, if killed by a monster or natural causes. His seat will become available. However, if he's killed by another player, the murderer immediately becomes the regional representative, gaining all 10 uses of command authority. Hearing this, everyone glares at Sik with murderous intent. With all explanations given, Olivia warns that monsters will appear in 10 minutes. For this reason, she asks everyone to cooperate to survive for 3 hours. After a wicked smile, she simply vanishes before everyone's eyes. Sik gets furious, yelling, "This is bullshit," until he looks back and sees people with daggers aimed at him. He prepares himself, telling everyone to charge. "I'll handle them all." Before the first wave of monsters even appears, other players try to intimidate him, saying they believe the regional representative position offers tenfold authority, making them superior to any gangster. Yet, all eyes turn as the MC approaches Sik. The representative, visibly scared, questions why the famous Black Reaper is coming closer. The MC calmly assures them not to worry, stating he merely wishes to speak with a terrified Sik. He declares he isn't worried, warning that threats are pointless as he won't back down. But the MC interrupts, offering a suggestion. He notes the regional representative is clearly in a tough spot and asks if he could protect him. The gangster is confused. Rumen clarifies he'll protect him so other players won't target him, essentially just escorting him the entire time. Disbelief ripples through the crowd. The infamous Black Reaper protecting the representative, this means they'll have to fight him too, leaving them terrified and lost. Sik observes, knowing the Reaper's true terror. The people's reactions reveal the offer is tempting, but he's aware such a deal always comes with a price. "What do you want in return?" he asks. The MC explains it's nothing major, he just needs to follow his orders. That's the sole condition. The gangster is surprised, realizing it's essentially an offer to become a subordinate. He questions the motive and the nature of the commands throughout the round. Ryuman states he cannot reveal his reasons, simply demanding unconditional obedience. Young-sik feels cornered, being asked to follow blindly. He doesn't know what he'll hear but fears being killed in broad daylight if he refuses. The MC demands he decide now. The people await his answer. Terrified, he rejects the offer. Ryuman stares, having already expected this. A gangster would never give up his pride so easily. A nearby player asks if he truly refused, speculating his pride was hurt by the thought of taking orders. A girl readies her sword, calling the leader an idiot for valuing pride over life. Another guy agrees, saying he might be underestimating everyone here. The MC just observes. Things are unfolding just as they did in his past life. He tells Young-sik that if he refuses, there's nothing more he can do, so he'll stop caring. Turning, he declares the representative's life or death no longer matters. This excites the players. The powerful Black Reaper's indifference means they can attack freely. Young-sik breaks into a cold sweat. He should have accepted the offer right away. Just then, a notification flashed. First wave commencing soon. Be ready for monsters appearing and disappearing in 30 minutes. The second wave will begin regardless of how many are defeated. Everyone stay alert. Protect the relic at all costs. The round concludes in 3 hours. The gangster starts to worry. He knows he can't fight monsters effectively, especially with players hunting him. He decides to act alone, considering this a personal mission. Just then, he notices something strange. The MC walking alone. Observing him move through the houses, he wonders if the powerful Black Reaper also plans to fight solo, and if this is the entrance. He stays on alert. The first wave notification has arrived, and the gate begins to open. 4,900 players against 9,800 weakened goblins. Young-sik is horrified, seeing almost 10,000 monsters at once. A notification appears. Due to the round's nature, the goblins are at 1/3 their original strength. The system wishes everyone success. The representative runs, thinking it's madness, and climbs the stairs. He tries to understand why the Black Reaper stood still. Does it mean he plans to fight all goblins alone? He observed the entrance is wide enough for 10 people. When the door opens, he wonders if the MC is truly confident enough to face everything alone. From the rooftop, he's certain it's a bluff. The MC will fight briefly, then flee. Goblins immediately charge. The MC prepares his scythe, cutting them in half. Looking up, he sees monsters attacking from the air. He jumps, and with a swing of his scythe, he slices them all at once effortlessly. Young-sik watches, baffled by the Death Reaper's strength, wondering if he'll be that powerful at level 16. But amidst these thoughts, he realizes it's no time for reflection. He needs to level up quickly. He glances to the side. He observes players defending the relic. Returning to the ground, he needs to secure kills. A goblin spots him but is attacked before it can react. Young-sik, ever alert, senses an enemy behind him, immediately turns and lands a blow. Pleased, his detection rune reveals their path, making it an easy fight, requiring little thought. Something whizzed past his head, tearing a piece of his ear. Startled, he looked around, realizing it was an arrow. He'd never seen a goblin shoot arrows, realizing it came from a player. He needed to find their location quickly. Lost in thought, he missed an approaching player, taking a spear thrust to his stomach. This enraged him, making him grip the spear tightly. Dagger ready, he aimed for the chest, hoping for a swift end. Mid-attack, another arrow whizzed past his head. But this time, he saw who fired it. He snatched the arrow, aimed, and hurled it with all his might at the archer's head. Young-sik worried. Dealing with monsters and players simultaneously was a pain. None of this would have happened if he hadn't become the region's representative, he mused. He would have immediately passed that job to someone else if possible. This made him reflect on accepting the Black Reaper's help. But he quickly changed his mind, believing a man must maintain pride and not become a servant. Then he noticed a strong player finishing monsters, realizing it was the Black Dragon, third in the region. This realization excited him, and because of that, he approaches, using his authority to order Black Dragon in my right hand to protect him from that moment on. Meanwhile, the MC's necklace continues to boost his attack speed by 25%. He then slices through monsters as if they were cake. Monsters fall one by one, his kill count already at 502. The triple experience buff and killing rune are active, boosting his attributes by 100%. He checks his stats, noting almost 20,000 gold. Satisfied, he realizes he'll hit 20,000 by the second wave at this pace. Even amidst monster attacks, he plans to save for crucial skills. If he manages this, he will obtain the rune of the Heart of True Reflection. He turns, immediately bisecting all approaching monsters, terrifying the others into hesitation. The MC, impatient with the motionless enemies, charges forward, resuming his slaughter. After this, near the crystal, everyone hears a very loud sound, filling them with fear as its meaning remains unknown. The monsters simply start disappearing, both living and dead, from the ground. A message appears stating the first wave blockade was a success. Everyone feels relieved to have survived. A notification then informs them 3,933 players survived, 967 died. Survivors will receive 500 gold each. Humans are surprised since, even with the goblins weakened, almost 1,000 players still died. He finds Young-sik, who survived the first round as expected, but knows the second will be tough. Meanwhile, the gangster, enraged by his wound, sees players ignoring goblins, only trying to kill him. At that moment, another player approaches, jumping to attack, but the black dragon strikes them head-on. Seeing this, he's relieved to have such powerful protection. The command authority is truly incredible. He also appreciates Young Min, who helps without needing orders, but then intense stomach pain. His wound is worsening, bleeding heavily. He wonders if he can survive the remaining time. This whole situation is a mess, but he must find confidence. Survival is non-negotiable. Just then, everyone notices an announcement. The second wave is about to begin. It's 3,933 players against 7,866 weakened goblins and hobgoblins. The goblins attack the MC once more, but he continues to cut them down with his scythe, slicing back and forth, creating a brutal massacre. A notification then pops up. He's reached level 20. He's moved from apprentice to regular rank, and the combine function has been unlocked. He's thrilled to finally hit level 20. He can now use the combination function to create unique shop-unavailable items. The system informs him that to celebrate his new rank, the death insignia was strengthened, its additional damage increasing from 100% to 120%. Additionally, the exclusive REAPER skill, Night of Death, has been learned. This skill has a 500-meter radius, releasing dark energy to create an artificial night. The caster can dispel it at will. The next skill will unlock at level 40. He examines his REAPER rune. By day, it doubles weapon damage. By night, it boosts attack speed by 50% and drastically reduces enemy detection. He can only imagine how well his new skill, Mortal Night, will combo with this rune. Just then, more monsters appear. He welcomes them, eager to test his new skill. He activates his Mortal Night. The goblins are confused as darkness descends. Plunged into complete darkness, the MC reaps them one by one. No reaction possible, only eternal rest awaits. In that dark night, he surveys the pile of monsters he just finished off until a notification informs him. The second wave was successfully unlocked. 3,343 survived, while 590 died during the mission. As a reward, everyone received 500 gold. He breathes a sigh of relief, wondering if he should buy some common skills and rest. Opening the system shop, he immediately goes for the first skill he needs, presence detection. Rumen knows that with this skill, he can identify all targets within a 30-meter radius. Testing his new skill, he finds only goblin corpses. His new goal, gather another 20,000 gold. The third wave starts, 3,343 players versus 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. The battle begins and quickly concludes. The fourth wave began, 3,000 survivors against 6,000 hobgoblins. After players successfully protected the crystal, the fourth wave's completion was announced. Young-sik imagined holding out for one more hour to survive. He knew he'd used all 10 command authorities, but trusted these people to protect him. Everything would be fine. The fifth wave is announced, 2,700 players against 10,800 weakened nulls. He panics at the absurd number of monsters, especially nulls instead of goblins. The battle begins. The representative tries to stay calm, seeing it as a chance to break the record. He starts to worry, knowing he must become stronger at all costs. He's ready to face anyone who underestimates him, but strange noises alert him. His subordinates are being finished off. Other players point at him, wanting his head to claim the representative title. Young-sik grabs his own targets, using them as human shields, but it's futile. They're swiftly eliminated. Now only a few players under his ability remain, seeing himself surrounded. Hunting impossible, he starts running, Players give chase. The gangster's only thought, survive one more wave. Then he spots the Black Reaper. Desperate, he tells the MC he'll accept his proposal, do anything for protection. He pleads, but Rumen, with a dark look, refuses. He already stated he no longer cares what happens to him, so his life or death is none of my concern. Young-sik grows desperate. The Reaper himself made this offer, and he can't grasp why it's being rejected. The MC clarifies he doesn't need a servant without any command authority. The gangster panics, realizing his uselessness. Had he known, he would have accepted the offer sooner. At this moment, he hears a scream. Players notice the Reaper rejected the offer. Everyone feels relieved, having no idea how to fight the Reaper. But now they can satisfy their desires as the gangster is injured. Young-sik draws his dagger, warning that if he dies, he'll take as many down as possible. Just then, Young Min appears, asking if he's tired, here to help. The gangster feels relieved seeing his partner. The gangster promises the representative good care if they survive, but Young Min punches the gangster, throwing him to the ground. The gangster groans in pain. Young Min warns he'll kill him to end his suffering. Then, Young Min grabs Young-sik, the representative, and relentlessly punches him. Young-sik can't believe this betrayal by such trash. No time for regrets. Young Min simply raises his foot, finishing off the representative. A notification confirms the region's representative is eliminated, and command authority transfers to the one responsible. Soon, player Young Min becomes the new regional representative. He receives notice of his new role and funds to use the command authority ability. This makes him happy, knowing he can now use this power on Eren as he pleases. He looks down at Jeong-sik's lifeless body. He turns away, ashamed, telling others he handled the former representative. He reminds them they now have a chance for a new leader. Everyone is uneasy, noticing the ketchup in Young Min's hand, finding it bizarre he killed a player with his bare hands. Then some question if Young Min wasn't the gangster's sycophant. They apparently planned this betrayal from the start. This frightens them. They cannot accept a regional representative acting this way. Young Min realizes everyone will now pursue him, but he's already devised an escape. He thinks, then runs off, shouting for the MC. He approaches, asking if the MC saw the message, now that he's the region's new representative. Possessing command authority, he informs him he'll accept the offer made to Young-sik. This means he'll do whatever is asked for protection. He's excited. The previous gangster was abandoned for lacking command authority. He believes the Reaper will accept him, as he holds all 10 commands. The MC warned he disliked his attitude, ordering him to kneel for consideration. The big guy, now holding the 10 command authorities, questioned if he'd heard right. Ryu Min countered he didn't care. If anyone had something to lose, it was him. He repeated, for this protection, he'd have to beg on his knees. Young Min saw himself with few options. Cornered by the players, he kneels, offering to be a servant and obey. The MC stares at the ground, thinking he's seen this too many times. He's tired of it. Unlike Young-sik, Young Min is useful, at least for now. He accepts the offer, making the big guy extremely happy and thankful. Ryumin tells him to stop and walks, standing before the other players. They can't believe the powerful Black Reaper will protect the representative, wondering if a combined attack would yield results. But one guy asks if they're crazy, having just seen that scythe kill countless foes instantly. Clearly, they stand no chance. Just then, the MC captures their attention. He gave them 2 options, either abandon hunting the region's representative and return to hunting monsters, or die by his hand. He added that he recommends the first option if possible, though the second isn't an issue, as not having swords pointed at them by humans is a good thing. Intimidated, they immediately began to leave. Young Min was surprised. Everyone retreated after just a few words from the Black Reaper. They admit he's a terrifying enemy, but as an ally, none are more reliable. Meanwhile, the MC realizes the situation is nearing its end. The 5th wave will be safely completed. Yet there's still one task. If things conclude this way, he won't find it pleasant. For this reason, he tells Young Men that. As promised, he must keep his word. He agrees, asking what to do with the command authority. Ryumin orders him to use all 10 command authorities to break the relic they are protecting. The big guy apologizes, unsure if he heard correctly. He recalls the angel's warning. Failure to protect the relic means a massive penalty. He's frustrated. The order was to use the 10 commands, to break it. If he does that, no one will be left to serve Eren. He questions why, asking if 9 targets aren't enough. The MC snaps, "Shut up, just obey, ask again and I'll kill you." Young Min apologizes, agreeing to comply. But Rumen reveals the targets of the command authority, the 10 players. He's horrified. All his friends are on the list. He wonders if this was intentional. He apologizes to his friends, explaining it was the Black Reaper's order, one he couldn't refuse. He then uses his power on all names the MC gave, immediately ordering the relic's destruction. A notification appears. The relic is under attack. This instantly grabs the attention of players who look back. They notice 10 people attacking the relic they were supposed to protect. They yelled, demanding they stop, asking what they were doing. Everyone would suffer a penalty. But under the command authority's effect, they just kept attacking. Even players trying to stop them were useless. After several hits, the relic shattered. The main mission was declared a failure, and as a penalty, the Herald of Divine Retribution will be summoned for 30 minutes. They fall into despair, unsure what this means, especially with the warning, survive until time runs out or the round fails. The MC is pleased. A secret mission has appeared. Round 3 begins, survive against the Herald of Divine Retribution. Success yields 3,000 gold. Remaining time, 30 minutes. All players are thoughtful. Surviving nets 3,000 gold, while relic protection was 2,000. This scenario seems way more profitable. The MC watches, wondering if this reward truly outshines the 5th waves. That's why he ordered Yang Min to break the relic, and obviously he had a reason not to do it himself. The system alerts. It's confirmed the relic was attacked by players. The 10 players involved will receive a penalty, a permanent 50% attribute reduction. They are outraged, having only followed orders. This makes them furious with the representative, who tries to defend himself, claiming he couldn't have known such a thing would happen. The representative also received a notification. He failed to protect the crystal. His penalty, all attributes permanently reduced by 50%. Enraged, he kicks the wall, cursing everyone. Rumen watches, aware that permanent attribute drops are fatal, directly linked to survival. He decides to prepare for the secret mission. He opened the store looking for common items. He chose a hood, increasing defense by 20 and dexterity by 3. He also bought agile long boots, which add 15 defense, 2 dexterity, and 5% movement speed. Then he opened the combination session, placing one of his items and a monostone inside. The combination succeeded, adding one of every attribute to the necklace. He adds monostones to all his equipment, boosting their base attributes. He muses that low-grade monostones aren't ideal, but still better than nothing. Suddenly, a strong tremor shakes the area. Everyone's told to prepare. Despite nerves, they just need to hold out for 30 minutes. The MC laments. Escaping this boss won't be easy. In his past life, only about 500 out of 2,700 survived. Just surviving is incredibly tough. This boss is usually unbeatable, even for 5 level 40 players. As a rift opens in the sky, he declares his plan to claim a massive reward for its defeat. Rumen is confident this time. He possesses the Angel Slayer Barrel title, doubling his attributes against deities. He knows the Herald of Divine Retribution is a divine type. Others, seeing the secret mission's boss, murmur, believing it's an easy dodge mission. Rumen's confidence remains unshaken. He thought his fear baseless. Then the herald raised his scepter, striking the ground. An energy wave erupted, covering a huge area. A notification flashed. The herald has cast the restriction field. Players panicked. What is that? Worse, another alert. Impossible to leave the effect area unless disarmed. Players inside face 50% attribute reduction. Players inside the field panic, begging outsiders to get them out. Rumen just watches, noting 300 caught. He grimly thinks it's a shame, no way to save them. The Divine Herald spreads wings, unleashing hundreds of light arrows. The MC turns his face, knowing the massacre is about to begin. The attacks land with terrifying speed. Panic erupts. How can anyone dodge what's impossible to follow, especially with this restriction field? The boss's relentless assault continues. The MC analyzes. The heavy restriction field makes dodging these light arrows nearly impossible once inside. Yet from another perspective. This also means if he dodges, he'll survive easily. So he seizes this moment, running to the other side of the city. As expected, the herald isn't watching his back while hunting players. The barrier begins to dissipate, having wiped out all humans in the area. He watches the boss, vulnerable, never looking behind. That's why he leaps with all his might, scythe in hand. He immediately activates his death seal, needing a fatal blow first. The herald looks back, but it's too late. The attack hits dead on. MC pulls his scythe, realizing it was perfect, one eye hit flawlessly. Landing, he runs to gain distance. Due to the death seal, the boss has only 60% stamina left. One attack took almost half its health. He runs at full speed, anticipating the boss's restriction field. The boss casts it, but the distance prevents a catch. The MC jumps again, knowing the boss will dismantle the field to try and grab him. He prepares, targeting the other eye, landing another full hit on the herald's face. The boss screams in pain, but instantly raises a barrier, reducing player attributes by 50% if they're inside. MC no longer cares. The eyeless herald isn't a threat. Herald's final move: launch light arrows everywhere, hoping to hit MC since he's blind. MC activates Night of Death. Darkness swallows the light arrows, leaving Herald bewildered. Unaware of the situation, the MC seizes this opening. He knows light cannot overcome darkness in this world system. Scythe in hand, he declares, "I'll finish this now," landing a full hit on a wing, sending it crashing. The boss retaliates with his scepter, but the MC somersaults, dodging midair, and lands another strike. Destroyed the remaining wing, sending it crashing down. Ryuman runs, noticing the herald's health at 10%. He distances himself, needing to avoid the kill. The boss positions himself. A notification appears: conditions met. Last Radiant Shine passive activated. Now the herald is invincible. The MC simply watches. He waited for this 10% phase. Decapitating the boss earlier would have prevented its later demise. The herald creates several black portals, firing electric shocks at Ryuman. The attack lasts 50 seconds, decreasing to 30, then 10, finally ending. This makes the MC happy. The herald's invincibility is over, leaving it vulnerable. He charges forward. With a final scythe strike, he decapitates the boss. A notification confirms its defeat, and the MC levels up 3 times, earning 8,200 gold, plus an additional 4,100. Beside the fallen boss, a notification declares Ryuman the first to defeat the Herald of Divine Retribution, earning a unique title. The title Challenger of Divine Retribution is for the first player to defeat a Herald of Divine Retribution. Its effect: reduces damage from holy beings by 80%. He also received Condensed Ether and a Radiance rune for the first Herald kill. The rune was automatically engraved onto his body. He analyzed the ether, his main reason for killing the boss. He places the item in his combination slot, knowing it's vital for crafting a god-rank item. He's also pleased with the Radiance rune, boosting intelligence by 1 and fear skill effectiveness by 1%. At level 30, his intelligence and skills will both increase by 30 and 30% respectively. This means he won't need to invest in intelligence for a while. A system notification arrived for everyone. The secret mission was complete, and 3,000 gold distributed to all. Players formed a huge circle around the MC, shouting in disbelief that the powerful Divine Reaper had soloed a boss. Just then, a voice caught everyone's attention. They looked up, witnessing a surprised Olivia. Because it was her first time seeing someone defeat the Herald of Divine Retribution alone, she recognized him, despite him being human. She quickly asked a few questions, wanting to know why the player Black Reaper wanted to kill this boss. The MC found these questions a drag, but simply answered, "Just because." She approached, finding his response strange. Others sought survival rewards, but Ryuman risked everything. He just couldn't let that boss kill everyone present. People admired him even more for facing the monster to save them. Olivia mused humans are strange. Risking one's life for strangers is foolishness, hard to grasp. Ryuman imagined angels truly are selfish. So they would never understand anyway. The angel turns to everyone, congratulating them on their performance. But she warns them not to relax, as overall performance will be based on kills. She then announces she will display results from all regions. First place, the Black Reaper, level 30, who defeated 3,631 monsters. Second place, the Stupid Idiots. A level 13 shaman had 982 kills. In third place was the Heavenly Demon, a level 13 knight with 963 kills. In the MCS region, he ranked first. Sangchul, a warrior, took second with 680 kills, and Oren, a summoner, placed third with 500 kills. Everyone was astonished that the Black Reaper had single-handedly killed almost 4,000 monsters, and was already level 30. That was just too crazy. He admits this was thanks to experience bonuses. But it's a privilege only for those first in every region, not easy. The system congratulates him for ranking first in all regions and the current one. As a reward, he'll receive a reward selection chest and a rare ring ticket. He decides to start with these rings. The system offers him a choice: Agile Winds, Blue Magic, or Resistance Ring. He immediately picks the Resistance Ring. Despite its unassuming name, it boosts luck by 4% and resistance by 35%. Ryumin knows that even the strongest player, if hit by a debuff, faces a virtual death sentence. Resistance cannot be boosted by attributes. Therefore, keeping this item is wise, even if not immediately useful. Next, he faced the choice of 3 rewards: a 50% attribute boost for the 4th round, 4,000 gold, or intel on the 4th round. He wasn't surprised the triple experience bonus was gone. Knowing the 4th round's objective isn't monster killing, he chooses the 4,000 gold. With everything settled, the angel announces the cutoff will begin from rank 1225. Players with few monster kills start to panic. She warns that those who didn't even reach that rank will be eliminated. Immediately, players with few kills begin disappearing, finished off one by one. With that, the 3rd round concludes, leaving 1,225 survivors in this region. Back in the real world, Erin wakes up, feeling relieved to have survived 3 rounds. She gets out of bed, happy to have obtained the Summoner class, and decides to test it by summoning a fairy. She's excited, realizing she finished the 3rd round safely thanks to her fairy's barrier and her bodyguard distracting the enemies. She also realized she'd placed in the region's top 3. She grabbed an item from her inventory, wondering if the Black Reaper would appreciate the magic crystal reward. Elsewhere, a guy grabbed a lamp, throwing it against the wall. It was Yang Min, enraged at the MC. His attributes were halved due to a penalty. He couldn't accept this if he'd only known about it. He would never have ordered an attack on the crystal. Suddenly, his phone rings, catching his attention. He picks it up, realizing he's totally screwed. It's his friend H. Seung-han. He answers, but his friend immediately yells, "Are you crazy? What the hell was that? Everyone's screwed because you used your command authority on us." Young Min tries to justify himself. He claimed he had no choice. The Black Reaper would have killed him otherwise. But H. Seung-han warns he should have died. He could have died instead of hurting his friends. The big guy asks if he's crazy. He was harmed too. His attributes as the region's rep were halved. His friend yells louder, calling him a traitor. He thought they were friends, that nothing would happen. He made it clear, friendship's dead, regent's rep or not. Real world or game, he's no longer a friend. He might just end him if they meet again. He hung up on Yang Min, who was livid, feeling like a victim too. Yang Min tried calling other friends, but found his number blocked. He then chucked his phone onto the bed. Growing increasingly irritated with his predicament, he decides not to call anyone, resolving to live his life alone. Then he remembers his former friend's threat to kill him if they met again. Nervous about the situation, he makes it clear he will kill them all. Later, at a hotel, Sang Chul visits his boss, surprised he survived yet again by sheer luck. Jinglao admits the 3rd round was much harder and asks if he's truly okay. He replies yes, maybe the monsters were weaker, so they had few problems. The leader asks if he's obtained a class and what level he's at. He replies he's level 11 and obtained the Knight class. He also mentions Eren is the same level but got the Summoner class, different from his. Jeonglak is surprised, admitting he didn't expect such a class. Perhaps it's uncommon. Sangchul agrees, having been surprised too. Thanks to a summoned fairy, they hunted peacefully with a protective shield. The leader thinks this is great, urging him to maintain a good relationship. He even suggests if Jeonglak likes her, he's free to start a relationship. Jeonglak is confused. Jeonglak explains that a relationship with her is fine, as it helps him uncover weaknesses. His subordinate feels awkward, making the leader burst out laughing, having never seen him so frustrated. He warns him not to cause trouble. Sangchul understands, but replies Eren doesn't feel that way about him. Jeonglak laughs, then tells them to get to the main point. His subordinate reported something urgent. He apologized first, admitting failure to assist the Black Reaper and deliver the message. The two then conversed, as Sang Chul had much to explain about events in his region involving the Black Reaper. Afterward, Jeonglak was intrigued by the divine herald who appeared. Everything suggests he's incredibly powerful. His subordinate admits the Black Reaper is formidable, using insane abilities as if victory was assured. He unfortunately declared he's a player who doesn't need their help. This leaves the leader pondering, having never expected a player with such unparalleled power. He even feels embarrassed, possessing the Black Knight rune yet unable to confront this individual. His desire to meet the Black Reaper in person only grows stronger. He sets this aside, changing topic to their hunt's results for the player troubling Aaron in round 2. Sanchel says the person's name is Yang Min. If that's his real name, many nationwide share it. Assuming he's around 20 and lives in Seoul, this narrows it to about 5. He also mentions that detectives are searching, but finding his location will take at least a month. The leader laments that at this rate, they won't find him before the 4th round. Sang Chul refills his boss's glass, agreeing they're not in a hurry and can relax. Jeonglak then asks how much gold he obtained. He replies, 10,000, surprising his boss as he's halfway there. The shop has a skill called analysis. Learn it once you gather 20,000 gold. The bodyguard agrees, then remembers to mention a shareholder bought shares in his boss's company. He clarifies it's the recently opened Celestial Demon Company. Jeonglak finds this interesting and asks what percentage was bought. Sangchul tells him not to be surprised. 31%. He couldn't hide his surprise, that was simply too much. Celestial Demon Consultations, valued at 900 billion, meant a 31% stake cost 280 billion. Could anyone truly possess such wealth? He tried to recall if he knew anyone so rich, or perhaps it was one of his brothers. With that thought, he picked up his phone. He decides to dig deeper. A 31% investment signals a desire for direct management. So he asks the department head for the shareholder's contact. Elsewhere, the MC holds his phone, aware they'll soon contact him. It must be them calling him. He needs to uphold his dignity as a major investor. Just then, his brother bursts through the door. He's so startled he drops the phone on his head. Someone asks his level, but Ryumin questions why he's asking that out of nowhere. The caller explains some guy is acting full of himself, bragging his older brother has a ridiculously high level. They're mocking him because this person is already level 11 and even has a class. The MC finds this funny and tells his brother not to worry. He's at a higher level himself, yet the curious one still asks about his brother's level. He considers whether to tell the truth, knowing it's problematic. So he decides to lie, claiming level 12. The other is surprised. Level 12 means a class. With shining eyes, he asks the MC what class he obtained. However, the MC simply lies back down, stating it's a secret he cannot share, not even between brothers. His brother, upset and helpless, leaves the room, closing the door. Ryumin's phone rings. He answers, expecting Jeonglak's call. The leader greets him, introducing himself as the CEO of Celestial Demon Consultations Company. Ryumin listens, smiling. He must first appear naive. The more he seems like an ordinary person, the easier it will be to catch him off guard. The leader tells Ryumin he heard he invested a fortune, becoming the company's largest shareholder. For this reason, he'd like them to meet in person, perhaps over a meal. The businessman asks if Friday of that week works. The MC reflects Friday is crucial for obtaining the rune of inner thoughts. He informs them he has plans for Friday and requests to reschedule for Saturday. With that settled, lunch was set for Saturday. Ryumin reflects he already knew this call was coming. After all, Jeonglak created the Celestial Demon Consultations Company to gain his father's approval. Therefore, he cannot mistreat such a major shareholder. He decides that before meeting the company leader, he must acquire the runes he needs. He knows there are several ways to get a rune. They can be found in specific locations each round as special rewards by defeating bosses, or rarely from common monsters. He knows a secret few others do. They can be obtained in real life. He climbs a building's stairs, aware rune manifestation conditions are complex. Seok Hyun will soon appear there. He stays hidden, realizing Seok Hyun is both the in-game nickname and real name. He won't forget that name. It belongs to the criminal who kidnapped his brother. He clearly remembered this person's voice. When Shu Kaiyan was taken hostage, the warning was clear. His life's price was secret information no one knew. The MC asks, "What the hell is going on? How could I possibly know that?" The criminal bursts into laughter, then immediately turns serious, ordering him not to lie. "I know you're a regressor." Ryumin is shocked. Confused how he knew, seeing MC's surprised face, he explained possessing the rune of inner thoughts, used to probe. He now knew MC's thoughts too. After rescuing his brother, MC reflected. Since that incident, he'd been on a revenge quest against H. Seokyeon from his 10th regression. That's why he'd become emotionally numb. His sole goal, obtain the thought rune before this criminal. He barely finishes the thought when H. Seokyeon appears, carrying someone. It's a girl he throws to the ground. He warns he'll remove her mouth tape, but orders her not to scream. She begs for mercy, but he tells her to shut up, demanding she try something different. He doesn't care about pleas of family or future. She begins to apologize, but the criminal asks why. Trembling, she asks if he's doing this because she stared at him the other day, and if so, she's very sorry. Seok-hyun confirms, exactly because of that. Why do something you'd regret later? He adds he felt like shit that day. 2 days ago, the criminal was walking through the city. He pondered which woman to pursue, needing one to escape his troubles. He spotted a woman with a beautiful physique and, noting her path, decided to follow. As she entered an alley, he continued his pursuit, then leaped before her, emitting a blinding glow with his player ability. Terrified and unable to see, the girl was vulnerable. The criminal seized the moment to commit unspeakable acts. He simply leaves her terrified. He enjoys situations where he acts freely. His life was so boring he wouldn't care if he died until he obtained the rune of luminescence. It lets him shine, blinding opponents. He was having a great run until he entered the store. He saw the beautiful receptionist and was instantly enchanted. He ordered an iced Americano. She replied it would cost 5,000 won. Shu Hyun handed over the money, asking if she was new, as he was a regular and hadn't seen her before. The woman apologized, saying she didn't know he was a loyal customer. She explains all part-time staff quit due to recent world changes, adding she owns the store. He's surprised, asking her age since she looks so young. She replies, "I'm 32. This excites him. At that age, she couldn't possibly be a player. So he boldly asks for her number, claiming he likes her. The girl is clearly confused by his sudden advances. The criminal disliked her expression. He asked if she hated his face that much, disgusted. Before she could explain, Shu Hyun slammed his fist on the table, furious, demanding the coffee money back. Trembling, she returned the money, which he snatched. He left, irritated, convinced she judged his looks just because she was beautiful. He plots revenge. In the present, she apologizes repeatedly, but he dismisses her, stating she shouldn't judge by appearance and doubting her sincerity. The criminal then throws her to the ground, grabbing her arms. He declares he must discover if she's merely pretending to escape. With a bizarre look, he asks if she truly feels sorry. If that's the case, she must pay. Just then, the MC approaches, telling the criminal to stay still. Startled, the criminal hadn't known anyone else was there. He wonders if it's a detective, then gets up running, asking, "Who's there?" Ryuman, scythe in hand, tells him, "Shut up. You'll be screaming on the ground soon." Seok-hyun is confused, seeing a guy. He wields a huge scythe, wearing a white mask. He's asked if he's lost his mind. This place isn't for jokes. The MC raises his scythe, asking if they truly think it's a toy, and strikes the air, producing a sharp blade sound. The guy panics, realizing the weapon is real, asking if he's a player. Ryuman turns to tell the girl to leave, but the criminal shouts, warning her not to because of this. The MC sprints, landing a brutal blow to the guy's crotch, dropping him instantly to his knees. He reminds him, "I warned you not to scream or you'd be on the ground." He tells the woman to leave again, he'll handle everything here. She thanks him for the help and runs off. Ryuman tells the criminal, "Now it's just us two. The real game begins." Seok-hyun screams furiously, "I'll kill you." And kill his whole family. The MC prefers this. Beating him immediately wouldn't be fun. The thug charges, attacking with his dagger, but lands no blows. Confused, he watches his opponent dodge with ease. Ryuman mocks him, recognizing a player using goblin daggers. With a surgical strike, he severs part of his arm, leaving the criminal in despair. Ryuman asked if it hurt, but he scoffed, saying the fun hadn't even begun. Losing a hand was nothing. He barely finished speaking when shadows blurred. The MC, now at high speed, called him a baby. Seok-hyun panicked. If this continued, he'd die. He had to escape alive, no matter the cost. But first, he knew he needed to blind his opponent. Seeing an opening, he activated his light ability, demanding death. But it had no effect. Desperate, he couldn't understand its failure. Ryuman understood. Further attempts were futile. Light couldn't pierce the knight of death he'd wielded from the start. No time wasted. He charged, scythe flashing, severing the thug's legs. He falls, screaming in pain, demanding to know why this is happening. Ryuman raises his scythe, striking his leg. "Need a reason to kill a mere insect?" he asks. Continuing the assault, he states he can't let someone who will cause future trouble live. Seok-hyun, furious, curses him as a fucking psychopath, but after several more blows. He lies there, bewildered by the scythe wielder's torment, unable to grasp the reason. Tears stream, he questions the pain, contemplating ending it all, deciding it's the only way out. But then the scythe touches his neck, leaving him confused. Ryuman, seeing this, asks, "Trying to end it? I won't allow that so easily." He says this, striking his back again, intending to continue until the man begs for it to end. After several blows, the victim, imagining his agony, finally begs for release. The MC asks if he's truly sure, seeing him terrified on the ground. He admits he knows the bandit doesn't understand the reason for this torment. Initially, it seemed their first encounter, but for him, things changed. He couldn't say the same, revealing they'd met before, and he even knew his name. Terrified, the man asked if he was connected to the earlier girl. He replied he honestly had no idea who she was. In fact, the bandit kidnapped his younger brother, using that to reveal secrets he knew. Chen denies doing it, explaining it's a future event, yet for him, it's also a past deed. Had he not intervened, the little bandit would have likely obtained the rune of inner thoughts. This confuses the criminal, who wonders what rune this is. Ryuman reveals a rune exists within him and the secret to obtaining it. It's about hearing the voice of truth from someone, spoken from the bottom of their heart. He reveals, had he not intervened, the criminal would have tortured that woman. In her desperate pleas for release, she would have unintentionally obtained the rune of inner thoughts, a power then used to commit numerous heinous crimes. Seok Hyun remains silent, utterly unaware of any of this. But the MC tells him he's confirmed this multiple times. Even ignoring his past deeds, he still believes he's a piece of shit deserving death for his recent crimes. The criminal begs him to end it, accepting his fate, but is shocked when the MC refuses. Instead, he shoves the sickle's handle into the man's mouth, warning him he's just waiting for him to finish it himself. The man trembles in despair, his body racked with pain. He realizes the MC seeks the rune of inner thoughts, requiring a heartfelt truth, yet he can't grasp why he's prevented from speaking to obtain it. Ryuman then asks, "Are you trying to understand why I'm not letting you speak? I'm already testing the rune." The heavily weeping man is utterly confused. He claims to have obtained the rune, reminding him of his earlier plea for death. This action caused the rune to react. A notification appeared, warning he'd extracted the voice of truth from someone, fulfilling a hidden condition. Because of this, he discovered the rune of true thoughts of the heart, a secret rune placed in a predetermined location. The rune has been automatically recorded in his body. This is the rune of true heart thoughts. It reads the thoughts of any visible target. Careful observation allows him to see deeper into their heart. It has a range of 30 meters. The MC just tested it and confirmed it works very well. However, he won't let him die so easily. It wouldn't be fair to the victims. Seok-hyun, with his last strength, imagined the man's villainy until his heart stopped. The MC got up, relieved by the lack of witnesses. He only needed to clean up using a common skill he'd learned: erase traces. This skill removes all evidence from an area: bodies, ketchup, fingerprints, and footprints. A green flame appears, erasing all evidence. He finds it an effective skill. A good cleanup is always beneficial. With matters resolved, he leaves, remembering his meeting with Jung-lak tomorrow. Back at his building Saturday, the MC dons his fancy suit, his brother admiring his sharp look. Someone asks if he's perhaps going on a date. He questions why it would be a date, explaining the suit is for an important business occasion. His brother then asks if he's truly investing now. The brother feels awkward, recalling his first stock investments, and now these parallel ventures, worrying about potential failure and its impact on his psychological state. Hearing his brother's thoughts, he's surprised. His brother worries more about him than about poverty. The MC reassures him, promising details later, asking him not to worry as he prepares to leave. He tells him to wait, as other players are active and the outside is dangerous. Someone confirms, people are using their abilities for evil. He even saw reports of criminals escaping prisons thanks to their new powers. Ryuman confirmed this, as even criminals could become players if they met the age requirement. He reflected that players are growing stronger, the population shrinking. Soon, even regular people would be hunted and enslaved. This would happen once players reached their peak. He knows he must become as strong as possible, enhancing the Black Reaper's reputation. After this thought, he announces his departure. His brother asks when he'll know about the job, immediately frustrated. The MC states it's a secret but promises to reveal it soon, telling him to stay put, quietly eating something better than instant noodles. With that, he heads to the meeting place. Already imagining the location, similar to a home team's advantage in football, Jung-lak chose a place for them to eat. It's known as the Oh Shun Group's hotel, but in reality, it's one of Jung-lak's own hotels, though that's confidential. He walks to the reception, aware that to appear important later, he first needs to seem as naive as possible, with that in mind. He makes an insecure face, stating he's here for a meeting but unsure of the exact location. The woman asks if it's a meeting with the president of Celestial Demon Consultations. She points to a sofa, asking him to wait there as the president will arrive soon. He thanks her and sits, thinking everything is perfect. He's pretending to be insecure, making a dumb face while admiring the beautiful surroundings. Someone approaches, asking if he's Mr. Ruman. The MC stands surprised, as does Sangchul, who asks if they've met at another hotel. He confirms, recalling handing out rice cakes after moving and seeing him with actress Erin. The bodyguard immediately bows, apologizing for that day's discourtesy. He starts to sweat coldly, seeing a kid who can't be even 20. Despite this, he's the company's largest shareholder, having invested 280 billion won. The MC quickly senses their distrust, but understands it's natural. It's hard to believe someone so young possesses such wealth. He maintains his naive facade, stating it's no problem, and he never expected the company president he invested in to live right before them. Sangchul asks him not to misunderstand. Not being the company president, he apologized again, formally introducing himself as only the department head. He stated the president would arrive soon, asking them to enter while they waited. Sangchul led him to the meeting room, requesting he wait. Stepping aside, he messaged the president, "I've met face-to-face with the investor." He doubts the kid invested alone, suspecting another party, and advises caution. The MC is pleased. He anticipated Jeonglak sending Sangchul to investigate the investor. The president's lateness for such a crucial meeting couldn't be accidental. He then looks aside. He notices they've already arrived. Jeonglak introduces himself as the president of Celestial Demon Consultations Company, extending a hand to shake. He then asks them to sit again, mentioning the department head will accompany the meeting. Ruman observes the president, including Sangchul, without consulting him, sensing an attempt to seize the initiative. Jeonglak then informs them they will eat. Before business, he had Korean food prepared, hoping everyone would enjoy it. The table quickly filled. The MC immediately dug in, declaring it delicious. The president, pleased, mused that the department head might be right. This kid was too young to have invested $280 billion. Even with the cash, he lacked the mindset. He suspects someone else is pulling strings behind the scenes. This makes him ponder who sent him, wondering if it was a relative seeking information. He's surprised the company's largest shareholder is so young and asks his age. The MC replies he's 20, which truly shocks the president, who reveals he's 29. He's glad to meet someone from the same generation. He then asks how he amassed such wealth so young, wondering if he's from a prominent family. Ruman notes the CEO's directness, so he plays along, claiming he was just an ordinary student until recently. Jeonglak is confused by "until recently." The MC asks if he's seen the article about someone winning the lottery 4 times consecutively, then reveals he was that winner. The president is surprised, never imagining meeting him. He recalls the article stated the winner took 60 billion from the 4 games combined. So he asks how he managed to acquire 280 billion. The MC explains he simply invested a bit in Bitcoin. Jeonglak admits he finds this absolutely incredible, noting that putting 60 billion into Bitcoin isn't something just anyone would have the courage to do. Sangchul then comments that Ruman apparently had an extraordinary amount of luck, recalling how the report mentioned the lottery winner saw the winning numbers in a dream. But the MC cuts in, stating it wasn't a dream. He then glances at the president, realizing only one path exists to secure Jeonglak's alliance. He begins, "This is the first time I've ever revealed this to anyone." He then declares, "I possess the rune of future sight." Both listen intently. He summarizes, "Basically, I'm a prophet who can see the future." A moment of silence falls between them. The president wondered if he truly heard correctly about seeing the future. Sangchul also couldn't grasp what crazy things this kid was saying. With these thoughts, Jeonglak asked if he was telling the truth and if his lottery wins were due to this future sight rune. The MC replied, "Exactly. Plus, my Bitcoin investment further boosted my fortune." All this was possible thanks to this rune. The president asks him to prove it by predicting a near-future event. Ruman reflects, reading their thoughts makes predicting actions easy. But to be safe, he needs to set a restriction for this ability to avoid issues. So he apologizes, explaining he can't use it freely. It only activates unexpectedly without a specific trigger. Jinglak reflects, understanding that a rune seeing the future without limits would be surreal. Then something clicks. He asks if his massive investment in the company is for the reason he suspects. The MC confirms, yes. He saw the celestial demon's consultations growing exponentially in the future, prompting his massive investment. The news indicated a smooth listing on Kospi within half a year. He felt happy, reflecting on the immense benefits if this truly came to pass. Beyond his father's recognition, he would also secure the director's position. Still, he forced himself to remain calm, unable to celebrate unverified information. Ruman comments that for the company to succeed, they must completely change the business model immediately. Sanchel stands, slamming the table, calling it an unreasonable request. He argues that if so, changing the name would be easier. He states they will eventually have to change the name naturally, making it clear he isn't joking, as everyone present is a player. They should know revealing the rune is a huge loss. He considered this when revealing it to them. As major investors and future partners, he did it for the company's growth. He then asks, why invest 280 billion if not to see it succeed? Sang Chul warns the president not to trust these words easily. The MC takes a deep breath, clearly distrusting this ability. The department head admits his distrust, then asks Sang Chul, have you considered our move into that penthouse? I refuse to call it coincidence. Both the bodyguard and president are surprised. The president demands, what does that mean? He explains Ruman moved below Aaron's penthouse 2 months ago. Jianglok asks why he's only learning this now. He replies he didn't know its relevance until now. The CEO grows thoughtful. The dates match. Ruman moved to the company's neighborhood. This would be impossible without the future vision rune. But he soon reconsiders, realizing Ruman might know he sponsors Aaron. The MC realizes this isn't enough to convince them, so he reveals the truth. Their hotel belongs to the president. He also reveals Jinglak is the Asung Group's eldest son, and the Celestial Demon's consultation company is a secret venture to earn his father's validation. Immediately, Sang Chul stands up, shouting, demanding to know who sent him. It's impossible to have so much confidential info unless he's close to the president. But Jinglak just tells him to chill. The department head apologizes for getting carried away. The president then clasps his fingers, confessing it's all true. However, confirming the discovery was via future visions is tough, just as Sang Chul said. This information could be obtained through his acquaintances. He admits he still suspects someone might be trying to trap him, which is why he can't completely change his business. He confesses he truly wants this future vision to be real, but can't simply believe it. He thanks him for investing and states that to make the proposal, he'll need to meet with other investors. After convincing them of the proposal's merit, he apologized for not being able to help and announced his departure. At that moment, the MC asked him to wait, wondering if there truly was no other option. He then proposed to provide information about the 4th round. Young Locke, surprised, asked if he truly knew details of the next round. He replied, yes. He saw everything with the future vision rune, even knowing future tragedies. He asks if this proves his ability. After he leaves, Sangchul apologizes to the president for his emotional outburst, which altered his voice during the meeting. The CEO tells him not to worry, remembering his friend wanted to speak, so he prompts him. The department head then confesses he found Ruman quite suspicious. If someone truly had such a powerful rune, they'd keep it. He couldn't grasp why the MC would help them. The president responded the boy apparently wanted to grow with the company, earning more. He doubted this, considering the MC already had 280 billion. Such an incredible amount was more than enough to never work again. He admits it's still dangerous, as the rune's existence remains a mystery. Jianglak understands but offers another perspective. If Ruman truly sees the future, they absolutely need him. He urges the president to consider this. They'd have intel on all game rounds, always preparing beforehand. Plus, the company would grow exponentially. The department head understands but still doubts if the boy is truly a prophet. The CEO responds this is the least of their problems. They'll soon find out when the 4th round begins. Meanwhile, the MC walks, reflecting on what comes after the 4th round. Both will certainly believe him. Though he withheld details on secret missions or reaching the highest ranks, he revealed the 4th round isn't about monsters, but a player massacre. He urged them to stay vigilant. He believes these clues were ample proof of his prophetic insight. He believes their attitude will shift after this, treating him differently, even wanting to protect him. After all, having a prophet by your side is always better. He imagines he's officially assumed the prophet's position, but isn't sure if he should continue this path. All he knows is he needs to get in touch with a certain someone. Elsewhere in the city, Julie is walking fast. Already running late, she saw the pedestrian light was red, hoping it would turn green soon. Just then, she noticed a car still stopped in front of the store, wondering why some idiot was parked so foolishly. The car window began to roll down and she realized it was the MC. The light turned green and she ran across the street. Getting closer, she asked if the car was his. Ruman replied, yes. He apologizes for parking there and asks her to get in for a ride. Embarrassed, she says it's fine and they speed off. Julie admits surprise as it's her first time in such a car. The MC agrees it's his first time too, having just arrived. She asks the car's cost. He replies it wasn't that expensive, around 900 million won. Disbelieving this absurdity, the girl asks how he dares buy something so expensive. With that money, he could buy several convenience stores. He tells her he understands her surprise, but reminds her he won the lottery. Compared to that, the price isn't that high. Julie reflects, it's true. Her classmate won 60 billion won in the lottery, and now they seem to live in completely different worlds. Embarrassed, she wonders if this is a date. Then, out of nowhere, Ruman says he needs to confess something. She blushes, mortified, and with a trembling voice asks what he wants to confess. The MC tells her not to worry, it's nothing strange. Hearing this makes her feel awkward as her own confession went down the drain. But still. As they journeyed, she asked about his confession. He revealed his lottery dream story was a lie. The information actually came from the Ruin of Future site, which, as its name implies, grants future vision. He believes this is why his class is prophet. Julie, surprised, asked if this class was also unique. Since it seems so powerful, she thanks him for his honesty, adding it must have been hard to reveal, even to friends. He thought it was only fair since she revealed her class. Julie isn't satisfied. She also wants to discuss her rune. She explains that in the first round, she got the rune of protection, creating a barrier around herself for every person within a 10-meter radius. Given 5 people, she crafted 5 layers of protection, admitting her joy in sharing this. She then questioned why he suddenly brought up the rune. The MC explained it would be a burden to keep it to himself, believing she wouldn't trust what he was about to reveal otherwise. Confused, she listened as their journey continued, and the MC disclosed how the game's 4th round would unfold. Julie panics, asking if it's truly as he described. He confirms it, cautioning her to be careful and alert with other players. She's happy to know this, especially since he contacted her first. Embarrassed, she wonders if he might have a place for her in his heart after all. Rauman returns to his apartment, reflecting on Julie's feelings, having heard them in her thoughts. He admits he never knew and had been pondering why she treated him so well. He now thinks this situation is better as it makes gaining an ally much easier. He arranges his bed and lies down, deciding to rest. There isn't much more to ponder this month. Time passes quickly. It's already April 30th, 11:55 p.m. The MC is making his final. He's observing the shadow of darkness gloves in the system. These Epicrank gloves boost strength by 5 and dexterity by 4, making the equipped weapon translucent at night. He notes their excellent attributes and how well they combine with the Knight of Death skill. Just then, a knock on the door. His brother enters, informing him it's time, and asks if he's confident about completing the 4th round as well. He says he'll only know once he's there. An insecure voice asks if it isn't easier for a prophet knowing what's coming. Ruman explains it's not that simple. Knowing and doing are 2 different things. His brother gets scared, telling the MC to survive no matter what. He tells him not to worry and begins to drift off. The 4th round, a chance for many to ascend to heaven. Everyone was teleported to the game world. Young Min felt tense, especially seeing his active penalty, all attributes permanently halved. This was a disaster, his just deserts for betraying Young Sik, his role model. And now, without command authority, he's unsure how to finish this 4th round. He scans his surroundings, fearing other players will attack for the regional representative spot. Worse, even his friends want him gone. But his immediate concern shifts. Looking ahead, he can't comprehend this place. It's unlike anywhere he's ever seen. He frantically scans his surroundings until he spots the Black Reaper. Rage boils within him. He's in this mess because of *him. He recalls the MC using people to destroy the relic, finding it suspicious how easily he killed the Divine Herald without hesitation, as if he knew. His anger is so intense he wishes he could crush his head right there, if only he still had his former strength. Cornered, he's helpless due to his reduced attributes. Survival is his only option. He walks towards the Black Reaper, asking if their previous round's contract is still valid, the one where he traded a servant for protection. Ryumin dismissively states he no longer needs a subordinate like him, explaining his supposed subordinate. He lacks command authority, rendering a powerless representative pointless. Most players have already advanced classes, he hasn't. They brand him useless, nothing more than a walking target. Youngman is terrified by these words, especially walking target. He frantically scans his surroundings until the MC calms him. He's a walking target in name only, as few are truly after him. Youngman asks if it's true no one will pursue him. The MC replies that by now he should understand the regional representative's position. Others have surely understood too. This role isn't exactly beneficial. He adds that as people gain classes, a regional representative's control over others diminishes. The gangster agrees, realizing the risk isn't worth it. Suddenly, Erin and her bodyguard approach, embarrassing young Min. Why are they here? She greets the Black Reaper. Sang Chu also greets him, asking if he remembers them. The MC replies, yes. He asks what they want. The bodyguard replies he saved him from the big guy nearby, so they thank him again. Young Min dislikes the indirect jab, asking who this tough guy is. But the MC cuts him off, hand raised, telling him to shut up, then says, a simple thank you is enough. They don't need to keep following him. Sang Chul understands, but says their company president insisted they thank him anyway, starting to talk about the president. Ryumin interrupts, telling him to stop right there. Embarrassed, Erin interjects, asking the MC to accept the crystal in her hands as gratitude for saving them. He is surprised. It was a low-level purple magic crystal, unexpected once more. She began to thank him, but words failed her. He immediately took the crystal, saying he appreciated the gesture and the gift. He thought, no reason to refuse such a good item, he'd make good use of it. Meanwhile, Erin wondered, worried if the Black Reaper liked the gift. She worried if he'd be mad, giving him such a worthless stone. The MC, reading her mind, knew he was right. She clearly had no clue its true value, or she wouldn't have just handed it over. Meanwhile, young Min recalled getting something similar. Then it hit him, a black and gold strength stone. Ryumin, also reading his thoughts, was stunned. Knowing the black and gold strength stone is an extremely rare enemy drop, even harder to get than a magic crystal, and impossible to obtain intentionally, he's pleased young Min possesses such a valuable item. He wonders if it's good or bad luck. At this moment, Erin asks the MC if he wants a barrier, revealing she's obtained the summoner class. This allows him to summon a fairy to raise a barrier around him. He thanks her but declines, not believing he needs one. Embarrassed, she understands and bids him farewell. They need to prepare for the round. He then sees young Min leaving and tells him to wait, warning he'll regret it if he continues. He'd mentioned earlier the representative is a walking target. Young Min doesn't get it, as he was told no one would come for him. The MC warns, I said not many would go after you, not no one asterisk. The region rep's benefits don't just vanish. Many players haven't hit level 10 yet, so there are still plenty of targets for the command authority. Seriously, do you really believe none of thousands of players will come for you? Young Min worries, asking what to do. He offers help to make Min less of an easy target, but not for free. He wants payment similar to what Erin gave him. If Min has something like that, he'll accept. The gangster, pleased to have such an item, immediately opens his system and hands over the stone. This is the stone of black gold strength. A black, resilient stone, smooth and shiny. Ryumin stores the precious stone, then asks if there are other items. He replies no, having given his only possession, begging him not to take his equipment. The MC reassures him it was a joke, he wouldn't take anything, even if more were offered. He walks away, warning he'll keep his promise to protect him. The angel appears laughing. Many humans showed up, but their numbers have significantly dropped. Intrigued, they ask if more battles occurred in the real world. The MC isn't surprised. Players inevitably find trouble. Olivia asks if she should announce the Round 4 mission. A system screen then appears for everyone. Goal, kill each other within 3 hours. The total participants across all regions are 181,000. In this region, there are 1,042, but only 521 will complete the round. Everyone murmurs indignantly about the 4th round mission. Olivia remarks that humans get confused too easily. It's just about following the mission. She clarifies it's about killing nearby players. She explains the round's goal is to reduce player numbers, forcing them to kill each other, unlike previous rounds where monsters did it. People worry about not leveling up without monsters. A man asks the angel if killing just one person each is enough, since only half will survive. She demands silence. This is a secret. If she told them everything, it wouldn't be fun. The MC finds it amusing, realizing the angel is just following orders from higher-ups. In summary, angels only deliver game info. The true master is someone else. Her hiding the rules confirms she's taking orders from that master. She explains the mission isn't just about killing players. Only 521 can truly survive. The ranking method remains a secret. She offers a hint. The first kill doesn't guarantee first place. No further explanations will be given. Begin killing each other immediately. The round starts now, lasting 3 hours. The players are bewildered, forced to kill, unable to comprehend this twisted round. Yangmin, however, is pleased. The mission to eliminate others aligns with his desire to kill some assholes. Ryumin watches from a distance, having anticipated that guy's murderous thoughts towards his friends. He remains excited. Certain players will hesitate to kill until someone approaches him from behind. Startled, he recognized the Black Reaper, realizing how close he was. He asked if something was wrong. The MC explained that, as promised, he was there to help him avoid becoming a target. With that, he summoned his scythe into his hand. He prepares an attack, finishing him with a single, precise strike to the head. A notification appears. Secret mission unlocked. The task was to eliminate the region's representative within the allotted time. The reward, a low-ranked magic crystal ticket. Mission complete. He received the reward. This is the low-ranked magic crystal ticket. It randomly grants 1 to 5 low-ranked magic crystals, valid until the next round. He's happy, having secured his desired reward and eliminated Young Min for this secret prize, though that wasn't his sole reason. People panic, announcing someone kicked the bucket and blaming the Black Reaper. He watches these same people who, until the last round, tried to kill the representative, now acting like good Samaritans. People judge him, saying he can't just kill as he pleases, calling him a murderer. He muses the term doesn't sound bad. He'd already finished Seokhyun and will eliminate many more by round 20. Yet he never kills without good reason, especially in this round where the goal is to eliminate each other. Even though people know this. They're criticizing him. Many thought this was their chance to kill the Black Reaper or tarnish his image. He just smiled, reading their minds, finding it all a huge joke. Furious at his laughter, players demanded if he found it amusing. Then a notification appeared. The Black Reaper is now the region's new representative. Most players were instantly intimidated. Besides being the strongest, he now holds representative power. He finds this amusing, wondering why they're scared. He asks if they haven't leveled up and fear the command's power. Suddenly, someone screams, telling everyone to look at the MC's head. They see the nickname Black Reaper is a different color. Everyone is confused why this changed, especially since it's only happening to him. Rumen reflects that his name is probably glowing neon red. In rounds like this, a name turns red when someone is finished off, and the color deepens with each subsequent kill. He's also aware this color simply distinguishes those who have killed from those who haven't. This mechanic makes players start targeting murderers instead of innocent players, as it's better for their conscience. One thing is certain, a killer of a murderer is still a murderer. This encourages players to kill each other. He imagines current hesitation will soon lead to many kills. With this in mind, he taunts the crowd, asking if they'll keep wasting time. Players tell him to stay still, calling him a murderer, but he retorts. They're making it seem like he was the only one after the regional representative. He asks where are the people who targeted Youngsik last round. He states, it's kill or be killed, the basic rule of survival. He tells them to stop the hypocrisy and face reality. If a knife threatened their life, they'd act too. He warns it's no time to stand still. If it bothers them so much, they can debate like their last vote. He says this, but knows people won't stay put. By then, it'll be too late for everyone. He figures without this warning, they'd just waste time. And if that happens, the number passing might not even hit 520. First, even if it means conflict, we must push them to complete the mission. A player remarks they should act. As the Black Reaper said, standing still is boring. A guy asks what she's suggesting if mere talk solves everything. She dislikes his sarcastic tone as she's just trying to discuss. He then suggests a duel. Another player questions, where's the justice in killing each other? Still dueling like it's some game, the scarred guy fuming starts an argument. Aaron, watching from afar, asks his bodyguard, do we really have to kill them like the Black Reaper said? The grim reply, unfortunately, yes, if we don't, we're dead. He also told her not to care about strangers' lives. He fully agreed with the MC's words, asking her to make the call, knowing player extermination isn't a pleasant experience. She remarked he spoke as if he'd done this before. He responded he was merely theorizing the situation. As for who to kill, he said they'd just let humor decide. The players argued over targets, suggesting exterminators first, focusing on those with red names. Then, someone asked if she meant killing the Black Reaper. Another called it crazy, asking how they'd kill a level 30 player. Alfred added that even if they all attacked him, they'd achieve nothing. Until a scared player asks them to be quiet or the Black Reaper will hear them. The MC is bored, hearing everyone with his rune of thoughts. Shenghan asks what they're saying. Life is precious. No one should kill, not even an assassin. Another agrees killing someone makes them an assassin too. A fed-up guy asks what they're suggesting, as in this round only one person can live. Another death. He demands they stop arguing and agree to finish off the criminals. A woman approaches, asking how they'll identify them if they'll check everyone's records. A guy, furious, asks who she is, stating they didn't ask for her opinion. Insulted, she threatens to kill him. He retorts, go ahead and solve it yourself then. A spectator yells, stop the nonsense, just fight already. This infuriates both of them. Instigators are the worst. Fed up, they draw their swords. From a distance, Ruman finds it all boring. All talk, no action. But he knows the finalization will start soon. Just then, someone tells them to calm down. The deaths needed to be realistic. Then Young Min, who had been lying dead on the ground, suddenly sat up and yawned, startling the MC. The MC realized this was the secret rule of the round. After 10 minutes, players revive. Young Min found it strange everyone was staring, reacting as if he were a zombie. As he stood up, he admitted it felt odd because one moment. He spoke with the Black Reaper, then remembered nothing. A scream erupted. Someone had just revived. The system seemed to possess this power. They pondered if everyone would revive this round. If so, an extermination could begin. Players began preparations, confident all would be well. Just then, a girl approached. She urged them to calm down, admitting she wasn't sure if everyone truly revived after death. As she spoke, an attack struck from behind. Her assailant sneered, die quickly so we can test it. The players watched in shock, staring at the lifeless body on the ground. Worry set in, she wasn't reviving. Did they need to wait longer? One man suggested more waiting based on what they'd witnessed. Young Min revived after 10 minutes. Everyone decided to wait. 10 minutes later, a light emanated from her body. Wounds slowly healed until she got up and stretched. She then realized what happened, screaming, demanding to know who attacked her from behind. She barely finished speaking when the guy approached again, telling her to die. But this time, he's attacked by another player before he can finish her off. The attacker warns that starting a massacre is no problem, as people revive in 10 minutes. Everyone is horrified. Meanwhile, the MC watches from afar, thinking that even with resurrection in this round, murder is still heinous. He notices players are swept up by the atmosphere, revealing their true faces. Now everyone slaughters each other, ignoring any penalties, as it's the round's objective. Two players exchange words, then instantly clash, one urging the other to just give up and die. The massacre unfolds. Ruman watches from afar as hundreds of players fight like rabid dogs. This has truly become a battlefield. He summons his scythe, wondering if he should intervene. He approaches players, eliminating several with a single, precise strike. Two guys notice the Black Reaper's back is turned and call a third to try and kill him. The trio rushes, seeing their golden opportunity, but are finished off before they can even try. The MC cannot be ambushed. The one with presence detection notices a guy enjoying the massacre. He admits the fourth round is perfect for this player, possessing the absorption rune. It's practically a feast for him. Considering the player's color, he imagines he's already eliminated around 10 players. This player bursts out laughing, disbelieving his attributes are rising so much just from finishing off players and seeing the rune's effect. He admits he didn't know attributes also rose from player kills, not just monsters. He returns to attacking players, feeling excited, demanding everyone die at once. As time passes, his absorption rune keeps increasing. This made him even more excited, having gained many quick stacks. He assumed it was due to player levels. He was tempted to finish off the Black Reaper, curious about the stacks from such a high-level foe. However, he quickly reconsidered. He had no idea what might happen facing someone so powerful, so he decided to settle for the ants around him. He immediately strikes his axe into a player's back, dropping him. He imagines finishing players truly relieves stress. He also thinks he couldn't hunt properly because of these youths. Excited, he admits this round was made exclusively for him. A player tries a sneak attack, but the big guy is alert and it misses. With a single strike, he finishes off another, further boosting his absorption rune's progress. Players keep reviving one after another, exciting the Black Dragon. He wonders if such an opportunity will ever come again, so he continues his executions. He pauses for a moment. Determined to stay on top, he tried to recall his executions. Suddenly, he was startled by an approaching figure, the Black Reaper. The MC immediately activated his Death Knight. The environment darkened, leaving Brock and other players confused, wondering what was happening. The Black Dragon found it strange that the Black Reaper's scythe had turned transparent. He knows he must be careful, but it's useless. With one strike, Rumen spins his scythe and the brute's head flies off. Still in the air, he realizes he should have been careful, at least avoiding the Black Reaper. Meanwhile, battles rage, everyone killing each other. Their mission, achieve as many kills as possible. Young Min observes until he sees a woman rise after execution. He finds it incredible she revived after 10 minutes. This excites him, a golden chance to stab the traitors in the back. With this thought, he moves through the crowd, searching for his friend until he finally spots something, Seung Han, bow raised at someone else. He approaches charismatically to avoid suspicion, then lands a solid punch. Die already! The punch sends his friend flying, leaving him trembling in pain on the ground. Young Min approaches, grabs his shirt. With a terrifying expression, he asks, "Didn't I say on the phone I'd kill you?" He challenges him, "Try it now." Saying this, he mercilessly beats his former friend until unconscious. Afterward, he lets go, asking about his other targets. Eren watches the massacre, wondering if hell existed, it would be exactly like this, people killing each other non-stop, a battlefield of pure murderous intent. This terrifies her. Her bodyguard asks if she's tired. She replies she's fine, but her mental state is worse than her physical condition. Sang Chul understands her predicament but finds her current state terrible. If she can't progress, he can't face the president. He barely has time to process this before a sudden jolt. Someone has stealthily grabbed Eren's hair. The attacker wastes no time, moving to finish her off. But her bodyguard is faster, stepping in, disarming the player with a single strike. Then he raises his sword and drives it into the player's chest, leaving him kneeling and trembling. Sang Chul asks if she's okay, but Eren, trembling, only sees her blood-covered dagger. Overwhelmed, she collapses, falling to her knees and vomiting. Sang Chul notes she's holding up well, doing all that's asked. She rises again. She asks how much longer she'll have to do this. He replies, "Probably another hour." Eren worries, just watching this massacre is terrible enough. She confesses she doesn't understand why people are so excited about it. Her bodyguard grows concerned, seeing her act like a delicate flower amidst war, and asks if she'd like to rest since. If he's not mistaken, she's completed around 50. He says this, turning away, confident that number is enough for her approval. She thanks him, but Sang Chu, in his mind, thanks her more. Her silence means he won't carry others, so he heads to the slaughter, now free to focus on his own score. Only 10 minutes remain until the round ends. Rumen continues his relentless assault. He notes time is running out, and this round is always draining. A man attempts a surprise attack from behind, but Rumen instantly pivots, eliminating the player with a single strike. His sole focus is securing all first-place rewards across every region. With that objective, he sprints through the arena. He analyzed he must reach the 20th round in good shape, no matter what, unsure of the final boss's strength. He chased 2 players, finishing the first with ease. He then moved to his next target with a terrifying aura, leaving the guy completely petrified. However, Rumen simply dodged the player and kept running straight, leaving the lunatic confused. Trying to understand why he's still alive and unharmed, the MC knows he doesn't need to kill someone he's already eliminated. In the 4th round, ranking isn't based on kill count. It's impossible to repeatedly eliminate the same player. A variety of targets is required. Even eliminating someone 50 times only counts as one. With this in mind, he glances over, seeing Yang Min consistently taking down the same victims. He observes him delivering multiple blows, taking down opponents with his bare hands. He can't believe Yang Min is finishing off his 3 former friends in the same arena corner. He doubts he'll survive this round. The brute notices his friend has resurrected and immediately attacks. He orders faster resurrections, aiming for more revivals. With just 1 minute remaining, the MC makes his move in this final stretch, needing to gather maximum points. He spots one, a confirmed kill. The next, hugging a girl. Then a blonde guy he can't recall if he'd already eliminated him. To be sure, he attacks, securing another elimination. With a single blow, a yellow aura then envelops him, just like all players. Olivia appears, asking if they had fun with the slaughter. They're furious. There's nothing fun about doing this to their own kind. The angel, surprised by the crimson ground, praises their excellent work and will bring them back to observe the ranking. The MC finds this amusing. The angel takes credit for saving everyone, but the system is truly responsible. Limbs are restored and even the dead are revived. Sheng Han is among them. Waking, he curses Yang Min, calling him a son of a bitch and vowing to finish him off no matter the cost. He laughs, calling his former friends idiots until the angel shouts, ordering them to shut up and warning she'll blow up the heads of anyone who keeps talking. Immediately, everyone falls silent, pleasing her. She's eager to show the round's results. But first, she warns she'll reveal the round's secret mission. With a snap of her fingers, she makes the system show. The mission: eliminate the region's representative within the time limit. Reward: a low-grade magic crystal ticket. To their surprise, the secret mission was precisely that: eliminate the representative. She then revealed the Black Reaper completed it. Everyone was in disbelief, despite recalling the Reaper indeed finished off the representative. When the round began, Black Dragon was furious. He had no idea about that secret mission and imagined he'd have completed it instantly had he known. Meanwhile, Yang Min was terrified. Had the Black Reaper truly killed him? He hadn't known. Now his system showed command authority. His temporary ability was gone. This made him recall the MC's words, which were, "I'll help you avoid being shot." Only now did he grasp this action secured him from being shot, as he claimed the representative title. Then, with a malicious look, Olivia asks if they're curious about the rankings. She reveals they'd be ranked by unique kills. Killing the same person multiple times counts as only one. They ask if this means it's not just about killing as many as possible. The angel mocked their stupidity, wondering how they missed something so simple. With a snap, she revealed the rankings to everyone across all regions. Black Reaper took first with 722 kills. Second, the stupid idiots with 521 kills. Third, Celestial Demon, 433 kills. Black Reaper also topped their own region. Cute Little Bird took second with 211 kills, and Sanchel placed third with 209. The angel was impressed, seeing the Black Reaper in first place once more. Players couldn't believe someone killed 700 out of 1,000 participants. The Black Reaper alone accounted for 70% of all kills. Even Olivia admitted her surprise at the kill count. He claims a good reward. The system congratulates him for first place in his region and among all regions. For regional first place, he received a rare armor ticket of medium classification. For overall first place, the reward was a special reward selection chest. He notes he'll finally get a rare armor, needing to replace his current one. The system offers him 3 rare armors. The first is the Shining Bronze armor. The second is the Bloody Assassin's outfit. The third is the Cloak of Darkness. Without hesitation, he chooses the second. This is the Bloody Assassin's outfit, a rare rank item. It boosts defense by 60, dexterity by 4, attack speed by 5%, and movement speed by 5%. It's his turn to choose the special reward. His options are a 50% attribute increase for the 5th round, 5,000 gold, or 5th round information. He knows the 5th round's secret mission is excellent but challenging, so he picks the 50% attribute buff for the 5th round. With that, the angel asks if everyone is ready, as she said earlier. The minimum approved rank was 521. She immediately warned she'd eliminate those who didn't make it. People who didn't meet the minimum began disappearing, panicking and begging the angel to stop. The MC's friends also vanished, having spent more time finalizing than living. This scared him, but he soon got excited. Knowing he barely survived after spending too long finalizing them, Erin is terrified, unsure if she'll disappear. Sanchel remains calm, knowing they both secured enough kills. Ryuman takes a deep breath, looking ahead at the announcement. 521 survivors remain. The next round begins May 1st. Back in the real world at the Imperial Hotel, Sangchul sprints, yelling for his president. Jeonglak grumbles awake, asking why he's there, not recalling any call. The sector chief apologizes, explaining the president wasn't responding, so he worried something happened. He laughs it off. How could this happen? I placed third? Sangchul, embarrassed, admitted it was true, confessing round 4 felt brutal. The president replied that was why he went straight to bed, utterly exhausted. He noted the kill count was 433, but knew the actual number was far higher as repeated kills weren't counted. What kind of monster is this Reaper? The sector chief admits he can't say if he's human, speculating he might be special forces, given his extreme confidence and skill. Jeonglak in South Korea is deeply intrigued, unable to hide how amazing he finds the Reaper. He knows he needs this person's cooperation at all costs for easier progress, imagining that at some point. He'll need to ask the Prophet about the Black Reaper if that figure appears in predictions. Sangchul found round 4's unfolding exactly as the Prophet foretold, incredible, admitting initial skepticism until he witnessed it firsthand. During the meeting, Ryuman announced this round wouldn't be about killing monsters, but a massacre. Jeonglak, surprised, asked if it was true. Ryuman confirmed it. This will be a brutal scenario, players killing players. He warns them not to let their guard down. After everything, the sector chief asks what to do and if they'll work with the Prophet now his powers are confirmed in round 4. The president, grabbing his clothes, replies, "It's obvious we will. Ryuman bought 31% of the company. The company's future is in the boy's hands." His subordinate questioned if he was certain, if he truly intended to alter the entire operation based on the boy's suggestion. Jeonglak replied he had no choice. The Prophet himself foretold the company's growth and warned they needed someone with that ability, urging them not to underestimate the boy's age. He therefore insisted they continue working with Ryuman, even if the sector chief disliked his actions. They'll reap all benefits from the Prophet's visions, both in and out of the game. Sangchul bows, promising to treat Ryuman with more care from now on. The president immediately tells him to call Ryuman for a survival celebration party. He also asks him to bring actress Erin. The sector chief is confused why she's needed. The president thinks a celebrity at the party could be useful. Meanwhile, the MC waits by the store, raising his hand to signal his presence. Julie greets him, asking if everything's fine, wondering why he called her early. He reassures her not to worry, it's just a celebration for their survival. They continue their journey in the car, and she thanks him. She could only prepare for round 4 thanks to him. Ryuman questioned if she thought it was a lie. Julie found that impossible. He had no reason to lie. She revealed that without knowing she had to eliminate at least 30 people, it would have been her end. However, the MC disagreed internally. He knew even if he hadn't told Julie anything, she would have survived thanks to the protection rune. Her will to live is greater than it appears. They reach a luxurious restaurant, quickly serving themselves. She thanks them for the food. The MC eats, noticing her insecurity. Julie wonders if she can truly do this after eliminating so many. She confesses she's only here due to Ryuman's invitation. He asks why she's not eating, knowing if she keeps these thoughts. She's consumed by guilt, wondering if it's because she eliminated someone. She's told not to blame herself. She only did what was necessary to survive, and anyone in her position would understand. Yet she doesn't accept it's that simple until the MC asks, "What's wrong with that?" He makes it clear this will continue. He then asks what her family would do if she didn't wake up one night. After all, everyone has a family waiting. Julie panics, realizing how devastated her father would be. She admits he's right. She hadn't deeply considered her family's feelings or what brought her this far. She thanks him. All the support she's receiving. Ryuman brushes it off, telling her to just enjoy the meal. As they eat, time passes. He's surprised she's calling him by his first name, a first. Assuming her good mood, he gets straight to the point. He called her today for one reason only, to reveal information about the 5th round. Julie panics. She asks if he truly has information about the 5th round. He confirms, adding this will be the hardest round yet and that the regions will unite. Confused, she asks what that means. He clarifies, all currently separate regions will basically merge into one. She asks if this means they can finally meet in-game. He confirms, exactly. He urges her to focus on the 5th round's difficulty. The MC, needing to meet her while hiding his identity, begins his explanation. He reiterates the 5th round will be extremely tough. They might not escape this time. But a method exists. Julie asks what. He reveals she must find the Black Reaper and seek his help. She breaks into a cold sweat. She couldn't believe his words. The Black Reaper, the one who topped all regions, all rounds, I have to seek help from him, the MC simply stated. I said we'd receive help from the Black Reaper. It's more about forming a temporary alliance with this player to survive the round. Julie understands, but asks why a level 30 player would work with someone not even halfway there. Ryumin says her buff ability is unique. Even the Black Reaper will need it. She's still worried, though. She's unsure if the Black Reaper will accept her as an ally just for a small buff. The MC finds this funny. Her power is more than just a small buff. He tells her not to worry, knowing the Black Reaper will accept working together not just in the 5th round but in others too. She becomes happy, asking if he's serious, and thanks him for sharing such important info. Then he asks her to extend her hand, and with that, he activates his power, feeling it's the least he can do. Pleased to receive the buff, he thanks her, leaving the girl utterly embarrassed. The blessing skill boosted all his attributes by 50%. He unleashes his insects again for the kill. With his count hitting 100, his attributes surged by another 100% from the rune effect. Ryaman then sits down. Having maximized his attributes, he checked his status window. He was surprised. The numbers were incredibly high, especially luck, which hit 84, far more than he'd imagined. He claimed his first-place reward, knowing he'd get something very useful. It was a minor rank magic crystal ticket, randomly granting 1 to 5 crystals. Ryumin thought an ordinary person would pray for good results, but he knew he didn't need to. His luck is at its peak. He recalls the beginning, a warning that games would start monthly for 20 rounds. The MC admits he's unsure, but a god must be behind this. Only divine power could drag 1.8 billion people into a deadly game. It's clearly a god toying with humanity. He is determined that if he reaches the point where he can finish the 20th round and get a wish, he will undoubtedly annihilate this playful god. Thinking this, he uses his random selection token. A notification congratulates him for obtaining 5 minor magic crystals, 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 purple. He's surprised he got 5 minor-level items, the maximum. This makes him happy, validating his hatred for the game's creator. He begins his combinations, first placing 2 red crystals to form a low-level red magic crystal. He examines the fused item, knowing that combining 2 crystals of the same color and rank. He forms a lower-ranked crystal. He does the same with the purple crystal, having received one from Aaron, forming a low-level purple magic crystal. Ryumin then moves to combine the crystals with his items. He starts with his hood and the red crystal, increasing his damage by 2%. He repeats this with his gloves, gaining 2 more attribute points. He also gains 2 points in luck. He combined a yellow crystal with the resistance ring. His boots, enhanced with a green crystal, granted 2 points in dexterity. Finally, a dark blue crystal on his armor provided a 1% damage reduction. Pleased with the results from all the magic crystals, he felt the buff was definitely worth the information exchanged. With everything settled, he would prepare for the meeting with Jianglock. Inside the apartment, one, confused, asks if his brother truly invested so much in the Asun Group's successor's company. Ryumin confirms, adding he was even invited to a party as they'll be working together. Terrified, one questions if it's really okay to be among such high-class people. The MC tells him not to worry, not everyone in the family can attend. He asks them to leave quickly as they're waiting. They head to the door and one is surprised. Seeing Aaron's bodyguard greet them, the MC explains the person beside him is his brother. Sang Chul immediately apologizes for the late introduction, explaining he is the department head and apologizes again for his rudeness. He informs them the party is an apology, asking them to proceed to the hotel where the limousine awaits. Upon arriving, they enter the huge building. They are met by Jianglock, who's happy Ryumin is alive after the 4th round. The MC agrees, explaining the person next to him is his brother. Jianglock greets them, introducing himself as president of Celestial Demon Consultations. The other, intimidated by so many important figures, greets him back, not even realizing he used his left hand instead of his right for the handshake. Jianglock asks if Juan is a player. Juan replies he isn't, as he's only 14. Jianglock remarks Juan is lucky to have escaped the deadly game for a year, expressing jealousy. The MC inwardly laughs, knowing the president must relish the extermination within these games. With introductions complete, Jianglock directs everyone to the Grand Hall, explaining its simplicity. The preparations were perfect. Upon arrival, a vast banquet laden with food was already set. Chefs stood by for any requests. The surreal sight left one utterly surprised. The president invited them to enjoy, downplaying it as not much. He believes they'll be satisfied. One can only imagine this is a joke. It's surely too much. Kyung-lak smiles, inviting them to eat freely, but is interrupted as the hall door opens. The MC turns, surprised to see Erin standing there. The president stands, glad she has finally arrived. She apologizes for being late, having attended another actor's funeral. He reassures her, understanding, and mentions the company's biggest investor is present. She turns, introduces herself as Erin, an actress, then suddenly realizes who they are, asking if they're the boys who handed out rice cakes after moving in. They confirm, making her happy to realize the biggest investors are her neighbors. However, she couldn't believe it. They were clearly too young for such wealth. Was this a joke from the president? Meanwhile, one couldn't hide his excitement. A huge fan, he asked if it was truly Erin. Only then did the MC realize his brother genuinely didn't know Erin's connection to Jianglok's companies, explaining his sudden surprise. He understood it was a normal reaction, given the actress's striking beauty. Thus, he decided to appear interested, aiming to socialize. The president observed this, a pleased expression on his face. For though Rauman was a young prophet, he was, first and foremost, a man. This justified his decision to bring Erin along. He then invited everyone to take their seats and enjoy the delicious meal. The banquet begins. One remarks the meat is so good it melts in his mouth. Jung-lak asks the MC if he likes the food, mentioning he asked the chefs to be extra careful. The MC replies it's delicious. The president then asks one if he's enjoying it. Shyly, one replies he is, adding it's his first time seeing such food. Jung-lak is pleased both enjoyed the meal. Jung-lak praised the chef's extra effort with the food. He then asked Ryumin why he only invited his brother, not other family members. Ryumin replied that his family was just him and his brother, as their parents had passed away. Jung-lak regretted his insensitive question, feeling frustrated for ruining the pleasant atmosphere. He observes the two brothers, deciding to remain silent until their mood improves. The banquet continues. He then realizes he needs someone to lift the hall's mood and silently glances at Erin, signaling her, but she doesn't notice. Jung-lak, losing patience, sets his cup down and stands, calling the girl for a quick talk outside. They step away from everyone and he asks her thoughts on the food. Erin replies it was great, but the mood shifts. Darkly, he asks, "Did you think I called you here to be fed?" He clarifies he only called her to create a good atmosphere, then asks, "Why are you so quiet?" Erin apologizes, realizing she thought he called her for the party. Jung-lak finds this amusing. "I'd never call you for an event just for the party. Didn't the sector head explain today's guest?" She confused. She notes he's the company's major investor. He confirms, adding the boy is a prophet, a unique class that sees the future. He asks if she now understands why they must keep them happy. The boy's insights are crucial for knowing how upcoming rounds will play out. Before their arrival, he made it clear. She must use her pretty face to praise him, make him smile, and similar actions. Fist clenched, the president warned, she must do whatever it takes to win the great prophet's heart. She felt intimidated, not believing such a thing was possible. But Jung-lak informed her that, as president, he'd created a huge opportunity for her to succeed as an actress. The least she could do was return the favor. He told her not to worry about his tricks. Her sole task was to improve Ryumin's mood. She remained silent, listening until he asked why she wasn't responding. Erin apologized, agreeing to his request. He then sent them back to the hall, making it clear he'd be watching to see if she truly did it. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere fills the banquet hall until the two return. The president apologizes for their absence, explaining it was an important business conversation. Smiling, he notes dinner has ended, suggesting they move elsewhere. The MC and his brother head outside, but Erin hesitates to call him. This irritates the president, wondering why she's hesitating so much. Even after their discussion, he stops asking Erin for permission. He then shyly tells her he's a huge fan and that she's even more beautiful in person. She thanks him for the compliment. He then asks if they could take some photos together later if she has time. Erin replies that she can take the photos. Only then does the president realize it's the brother who's interested in her. He changes plans, messaging the actress. Her phone rings. It's the president, instructing her to target the prophet's brother first. She's upset, realizing she must deceive a genuine fan. Ryumin senses her discomfort and starts reading the president's thoughts. They must win over the Prophet's younger brother, as he'll have no choice but to join them. This will secure intel on all future rounds. He mentions a nearby private VIP room where they can order unlimited drinks. They enter. Soon, one asks if drinks means alcohol, as he's still a student. Jiang Lak tells him not to worry. As there are many non-alcoholic options, he asks the department head for special treatment, including a non-alcoholic drink for one. After the door closes, the MC mentions he also doesn't drink. He then asks Aaron to take pictures outside with his brother if it's no trouble. She agrees, saying it's no problem, and they both leave. Ruman seizes the chance to be alone with the president. With a frightening look, he asks if he thinks things will be that easy. Intimidated, the other asks what he means. Ruman reminds him he's a prophet class. Since he sees the future, he obviously knows about the conversation with Aaron. That's why he wants to know how they can keep working like this, warning him never to hide things again. The CEO feels cornered. He hadn't imagined Ruman knew about his conversation with Aaron or could see such a future. The MC acknowledges speaking with Aaron to win him over, apologizing if it seemed offensive. He claims he only wanted all players to be friends. However, the MC retorts that he crossed the line by trying to use his brother. This corners Jiang Lak even further, as he knows this truth too. Aaron immediately apologizes for his foolish decision, promising to correct it quickly to please him. Ruman senses the sincerity, so he agrees to let it slide this time. Aaron thanks him for a second chance. Then Sangchul enters, finding the president's behavior strange, and announces his return. The president asked him to leave for a private discussion with the VIP guest, instructing him to guide Aaron and Juan to another room. Confused, the department head simply agreed and left. Meanwhile, the president felt regret, having worsened the mood despite trying to use Aaron to improve it. Ruman decided to get straight to the point. He asks if Jiang Lak wants information for the second round. Jiang Lak is surprised, realizing the prophet knows this too. The MC reveals his sole reason for accepting the invitation was to provide intel on the fifth round. He warns that if Jiang Lak continues with such falseness, their partnership will be difficult. The CEO admits deep regret, asking forgiveness for his only mistake. Ruman says it's fine. He made it clear nothing should be hidden, demanding unconditional trust from that moment on. He warned against offering management suggestions, except for persuading shareholders during meetings. Jiang Lak vowed to keep everyone in line. With this, the MC promised company growth and the requested information. The president was immediately pleased. His expression shifts upon learning the fifth round will be the most challenging yet. Ruman calms him, stating it won't be an issue for the president. The mission: eliminate 300 orcs. However, it's not as simple as it sounds. He explains regions will be combined. Jiang Lak is pleased, realizing this means he might encounter the Black Reaper. Deed combining the regions. Ruman, however, shakes his head, stating the Black Reaper won't be in his region. The CEO laments this, then, curious, asks if he knows the Reaper's identity. Ruman replies he doesn't, but saw they'll meet soon. He adds one more thing. Are you looking for someone named Yongmin? Jiang Lak is surprised again. The prophet acknowledges the power of future sight is more incredible than he imagined. He asks if the MC knows this person. However, the MC immediately tells him to stop all investigations. Confused, the prophet apologizes but presses for a reason. Ruman warns that he will suffer a great loss if he touches this person, and that is all he can say about it. The president reflects, surprised by this turn of events. The MC knows he's only keeping these young men alive because he's still useful. Kyung Lok then states he'll immediately halt investigations against the mentioned person, asking them to return to the party, promising it will be alcohol-free. He's furious at how everything's spiraling out of control and wants to blow off some steam tonight. Later that night after the party, a man sprints through alleys desperate to escape. He clutches his severed arm, trying to stem the bleeding, but has nowhere left to run. Suddenly, a figure approaches, filling him with despair. The attacker raises a sword, striking both legs and the shin of the fat man. He collapses instantly, trembling in agony. Jiang Lak did this, telling him to shut up or lose his tongue. The man on the ground asked why this was happening, if he'd done something wrong. The president found this amusing, coming from a pedophile. The fat man retorted it happened long ago. He'd served his sentence and was free, but it was useless. The CEO raises his sword, driving it deep into the fat man's back. He warns him to shut up or face a slow, painful death if he attracts witnesses. The man cries in pain, trying to stifle his screams. Jiang Lak then remarks, Good, no blood from your ears. I don't understand how trash like you is still alive. A black aura emanates from his body, coiling like a snake onto the sword. Then a black flame engulfs the entire area. The man, terrified, asks what's happening, but it's too late. The black flames bind his body, starting from his head, then his legs, and finally his arms, completely devouring him. He can only groan in pain. He imagines if his black mana wasn't on cooldown, he'd instantly eliminate such trash. Yet he's powerless. Black mana is essential to wield the black aura. To recharge it, he must take lives. With a decisive strike, he declares the man can finally die. He reflects. Finishing off people yields far more mana than monsters. For someone who loves eliminating criminals, he couldn't imagine a more perfect class than the Black Knight he became. Jinglak points his sword, feeling the stress relieved after cleaning up such trash. He then uses his consume ability. The black aura from his sword absorbs into his body, leaving only the corpse on the ground. He always laments that the ability can't consume corpses. Since the black aura feeds only on a living target's life force, he suddenly hears a noise near a trash can, making him quickly turn, startled. But he soon realizes it's just a cat passing by. The president reflects it's impossible to have witnesses here. He lured the man into an alley, away from sight. Before sunrise, he believes only one person might have seen it. Speculating this person could be the prophet, perhaps having seen these killings in a vision of the future. This means Ruman is getting closer. As a serial killer, he's quite pleased. It's rather interesting. He then calls the department head, asking him to clean up the mess. 2 weeks pass. The MC is in bed, no commitments as now. He needs rest, always focused on the future. But seeing his phone, he realizes this rest must end. A player group has formed. He clicks to join. It's time for action. After all, it's time to acquire one of the 5 real-life runes, the cloning rune. News about the games is frantic. 1.8 billion people were dragged to another world, their numbers plummeting to 90 million in just 3 months. A chubby guy with a red hand reads of several deaths in the 4th round, finding it all annoying. He sees news reports blaming players for urban chaos and asks, "What's the problem with doing whatever they want before dying?" He told them not to pressure the players, blaming rules and restrictions. He raised his axe, slamming it into the ground, causing massive destruction. "It doesn't matter anymore. No one can stop me now," he declared. Laughing wickedly, he claimed he was now the world's best player. So who should he finish off? He realized even ending lives in real life, he felt nothing. He wonders if his 4th round ordeal is why. He laments 1 stack per person is too little, perhaps because they're all civilians. He recalls the 4th round was excellent, even preferring it to monster kills. He leaves, seeking players who yield more rune stacks. Then he spots the player community's online forum. Young Tech is excited. He planned to enter the forum, meet players, use them to finish off others, and stack his rune. The form, demanding excessive player info before the interview, annoyed him. Too much data. But he quickly gave in. He needed to reach the location to meet players. He gambled no one would imagine a player entering with the sole intent of eliminating others. He soon arrived at the location. The interviewer messaged, asking him to go to a cafe in Wabu, adding casual wear was fine. He confirmed the address but was annoyed. It was too remote with no bus service. Already there, he decided to enter, thinking he'd kill anyone who annoyed him. Hyun-teek looked around, finding the place more modern than expected. He notices only 2 customers. One customer sees him enter, quickly stands, and asks if he's here for the interview. He confirms and approaches, asking for his username. Young Tech replies, "Black Dragon." The interviewer greets him, "Pleasure to meet you. My in-game nickname is my age is 30. The chubby guy can't hide his surprise, asking, "Are you really a player?" He replies yes, despite appearances. He turned 30 that year. He then introduces the person in the shirt as Tiny Mollusk, urging them to greet and be friends. Hyun Tech approaches, asking if the damn guy with the fish face and pink shirt is truly a player. He looks incredibly weak. He comments the cafe's business seems slow, with no customers or staff. The interviewer explains it's far from the city, rented for the interview. Young Tech understands, but asks if the owner shouldn't be there. The old man says the owner is preparing food. They sell meals besides coffee. Young Tech understands, looking around the cafe. He realizes there are no cameras. This makes him consider eliminating the 2 players, an easy task for escape. But he quickly reconsiders. He can't waste this opportunity on just 2. So he asks if the interview will start soon. The 30-year-old replies they await one more person, starting once they arrive. Young Tech asks if that means 3 in total. He says yes. A little past schedule, the person arrives. The last player enters the cafe. The man in his 30s immediately stands, asking if he's here for the interview and his in-game nickname. The person responds, "The Black Reaper," leaving the interviewer amazed. The most popular player is here. A few days ago, a conference took place. A man welcomed everyone, noting all were present except Honey, allowing them to start April's third-week meeting. He asked Yark how many joined the forum that week. Yark reported about 2,000 new members. While player numbers drop monthly, forum sign-ups increase weekly. The president then asked, "Who hired the journalist?" The intense focus stems from articles written about them. Jamie reveals she made this possible through her new connections. He finds this incredible, expecting nothing less from a veteran member. He then asks Yark how many truly skilled players are among the 2,000. Yark counts that, excluding unclassed players and those below level 10, there are about 1,200 people. The president, intrigued, asks how many are truly useful. He then brings up a well-known player in Zone S45-5. Black Dragon, an ordinary level 10 warrior, yet ranked 3rd regionally. Yark speculates this player possesses strong runes, even suggesting their skill warrants an executive position. He then introduces Little Cockle from region S1227, consistently ranking 4th to 10th. Beyond these two, Yark adds, are 50 more top-ranked players from their respective regions. The president is pleased. They'll be busy interviewing these people. He then calls out the man in his 30s, asking why he was sleeping during the meeting, demanding to know what he was doing last night. As punishment, he assigns the man 50 interviews. Fail, and a high-level candidate might steal his spot. The man apologizes for the slip-up, promising to take responsibility. The president returns to the topic, asking if the Black Reaper has made contact. Yark responds, "Unfortunately, no, I'd have reported it immediately." The four-eyed man laments, "Such an important person, I'd give them an executive position right away." He then calls Jamie, asking her to speak with the journalist for more articles, as they will need. Focus more on marketing to attract the Black Reaper. She replies, "No problem if the pay is good." He assures her hard work will be rewarded. He then moves to the next topic until something catches Yark's eye. Yark asks the president to wait. Someone just requested to join the forum. The president doesn't get the big deal and asks who this person is. Yark replies, "He is the Black Reaper." Everyone in the group is shocked by this news. Returning to the present, the man in his 30s says, "A pleasure to meet you. Was your journey difficult?" The Black Reaper responds, "It was indeed difficult." The man awkwardly apologizes, explaining they needed a private place to get acquainted. He then asks to sit and compliments the Black Reaper on his attire, suggesting he's popular with women. The Black Reaper sits. The man in his 30s continues introductions, stating the other two are also here for the interview. The fat guy is terrified as the man just identified him as the powerful Black Reaper, someone from his own region. The player next to him also greets him. The man warns again. He claims to be the Black Reaper. The MC introduces himself as Mari's Quinio, but internally scoffs. "Who is this fool using my in-game nickname?" Young Tech remains intimidated. This person claimed to be the Black Reaper, who killed him 5 times in round 4. He considers asking if they know each other in real life to curb the other's obsession. The 30-year-old then calls out to Black Dragon, asking about his non-introduction. The fat guy introduces himself, but Black Reaper shows no reaction. Frustrated, he believes the most powerful player should recognize his username. He worries Black Reaper doesn't remember his name due to his weakness, despite 5 killings. Meanwhile, the MC continues eating his ice cream. Impressed by the guy's boldness, openly using his nickname, he recognized Pong, a professional scammer. He knew Pong wasn't relevant now. But in the future, he'd get the cloning rune, making him famous, though likely for notorious reasons, as he planned to use it for all sorts of crimes. The MC laments how criminals gain immense power from another world, causing real-world chaos. Still, he's glad to have met him as planned, intending to use this player for the cloning rune. The 30-year-old interviewer begins, confirming everyone's personal information, starting with Mersquino. The MC introduces himself. Seung Hyun, 20 years old, high school graduate, currently unemployed. The interviewer continues, confirming if he is a level 13 assassin and if he placed 4th in the regional ranking. He answers yes. He knows it's all a lie except the real username. He's impersonating someone. He had to do this to get the cloning rune. The cloning rune requires a player to commit murder at its hidden location while impersonating another. He knows the fraud there did this before. After he eliminated someone, posing as the Black Reaper, and gained the rune, the interviewer turned to the Black Dragon for more details. The stout man introduced himself as Hyung Taek, 16 years old and a high school student. The interviewer was surprised by his youth but internally dismissed it, thinking this nonsense couldn't be serious. A high schooler was pathetic, making the Black Dragon worthless. These thoughts are amusing. At 16, the kid has already bested all his classmates. You can't ignore such guts. The 30-year-old then asked the fat guy, "Are you really a level 10 warrior? Third in the region?" He angrily shot back, "Are you calling me a liar?" The old man then turned to the next candidate, knowing his nickname, Black Reaper. When asked his name, he replies, "My name is In Hong. I'm 28, a fund manager. I've never placed lower than first. I'm level 30 and everyone knows my class is Reaper." He then asks if anything else needs verification. The 30-year-old is intimidated, unable to upset the powerful Black Reaper, and thanks him. The MC gets irritated by this. That guy's a scammer. He'll use this nickname to borrow money from players. With everything confirmed, the interviewer moves to the final question: why join the group? He starts with Maraschino. The MC replies that the world is dangerous and it's scary to go out alone. Teaming up with others seemed interesting. Next, the question goes to the fat guy. Intimidated, he couldn't openly state his goal was to eliminate other players. So he covered it up, claiming his answer was Maraschino's. He couldn't even attend school without worrying about the next rounds. Finally, he asks Black Reaper his reason. Black Reaper responds he joined after seeing the forum sparked his interest. The 30-year-old laughs, finding it interesting. He found the answers quite satisfactory, so he'd ask one more thing to finish the interview. With a completely different look, he states that eliminating someone is necessary to pass. The MC, feigning ignorance, asks why they need to kill. The 30-year-old doubts anyone there misunderstood, asking if they've read the articles. The government has abandoned all players, fearing their immense power. With a clenched fist, he declares that players will soon rule the world, but only if everyone unites. Still excited, he adds that they needn't be limited by government laws. They only need to prove that players are the new law. The MC understands, asking if that's why someone must be eliminated. He confirms, yes, the only reason to show the government the players' desire. The other two are silent, clearly not expecting this. The 30-year-old then asks if the little guy gets it, emphasizing, if anyone doesn't want to continue the interview's final part, they should leave. But he makes it clear if they do. They won't receive help later, even if they reconsider. Ruman finds this funny. The old man warns refusers will be blacklisted. It's just pressure to commit crimes. The other two, surprised, stayed silent. The interviewer, pleased, took their silence as agreement to proceed to the final stage. Hyung Teek asked what he meant. With no one left to eliminate, he, a macabre smile on his face, assures them not to worry, he'd prepared everything. Time passes, rain begins. The 30-year-old stands, signaling it's time to go. Just then, an employee appears, asking if they're leaving so soon. She offers they can stay longer, no problem. He replies he's in a hurry, then asks for the bathroom. She pointed to the hall's end. He seized the chance, handing her the key, asking her to retrieve his car from the lot. He was late, and the bathroom would delay him. Smiling, she promised to do it immediately. She ran to the car, opened the door. As she prepared to put away her umbrella, a hand appeared on her back, grabbing her neck, strangling her instantly. The 30-year-old easily subdued someone with his bare hands. The fat guy, surprised, asked why her. He ordered silence. They needed to move quickly. He put the woman in the car. They drove off to their destination. They exited at a warehouse for the final interview. After entering, he threw her to the ground. He asks who will be responsible for eliminating her. Then he asks if the Black Reaper would like to do it. He replies, no problem, until someone asks them to wait. It was the MC asking if he could do it. The 30-something is surprised, not expecting it from someone so shy. He explains there's no problem, asking the Black Reaper if he could give the spot to the little boy. He replies, it's fine. Passing the MC, he warns him to do a great job as he's doing him a favor. Ruman turns, thanking him, stating he'll make great use of the cloning rune. The man is confused, not understanding. But before he could react, the MC grabs his head and with a single move twists it off, breaking his neck. His face now twisted to his back. Falls stiff to the ground. The 30-something panics, yelling, what did you do? You killed the Black Reaper. Are you insane? Ruman, with a dark gaze, tells him to shut up. He's making too much noise. The man immediately feels intimidated by that beast-like gaze. He realizes the atmosphere around the boy is totally different, not understanding what's happening. A notification arrived, a kill made while disguised, fulfilling a hidden condition. The clone rune has been discovered, a secret rune placed in a predetermined location. The acquired rune automatically imprinted on his body. He began to glow, thinking, "This is great. It was absolutely worth pretending to be someone else." Meanwhile, the desperate interviewer still demanded answers. Witnessing the Black Reaper's death and clueless why, he dons his mask. "The reason is simple," he replies. "An idiot stole my identity, so I finished him." The old man, still confused, retorts, "It was the woman who was supposed to be finished, not the Black Reaper. That's what infuriates me." Rumen simply states, "I already told you why. I just killed a loser." He adds that the 30-something is also a loser. He covers the girl's face again and stands. The old man summons his sword, daring him to repeat his words. Rumen immediately summons his imposing scythe. Holding it, he replies, "I called you an idiot. Am I wrong?" The man feels intimidated, wondering if the scythe is truly the boy's main weapon. He admits he's never seen a player wield such a massive scythe until it dawns on him. Only one player uses a scythe as their main weapon. He recalls the boy just said he finished the guy off for identity theft. The MC then asks, "Do you finally understand? You're standing before the true Black Reaper," and apologizes for his lie. The 30-something drops his sword, trembling violently because the boy was never Maraschino but the true, powerful Black Reaper. He immediately kneels, shaking all over, apologizing for not recognizing him at first and begging for mercy. But it's no use. The MC declares he won't, not in a million years and with a single movement. The head flew, landing at the Black Dragon's feet. He stared, terrified. This man, the true Black Reaper, was on another level. He trembled. He hadn't even seen the scythe move, yet the deed was done. Rumen raised his scythe. "Now alone," he remarked, "the chubby one knows what's coming." When asked for his last words, he panicked. He admitted he wouldn't beg for his life, but had one question for their next encounter. The MC asked if he wanted to know why he killed him 5 times in the 4th round. Young Tech confirmed this was his exact question. The MC replied the reason was simple. He recognized him as a potential rival. He was the strongest here, a rival to be eliminated. "Are you ready to die?" The Black Dragon, trembling, dared to ask why someone so powerful would just kill him. Rumen scoffed, "You're trash. I'm only here for the cafeteria woman." He pleaded, "I did nothing. I was just a spectator the whole time." The MC lowers his scythe, deciding to spare him. The chubby guy, relieved, asks if he's serious. Touching the scythe to the ground, he warns, "In exchange, I want all your items and equipment." With that one order, the Black Dragon drops all his items. The MC is impressed. There are many useful things, and if he sold everything. This could fetch him about 2,000 gold. Hyung Tak, sweating cold, earnestly warns this is all he has left, no more items in his inventory. Rumen picks up the magic crystals, stating he doesn't doubt it. He warns he'll only take the stones. Other items are useless. He says this, but internally he knows those items can't even be sold. The Black Dragon then returns the items to his inventory. He asks if he'll truly live as promised. The MC affirms, "A promise is a promise." The chubby guy, overjoyed, thanks him profusely. Rumen stops him, ordering kindness from now on, and lets him decide on the bodies. He then tells the woman he'll take her to the cafe. With that, he exits the warehouse. The young Tech watches, relieved to be safe. For a moment, he was sure he'd die. He hadn't expected salvation, especially not for items clearly worth less than his life. Yet a strange feeling lingers. Did he really do something so wrong to lose items just for watching? He grows furious, finding it unfair, until he glances back at the MC, realizing their vulnerability. As he turns, carrying the woman, the chubby guy breaks into a cold sweat. This is a perfect chance to attack from behind. Defeating the powerful Black Reaper would greatly boost his attributes. He's absolutely sure this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he won't get another chance to catch him off guard. He summons his axe, certain he'll regret letting this pass. So he begins walking silently. Hoping the MC wouldn't hear him, he crept closer. Finally, close enough, he readied his axe, delivering a full swing that sent the MC crashing to the ground. Hyung Tak was in shock, unable to believe he'd actually finished off the Black Reaper so easily. He burst out laughing, incredulous that a level 30 was defeated by a level 10, then began kicking the fallen body. He shouts this is all because the enemy turned their back. Excited, he thanks the levels this kill will bring. But something's off. No system notifications and his stacks aren't increasing. He worries what's happening until the MC appears behind him, radiating a sinister aura. "What do you think you're doing?" He spun around, utterly terrified. What the hell was happening? He was certain he'd killed the Black Reaper. Did this person possess some resurrection ability? Frightened, he stumbled backward, bumping into nothing. He turned, only to find the Black Reaper's body had vanished. Not a single drop of blood remained. Ryuman explains the chubby guy killed his clone. His clone ability creates an identical copy, though it cannot fight. This is the clone rune. Chanting, "Create clone," summons a single clone. The conjurer becomes intangible for 10 seconds and hides after casting. The created clone is psychically linked to the conjurer and controllable by his will. However, it only allows non-attack actions. Abilities and inventory are locked with a 10-minute cooldown. He's stoked a player fell for it, proving he's useful even without fighting. What a total test. Young Tech is fuming, yelling he was tricked. But Ruman's like, "Bro, are you nuts? You were the victim, almost got wiped." Attacked from behind, he summoned his scythe, delivering a precise strike. The fat guy, confused, wondered why his body wouldn't move, unaware his head had already rolled off. The MC wasted no time, activating his Erase Traces ability. A black flame consumed the head and entire body, completely clearing the crime scene. Leaving no trace of blood, he's always surprised how useful this common ability is, as no one can claim it was a crime scene except one person. He thinks about this and calls the woman, asking if she won't get up already, knowing she's pretending to be unconscious, as a player cannot be fooled. He says this, imagining he's reading her thoughts. The woman lifts her head from the ground. Lamenting, she asks him to remove the black sack. He replies, "Not yet, wait for me to leave." He'll ask questions and needs her cooperation. His first question, "How many clients did you have? Do you remember their faces?" She answers, 4. One was in his 40s. I remember his face because I spoke directly to him, but not the others. Ryuman, reading her thoughts, confirms her truthfulness. He states he has no more questions. Sweating cold, she asks if it's truly over, if she's safe. The MC confirms it is and she can leave. But he warns her, report nothing to the police or things will end badly. He then tells her to count for a minute before he removes the sack. She agrees, starts counting to 60, and he removes the sack. The woman looks around the empty warehouse, confused. Was it all a dream? Back at the hotel, Ruman enters his apartment, announcing his return. His brother, confused, asks why he's rocking a pink jacket. The MC awkwardly walks past, saying he's tired and needs a nap. Still curious, one asks where he's been and if he's eaten. He suggests ordering dinner. Taking off his jacket, he says she can order anything. He then reflects he hadn't noticed the shirt's state after so many completions. Though clean, it wouldn't be right to give it back to his brother, so he just throws it away. One panics, not understanding why his shirt was tossed. Ruman explains it's a very old shirt. He promised his brother a new one. His brother, though accepting, felt strange about school being closed, unable to go out. The MC empathized, knowing how boring being stuck at home was, especially with school shut down because of people like Young Tech. So he invited him to Everland the next day. His brother, delighted, asked if he was serious. "Yes," he replied. He asks them to eat quickly for an early night. The next day, they visit the amusement park. One is overjoyed. It's been ages since he'd been. Ryuman is glad to see his joy, knowing how tough life has been lately, making this visit long overdue. He observes the vibrant park, surprised it's fully functioning, a beacon of hope in their challenging times. Right then, a family leaves a store. He spots another store, pulls his brother, and urges him to hurry. Inside, seeing all the items, he puts panda ears on MC, who gets all emotional, thinking it's just *2 cute. He totally wants to buy it. Plus, he's kinda overwhelmed by all the other cute stuff. Ruman tells him to grab whatever he wants. Even after leaving, he asks what else they want to do. They hit the roller coaster, then the water park, eventually seeing pandas playing. One gets emotional over the twin pandas, making his brother happy. He'd been depressed last night, so the park was a great idea. But suddenly the boy worries, asking if they should really be there. Tomorrow's May 1st, games resume. Ruman tells him, "No stress, this round won't even hit 10 hours. You'll get plenty of sleep, no need to freak out." His brother's not feeling it. "It's never taken that long." MC gently places a hand on his brother's head. "Don't sweat it. I'd never leave you hanging. Just keep having fun. Maybe we'll even hit up a safari after all this." Night falls. It's almost midnight on April 30th. The MC lies down. Suddenly, his phone rings. He picks it up, messages from Julie. She writes, Almost midnight again, unfortunately. I wish us well so we can live another day. He's happy. With regions uniting, he can protect her from now on. He sets the phone aside. Midnight has passed. All players are immediately teleported to another world. A guy wonders if everyone made it, noting the scarcity of people. Ryuman figures it's normal to feel this way, given the first round had 10,000, but he knows this feeling will soon fade. Suddenly, the angel appears, happy to see them all. Even after congratulating them for making it to the fifth round, the players show no reaction. This frustrates Olivia, who asks, "What's wrong with you all? Smile!" She found the last round quite fun, watching them struggle to finish their own species. Finding their collective reaction utterly boring, she decides to halt her provocations, announcing that 442 survivors have been summoned here. With 521 survivors, the world is in chaos as 80 were defeated. Players aren't surprised. It's normal for each round to start with fewer people. The angel reveals she doesn't care, finding it boring to begin a game with so few. So she announces she's prepared something truly interesting for them. In summary, an integration of the zones is coming. A player, confused, asks for a detailed explanation. Olivia, furious, snaps that they're too stupid to grasp a simple term. She reiterates it literally means the zones will integrate. Then she reveals there are hundreds of zones in this country alone, 875 to be exact. Everyone is surprised. That's a huge number of zones for South Korea alone. The angel laughs, telling them not to be so surprised. It's a very low number compared to other nations. They're puzzled. If there are 10,000 people per zone, that means millions per nation. Meanwhile, another guy gets curious. Is there an angel in each zone? So thousands of those angels exist. Olivia confirms, one angel per zone, calling them idiots for just realizing it. A player asks if she didn't create this game. Olivia pauses, asks what makes him think that. He replies, thousands of angels wouldn't work together just for a survival game. Immediately, she descends toward the player. He asks what the problem is if they work together. She warns him not to ask unnecessary questions if he doesn't want to be finished. Terrified, the man apologizes for bringing it up. Still angry, she flies off. The MC watches, realizing they hit a sensitive point. He's certain a rule prevents angels from discussing the game's creator. Plus, he doubts an angel defeated by a player could have created this huge game. Olivia repeats she won't answer more stupid questions, focus on survival. She warns she'll begin integration immediately, stressing it's only due to few players in this zone. She tells them to stop with the stupid theories about what's happening. A strong earthquake shakes the area. Beams of light appear, growing brighter, forming a huge barrier that terrifies the players. They've never seen anything like it. The light intensifies across their zone. After several blocks glow intensely, players from other zones appear. They wonder, is it over? Everyone continued staring, trying to grasp the situation until an angel announced the zone integration was complete. Another angel then appeared, asking why they were still staring when introductions were due. Disbelief spread. They now faced not one but 10 angels. The celestial beings greeted everyone again. Olivia explained, they simply merged 10 zones into one. The number of players increased to 4,884. Everyone is still shocked because 10 zones have now merged, and the player count has risen to almost 5,000. The angel explains that other zones did the same, meaning zone names will also change. This one will be called ISK 00 Zeta, consisting solely of players from South Korea. Players whispered, relieved they could communicate, all being from South Korea. Ryuman watched them, aware integrations would continue whenever numbers dropped below 500. Much later, when South Korea's total player count falls under 500, they'd compete against other nations. He decided to set that aside. It wouldn't happen until around round 11. He needs to focus on the present. He anticipates the angels starting a bonus game soon. But before he could even think, Olivia announced a simple bonus game before the main mission to celebrate the zone integration. Each zone had 1 rep. Now with integration, there are 10 reps, and they need to address this. After all, now they must revert to a single representative. The MC listens intently as the angel raises her finger, declaring the old representatives will fight until only one remains. That survivor will be chosen as the zone's new representative. Players whisper, finding this cruel, forcing representatives to fight. One man observes some find it amusing as they won't have to fight. Another is terrified, realizing they must fight among themselves to choose a new representative. One laments being a representative, forced to fight. Another wonders if they'll be reborn should they fall in this battle. They ask if they can simply give up their representative right. Ryuman knows being the zone's representative has held no merit until now, but this changes in later rounds. He must win this dispute at all costs. Olivia grabs everyone's attention, reassuring them not to fear defeat. They'll simply respawn immediately with no real-life consequences. This eases one player who feared the worst. Yet she points out things aren't that simple. The new zone representative will receive the governor's position, not the authority one. This ability grants control over players with a lower level. She explains it's an upgraded command authority, which previously controlled classless players. Importantly, this ability can still be used 10 times. It transfers if the current representative is defeated by another player or monster. So she asks if they're not tempted by an ability to control others. They ponder it. They could control anyone of a higher level, regardless of class. Noticing the player's renewed motivation, she tells them to prepare. Then, an angel comments to others. After the integration, they also need to pick a rep from their group. So she asks for volunteers. Silence falls. She remarks she shouldn't have asked. An angel volunteering for work must be sick. Another asks what to do since no one wants to step up. One suggests rolling dice, leaving it to chance, boring, but it's not a bad thing. Someone suggests angels take shifts, but they disagree. Some might not work in later rounds, unsure if they'll even reach them. Olivia asks if there's truly no other way to decide. Then, the red-haired angel comments that zone representatives will fight soon. She suggests the first representative defeated means their angel becomes the guide for all rounds. Everyone thinks it's a fun idea and raises their hands in agreement. However, Olivia asks them to wait, suggesting a different approach. Instead of the angel of the first defeated human being the round's guide, she proposes the angel responsible for the zone of the human who survives until the end becomes the absolute queen of that zone. The angel in charge of the surviving human zone will be the queen. All other angels and the humans who survived must submit to her command. One angel asks, "Are we truly giving so much power to a representative? This person could control us just like the queen." The other angels are excited. It's fun, and queen just sounds so good. Priscilla finds it amusing. Such a suggestion shows immense confidence. She warns her to be careful. Her region's representative has never left rank 1 and won't be easily defeated. Olivia asks if she's serious, laughing internally. She wants to brag about an insect in first place in her region, especially since her own region has the Black Reaper as its representative. She asks for their decision. Priscilla, along with the other confident angels, agrees without opposition. They then task Olivia with the announcement. Olivia informs all players that the bonus game will commence to determine the integrated region's representative. She instructs each representative from the former zones to approach her. They obey, walking like the MC until all 10 look up, awaiting further orders. Olivia then raises her hand and a strong tremor begins. A giant arena appears around them, fully forming. The players grow anxious, unsure how to proceed. But Olivia explains they'll begin the bonus round, combat until only one remains standing. She emphasizes they won't be eliminated if they lose, urging them to stay until the end. With that, she asks to begin immediately. Everyone summons their swords, just like the MC with his black scythe. The players start glaring at each other, faced with the opportunity to become king by defeating only 9 others. One guy notices no one took the initiative as they're all being cautious, meaning everyone there is highly skilled. Yet he remains supremely confident, certain no one surpasses him, having never lost first place in his region. He also wields the rune of dismantling, a power so immense that when he stabs an opponent, the rune activates, instantly shattering them. He believes his blade instinctively knows where to strike, ensuring his absolute dominance. He eliminated over 300 players in the 4th round. Suddenly, the angels questioned their stillness, urging them to eliminate each other. The player found the angels' restlessness strange, as if they'd made a bet. He then walked through the crowd, confident no one there was stronger. It's also the perfect chance to leave a strong impression. He stops mid-arena, drawing his sword. All he desires is a sacrifice, a little lamb to boost his performance. He thinks, anyone can come at me, I'll finish them off instantly. Just then, Ruman walks and stops before him. The player is ecstatic. A little lamb has finally appeared. He admits he's never seen anyone wield such an absurdly large scythe, convinced it's no ordinary weapon. He's encountered Scythe in countless nicknames, but never the actual weapon until he spots the player's name. Reading Black Scythe, or rather, Black Reaper leaves him scared, disbelieving, truly terrified. He tries to believe it's another player with the same nickname, but quickly dismisses it. He knows no two can share the exact same nickname. He immediately lowers his sword, terrified. He's facing the #1 rank from all regions, the only level 30, the legendary Black Reaper. The observing angels ask what happened to the human. He was confident, now suddenly terrified. They ask Priscilla if that human isn't her region's rep. She's anxious, wondering why her region's idiot rep is just frozen like a scared dog. Olivia bursts out laughing. Priscilla asks, "What's so funny?" Olivia apologizes. "Look at your little dog," so terrified before a player. Priscilla asks if she's saying this because he's her asterisk region's representative. She admits the scythe is striking, but sees no aura that could instill fear in a first-time viewer. She then asks if she's implying Olivia's regent representative is so powerful he's scaring her player, immediately telling her to stop talking nonsense. Her regent's representative has always been rank 1 in his own zone. Olivia smiles with satisfaction, asking, "What's so special about regional rank 1? Her region's rep has never lost first place across all regions every round. The angels are shocked, demanding how she dares lie. Surely they'd have noticed. Only then do they realize the player's nickname is Black Reaper." They admit seeing this nickname in every results window. Priscilla's frustrated. The Black Reaper, Olivia's rep if real, means no one else stands a chance. Suddenly they're startled. Priscilla's beloved one took a single precise attack. His head flew off, defeated in one strike. Olivia bursts into laughter. One less human. Only then did all the players realize they were facing the Black Reaper, wondering why he was even there. Terror gripped them. They couldn't defeat a level 30 even together and would likely fall in a single strike, just like the first player. As the MC walked towards them, one player immediately exclaimed, "It's good to see you. I'm happy to be in the same region as the famous Black Reaper." He asks to talk. A woman immediately puts her bow away, stating she won't fight. The others follow, telling the angels they surrender, admitting defeat. But the angels ask if they're joking. Such behavior is shameful, ruining the game's fun. With malicious glares, they make it clear they'll explode everyone's heads if surrender is mentioned again, guaranteeing no revival. They get. Terrified by the threat, they summon weapons, preparing for battle. 8 against 1, they believe they have a chance. Ryuman realizes the angels are more terrifying than him as players now attack all at once. This only excites him. No matter how many ants try, they're just ants. The representatives notice his laugh and get furious. Taking it as an insult due to level difference, they charge all at once. The MC, unintimidated, charges forward with a grim expression, slicing all enemies in the blink of an eye. Players who held back are terrified by what they witness, but before they can react, they too are attacked until all are finished off by the MC's massive scythe. The watching angels are shocked. They admit the fight ended too fast, even with the Black Reaper. Do they now serve Olivia, who oversaw that player? Suddenly, Priscilla screams furiously for Olivia, approaching and asking if Olivia knew this would happen. Olivia replies she obviously knew the outcome. The redhead then tells the angels they were deceived. Olivia responds, "Of course I suggested something in my favor." Why else would she suggest it? Did she force anyone into the bet? No one cared, they just wanted fun, so they agreed. Priscilla couldn't hide her fury. Olivia then asked if she wanted a fight. If so, go right ahead. She added it would be pathetic for angels to brawl before humans, besides if the chief angel found out. She would be sent to the insect penitentiary. The redhead is horrified, hating that place from her heart. Olivia, now queen, orders Priscilla to be the guide from that moment on. The redhead asks how long. Olivia replies, "Until I feel better," commanding her to get to work right away. The angel flies toward the players, regretting having agreed to the bet, and after positioning herself, it is announced that the new human representative has been chosen, as witnessed. The Black Reaper player is now Zone CSK007's new representative. His new temporary ability is Ruler Position. It allows him to command any player to do anything he desires. The targeted player cannot disobey the order under any circumstances. It can be used 10 times. Only one command can be given per person. The ability also fails on higher-level players. People murmur, having known the Black Reaper would clearly be the representative. After all, he's level 30 and can control anyone. Best not to cross him. Priscilla announces she will now resurrect the defeated players. With a flap of her wings, a strong light bursts from the former representatives' bodies. One of them and the others revive, confused, trying to recall what happened. The redhead explains they were defeated by the Black Reaper, now the zone's representative. Only then do they grasp the situation. She continues, stating that with a new representative, former rights will be removed. She reassures them not to be sad, they can always earn them back. The bonus game is over. She'll now explain the main mission. The system is open to all. Each person must slay 300 orcs within 10 hours. The secondary mission is to collect 4 stones of balance. The reward remains a mystery. Total participants, 77 million. Nearly 5,000 are in this current zone. Only 1,211 can be approved. A player is intimidated by the absurd number of orcs and the low approval limit. Priscilla, already irritated, asks why they're complaining, warning she can lower the approved player count further. Everyone falls silent. She informs them previous rounds were too easy, so she prepared something harder this time. Players wondered if slaying orcs would be easy, believing them weaklings. Priscilla was disappointed they couldn't think ahead, announcing she'd say nothing further. They questioned the side quest and why its reward showed question marks. The redhead replied that, unlike before, the side quest was visible to all, but the reward remained a secret. The MC, hearing all of this. He always finds the many secrets annoying. Yet he knows the side quest reward is the Rune of Balance, one of the 18 runes he needs. Only one person per zone can obtain it as a quest reward. He's also aware that others have chances to earn the rune in each zone, but the difficulty is higher than the main quest itself. After all, even if someone completes the side quest, it's still hard to meet the conditions for the Rune of Balance. Priscilla explained the side quest is to collect the stones of balance. Collect 4 and you'll receive a mysterious reward. However, only one person can claim it, as there are just 4 stones of balance per zone. They asked, if someone doesn't find all 4, does that mean the side quest isn't completed? She replied, exactly, don't worry. Players can steal stones by finishing off others. This surprises them as it mirrors the representative's power. The angel confirms but warns, this only applies to stones of balance, not other items, and death is final, no resurrection. She said her piece, urging them to give their all. 10 hours remain until the round ends. The MC watches the angel vanish, finding them utterly annoying. He'll now hit the orc quota for a new record, then help Julie. He starts running, weaving through the crowd. They watch the Black Reaper depart, relieved they weren't targeted. Frightened by that presence, a player asks, where's he going? Should we follow? Another quickly interrupts, are you crazy? Following the Black Reaper is suicidal or worse, ending up enslaved. But one player suggests, let's go anyway. The MC is always first. Doing something is better than nothing. Everyone feels uneasy about whether to go, until they wonder what to do if caught. A female player suggests keeping distance, saying she'll do it even if alone. She then leaves the group. The remaining players hesitate, then gather courage, heading where the Black Reaper went, trusting he knows best. Meanwhile, in a small orc village, the MC approaches, soon spotting a monster. People watch, wondering what it is. A village, perhaps? The Black Reaper is apparently entering. The monster rages, but the MC, unfazed, charges. He plunges his scythe into its head, cutting it down, defeating it. He then enters the village, soon encountering more monsters. Orcs notice the intruder, preparing for battle. Both sides charge. Ryuman easily dispatches the first and advances. An orc attempts a strike, but he just raises his scythe, a simple move finishing the 2 ahead. He keeps walking, enters a hut, and emerges moments later empty-handed. Meanwhile, people watching from afar comment the orcs seem peaceful, as weak as gnolls. One questions if it was only easy due to the Black Reaper. Another says they shouldn't let their guard down. Another agrees prevention is better than cure, and they decide to attack the orcs too. One thinks it's better to stick with the defeated for now. The others decide to stay at the rear, and if things calm down, they'll just separate. They then head to the village. Upon entering, they realize it's significantly larger, even 3 times the size of the first one they saw. One monster soon spotted the people, blowing a trumpet. The sound grew louder, echoing through the village. They worried, wondering why an orc was blowing it and if it had summoned more monsters. Just then, dozens of monsters charged toward the players, cornering them. Surrounded, they grew anxious. One player, sword in hand, muttered this village felt a bit too large. Though it exceeded his expectations, one asked what to do. Another replied the answer was obvious, fight for their lives. The monsters wasted no time charging. The players mirrored them, shouting reminders. They're weak, finish them all. The battle began. An orc took a hit and the players' confidence surged. These monsters are clearly novices, their attacks so slow. We'll finish them off easily, they thought, pleased by the simplicity. But then things turned strange. One couldn't retrieve his sword, taking a heavy club blow. The players were quickly cornered, defeated one by the enormous monster army. "I can't believe we're actually losing to an orc," one muttered, fallen to the ground, and starts screaming for help while taking a lethal attack. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the MC advances through the forest, noticing his followers have disappeared. He reflects that 20 people moving quietly is difficult. However, if they aren't foolish enough to attack a much larger orc village, they should manage. He knows it's best to avoid villages with watchtowers, after all. When the orc guard blows the trumpet, over 50 orcs immediately appear. Villages like this house over 200. He finally reaches the orc village, ready to attack. He considers their muscular structure, vastly different from humans. Driving his sword in would make extraction difficult. He advances, cutting one's neck. This is the critical spot, the orc's most vulnerable area. He relentlessly cuts, striking their backs, piercing through their bodies. Such impressive feats demand a truly skilled player. After his assault, the MC shoves his scythe into the monster's back, knocking it down. Then he activates his progress window. Noticing 8 hours, 59 minutes, 22 seconds remained in the round. Ryuman had already completed his main mission, defeating 300 orcs. It took him only an hour. First place secured, he decided to help Jury, activating his tracking skill. Elsewhere, Monkey asked if his teammate Yongho was okay. The leader of the hiking group answers yes, despite nearly losing his life. Anne, startled, questions the monster's strength. Players note they resemble bipedal pigs, advising against underestimation. The man asks how many have been dealt with. Mankey estimates around 50. Yongho is displeased. Only 50 in an hour with 5 people is unacceptable. This way they won't reach the 300 needed for the main mission. His group vows not to fall behind. Failure means losing their lives this time. The leader sighs, commenting they'll likely have to attack a larger orc village. They grow worried, asking if it's too dangerous. Another member agrees, noting fighting 3 was hard. How will they manage a bigger village? They agreed to focus on smaller villages for safety. The leader conceded, acknowledging their right, and wouldn't argue. He wouldn't force anyone, but stressed that at this pace the goal was unreachable. Despite the difficulty, they had no choice but to risk it. With a grim look, he urged them to remember, there's no future on a sinking ship. Meanwhile, near the forest, the group points to the orc village they saw earlier. The player whispers there's apparently a guard post in that village. The leader suggests circling to check it out, and they begin walking around the village. They observe the wooden fence, suggesting they pass through the plank's gaps. One does so, commenting no one is nearby. With that, everyone crosses, after entering. They wonder if monsters are in the tents, assuming 5 per tent. The leader notes the village is larger than expected. Another asks if they should ambush them while still in their tents. Yongho agrees, good idea since we're here anyway. Mankey says it's fine. 5 should be easy if executed properly. They choose a tent as their target. The leader warns they'll start the moment he signals. Everyone positions themselves, then enters the tent. Inside, another door awaits, which they immediately open. But they're shocked. 10 enemies inside, not 5. The orcs sense intruders, stand up. One asks, what do we do? So many monsters. The leader commands, we must take down at least one first. Everyone rushes to attack, targeting the one on the left. The warrior defends, while Yongho strikes the orc's leg, felling it. Monkey then attacks with his sword, finishing it instantly. One monster shouts furiously, confronting the players. It approaches, radiating a sinister aura, and strikes Monkey with full force. The leader panics, seeing his partner take a direct hit. He immediately attacks, stabbing his sword into the monster's neck, finishing it instantly. The other orcs just watch. Players reposition, 8 orcs remain. The captain worries, so many remain, he doubts they can handle them. A member comments they won't succeed and must retreat. Yongho agrees, having thought the same. With that, they all start running out. The orcs chase them, but outside, they're shocked to find more orcs waiting. So many monsters, over a dozen, the blonde one laments. We're done for, this is the end. Yet the captain just tells them to draw weapons. They respond, nothing we can do, but it was a pleasure working with you. Yongho asks why the orcs haven't finished them off yet. He tells them to look into their eyes if they want to know. Reluctantly, they gaze at the orcs' faces, seeing them openly mock the situation. The captain points backward, declaring, these monsters are laughing at us. Roaring with laughter, in fact, Doesn't that make you furious to be despised by such creatures? Are we just monkeys in their damn zoo? He urged them never give up. Fight to the very end, taking at least one monster with you. That is how one dies with honor. They understood, apologizing for their momentary lapse, vowing to fight until the end under his command. As the orcs began to approach, the leader warned that at his signal, they would all target the same orc. They understood, however. The orcs start looking around, listening to something. Then they bolt in another direction, vanishing from the player's sight. The players are left confused. Why did the orcs just leave? But their leader grabs their attention, pointing elsewhere. There are still orcs inside the tent, he states, a confident smile on his face. Only 8 of them, let's go. Everyone agrees, launching their attack. After a tough fight, they were stoked to have defeated all 8. One turned, saying they only pulled it off thanks to the captain. Another agreed, adding that if he hadn't pushed them, they'd all be gone. Yang-ho humbly replied, "Don't say that. Everyone had the will to live and fight, and that's why we won. Otherwise, I'd be toast too." Then he called out, "Manji, how's your arm?" He replied the pain was bearable. The leader told him to rest, unable to move his injury, and sent the group to hide while he sought an exit. A player asked if it was dangerous. He reassured them to wait until his return, then walked. Observing, he found it strange. Everything was quiet, no orcs seen since then. He continues through the village until he's startled by numerous slain orcs before him. He approaches, trying to understand what happened, asking, "Who the hell did this?" He then realizes a player is among the monsters, wondering if it's the Black Reaper. The MC, not expecting others, realizes someone is there and notices the player's nickname, Yang-ho. He wonders if he's truly the Mercenary King. He knows mercenaries are a short-range combat class, wielding many weapons like warriors with similar abilities, yet something sets them apart. Mercenaries grow stronger through contracts. Thus, most form teams with people they know or with the Mercenary King. So, Mercenary King is a solo class where the user commands mercenaries via contracts. Those who sign receive additional effects. Despite this, the MC feels there's no real reason for them to sign with a Mercenary King. The MC concludes that the person before him is definitely Yang-ho from the solo class Mercenary King and admits he didn't expect him here. The team captain approaches. Ryuman greets the Reaper, asking if he knows him. The Reaper replies, "Who doesn't know the top-ranked player ever?" The MC then confirms it wasn't his imagination. This was indeed the one player across all zones. He figures the guy would probably hate a handshake. The MC watches, noting he doesn't seem like the type to betray. That's probably why he became the Mercenary King. To qualify for Mercenary King, one needs a leader's mind and kind heart. Yang-ho then asks if he eliminated all orcs. MC replies, "Yes." Surprised, Yang-ho says he lives up to his rank, immediately bowing, thanking him. He survived only because the MC distracted the orcs. Ryuman replies he wasn't even aware they were there. The captain says he knew Ryuman didn't intend to, but he helped by defeating the monsters. Ryuman says, "That's fine," asking him and his companions to leave if they are. It's done, all orcs in that village are cleared. No need to worry. Yang-ho, surprised, asked how he knew he was here with a team. Before an answer, he turned, asking his team why they were there. He'd told them to wait. The player replied he was anxious, afraid of being left behind. The captain was inconsolable, insisting he'd never do that. The MC concludes 4 mercenaries apparently contracted with Yang-ho. He assumes they appeared out of concern for their leader, meaning Yang-ho has already formed genuine bonds. Only then do players realize it's the Black Reaper, surprised, asking what he's doing in the village. He replies he was there for a light hunt. The player responds, "Understood." Ryuman again urged them to leave now that they were done. He thought an intermediate boss would appear soon after the orcs' defeat, making their continued presence too dangerous. They immediately understood, stating it was an honor to meet him. But then they heard something. One asked if the other truly heard it. The captain asked, "What was that?" The MC replies it's the intermediate boss, urging them to leave again. He's terrified, trying to grasp the situation until he spots a colossal monster approaching. The players remain scared, asking what it is, wondering if it's truly an orc. The boss lets out a loud roar, drawing closer, destroying everything in its path. The MC is pleased the orc warrior has finally arrived. This monster is precisely why he remained after defeating the other orcs. He needs to defeat it to acquire the Balance Stone for his side mission. He knows that once this one is down, along with the bosses from the 3 other tribes, his mission will be complete. The giant orc now charges at high speed. The group leader notes the monster's irritation, desperately urging them to run. The orc's face is sinister. Worse, the boss charges at high speed, striking the ground with a powerful blow, destroying everything nearby. Yang-ho realizes he was narrowly missed and is shocked, remembering the Black Reaper's scythe handle hit him, throwing him clear of the boss's attack. The MC asks, "What the hell are you doing?" Without hesitation, he thanks him for saving his life. But Ryuman again urges them to leave if they value their lives. The colossal boss approaches, laughing with a terrifying grin. The MC attacks, "What's so funny?" landing a solid blow on his foot. The orc warrior, enraged, raises his sword and strikes the ground heavily. However, the protagonist dodges. The monster preps another attack, missing again. He finds these attacks amusing, asking, "What's the point of high damage if it's dodged?" The boss looks aside, grumbling. The protagonist positions himself and jumps. Prepping his attack, he tells the monster to stop whining, landing a devastating hit, sending it to the ground instantly. Without wasting time, he leaps, striking again. The blow lands on the boss's neck. Enraged, it strikes the ground, but MC effortlessly dodges every attack. He realizes 2 hits won't sever the head. The boss's neck is too tough. Ryuman wastes no time, charging again, throwing his scythe behind the monster's head and latching on. He leaps, building momentum to spin his weapon. This cut is devastating, piercing the boss, sending its head flying clean off. He stands triumphantly on the monster's body. The system notifies, "Orc warrior defeated. Experience gained increased by 37. Gold earned 4,000, a bonus 2,000. The group remains near the fallen boss. He wonders if the Black Reaper truly defeated that giant monster. The MC descends. A notification confirms he obtained the sword with the pommel ring. He also acquired an orc heart, a low-level dark blue mana stone, and the balance stone. With these, his side mission progress began at the balance stone. He reviews all notifications, including one for owning a room. He realizes defeating a boss is far more advantageous than random monsters, especially after obtaining a great item. The pommel ring sword. Epicranked, it increases attack speed by 5% per successful hit, stacking up to 10 times. He notes that, considering only its attack power, it's even better than his own scythe, so selling it for a high price is the best option. He now focuses on the orc heart. Some might find it gross and toss it. It's a possession item, looks like a heart but isn't one. He knows tossing it would be a huge mistake. It's a key ingredient for a unique item. Just then, players approach, thanking him for handling the boss, saving them yet again. They ask if he knew it would appear. The MC, fabricating an excuse, replied a similar monster appeared after he cleared another village's orcs. Surprised, they understood his warning to leave, seeing the Reaper as a kind-hearted player. He then stated, having finished everything, he would leave. The group bid him farewell, thanking him again and asking him to take care. The leader then turned away. They declare a hunt. Everyone is excited by what they witnessed, but Monkey collapses. Panic spreads. "Are you okay?" he's asked. He replies, "Unfortunately, this is my end. I can't endure any more." The leader questions, "What are you saying? You were fine moments ago?" Monkey answers, "I only said that not to worry anyone, but I've reached my limit." Yang-ho urges him, hold on just a little longer to survive and return to reality. But he replies it's no use. He failed his goal. He tells them to leave him, not wanting to be a burden. The leader won't accept this, believing there's a way. He vows they'll get and finish all the orcs. Monkey insists it won't work, and even if they manage. He believes he can't endure much longer, then groans in pain. The MC, observing, finds this unexpected. Yang-ho is destined to lead hundreds of mercenaries, yet he seems so weak. But seeing the group's closeness, it makes sense. Their bond reminds him of his own brother. He pauses, then walks towards them, deciding to help. He understands that feeling. He calls the group, saying they need help, and asks to take a look. The leader, without delay, asks if there's a way to save him. He replies yes, but reveals the injury is serious, though a cure exists. With that, he extends a hand overflowing with energy, focusing this power on the wound, healing it instantly. They are stunned to see the wound simply vanish and ask how he did it. The MC explains it's a skill called First Aid, available for purchase at the shop. A member recalls seeing it. Another player adds he's also seen it, noting its 20,000 gold price but never realized its power. Ryuman, hearing this, figures everyone's mistaken. It's definitely not that amazing. It only works on bleeding and minor wounds, certainly not enough for a crushed shoulder. He also knows emergency care's healing power scales with intelligence, being a divine-type skill. His current intelligence is 123, an effect boosted by the rune of radiance. After a moment's thought, he asks the player to move their shoulder, assuring them that despite the scar, normal movement will be possible. Monkey is happy, managing to move it very well. The MC clarifies he's not fully recovered yet. It's no coincidence it's named First Aid, emphasizing that overexertion will likely cause re-injury. However, hunting won't be an issue. The man is surprised by this, immediately standing to thank him as the MC just became his savior. The leader also bows in gratitude, thanking him for healing their teammate. Immediately, everyone else bows, thanking him for the gesture. Young-ho presents an item unsure of its utility but offers it as a token of gratitude. Everyone is surprised by the item. Other players follow suit, asking to take it. Even those with power can't easily get gold. This item, though small, is better than nothing when sold. The MC accepts without hesitation, though he should refuse. He started to refuse, claiming he didn't need any of it, but the players insisted, a symbol of their gratitude. Ryuman was surprised by the many gifts. He mused they weren't top tier, but together quite profitable. Still, he changed his mind, realizing he'd gained something far greater. The leader then confirmed Ryuman had once again given hope to Monkey. They will reward for that someday. The MC observes the two, seeing the mercenary king now indebted, an ally gained. Profiting greatly from a skill he needed anyway felt very good. Pondering this, he bids farewell, leaving the village as they greet him. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Juri sits, staring at her system screen. She begins to worry. Only 8 hours, 55 minutes, 15 seconds remain. Main mission, 0 orcs defeated, 300 needed. Panic. At this pace, she'll never reach 300, it's her fault. She got scared, lost the Black Reaper, yet after round 5, finding him wasn't difficult. He was a candidate for the bonus game. However, she felt a strange sensation after witnessing the Reaper attack the former leader, ripping his head off. She then saw him slice all the other former regional leaders, his dark gaze instantly terrifying her. After the game, she only thought she needed to talk to him, but fear paralyzed her. Her eyes remained closed. She tried to convince herself she wasn't afraid. The Black Reaper wouldn't hurt her, he wasn't some psychopath who'd kill her on sight. Slowly, she opened her eyes only to find he was gone. Despair consumed her. She'd lost him and didn't know what to do. Then she remembered Ryuman's words from real life. You'll need to kill 300 orcs. He admitted it wouldn't be easy as they're resistant in groups. He stressed not to go alone, urging her to find the Black Reaper since zones would merge. If he wasn't found, she was to wait an hour. Remembering this, she realized she'd already waited an hour, just as her prophet friend had requested. She worries the Black Reaper won't return to the start. She gets up, she can't risk the round ending and must find him. She walks, guessing his direction until surprised by a sight, an orc village likely. She wonders if the Reaper is there too, but it's dangerous. She gets scared and must leave. Suddenly, an orc approaches from behind. Startled, she spun, sensing his presence. The monster roared. Without hesitation, she activated her blessing magic on her sword. She didn't want this fight, but it was unavoidable. Her buff boosted all attributes by 50%. As the orc prepared to strike, a wave of relief washed over her. Only one, and she knew their weakness. She dodges, knowing the neck is the only weak point, but doubts her aim. Juri knows a miss means a counterattack, and pulling the sword out will be tough. She needs speed and precision. She strikes, but the monster just shakes its head, deflecting her to its arm. Frustration immediately flares, the orc simply dodged. She attempts a slight retreat, believing she at least pierced, albeit shallowly, and withdraws her sword smoothly. The opponent wastes no time, launching a flurry of blows, forcing her to dodge. Dodging, she counterattacks, spotting an opening and grazing the opponent's neck. Julie feels relieved. Her attacks are working. She then unleashes her combo. She knew victory was just a few attacks away. And just like that, the orc, severely injured, fell defeated. She couldn't believe she'd done it, a triumphant smile spreading. An orc defeated one-on-one? But then she instantly spun around, hearing someone approach. It was the MC, scythe in hand. Julie rubs her eyes, wondering if she's seeing things. Is that truly the Black Reaper? She'd searched for him, but he found her, yet he just walks past. She can't believe it. Still dazed, she turns, asking for permission. The MC turns too, asking what she wants. She awkwardly. She asks to join his group. He changes his expression, asking her to repeat herself. Again, she asks to join, but he questions why he should accept her. Pressured, she's unsure what to say, but approaches, stating she'll show him why. Without hesitation, she uses her blessing ability, immediately boosting his attributes. He's impressed, though he already knows this and is just pretending. Smiling, she explains the ability, Blessing, lasts for 3 hours, increasing all attributes by 50%. The MC pretends to check his system, confirming he understands. She then asks if that answers his question, suggesting the buff could greatly aid his future hunts. He questions forming a team with her solely for a buff. She replies yes, then earnestly asks him to please help her hunt. Ryuman, still playing his act, says he's unsure. With his temporary ruler's authority, he could simply use her as his personal assistant. She's shocked, not having considered that. It would be useless to have her on the team if he could just force her. But then he asks if she can promise never to betray him. She replies she obviously never would. Then, accordingly, he says it's fine. He extends his hand, stating he trusts her. He reveals he's a level 32 Death Reaper, nicknamed Black Reaper. She then introduces herself as a level 13 support class, nicknamed Democracy. Ryuman changes the subject, asking what kind of help she needs, as he observed she fought quite well against the orc. The girl responds that, surprisingly, that was actually her very first kill. He looks worried, asking if she really only got 1 kill in 30 minutes. Embarrassed, she chuckles lightly, confirming it. The MC states there's little time, he'll help her finish as many as possible. She's surprised by his easy decision to help. As they walk through the forest, he tells her to stay close. He can't protect her if she's out of sight. Democracy agrees, moving closer, relieved she'd listened to Ryuman. The Black Reaper wasn't as cold as he seemed. She barely thinks this before she's startled. 3 orcs stand before them. She panics, but the MC moves his scythe, telling her to wait. He stomps firmly, charging the monsters. With a simple move, he cuts the legs of all 3, leaving them utterly vulnerable. Just then, the guy realizes it's not over. Another attack severs both his hands. Julie is stunned, seeing the MC instantly incapacitate everyone. With an intimidating aura, he tells her to seize the chance and finish them. Then he asks, "What are you thinking?" The girl apologizes and approaches the orc. She planned to be careful just to ease her conscience. She then delivered a precise blow to the monster's neck, successfully finishing the orc. She also gained 2.35% experience plus 40 gold. She was surprised. It was too easy. She'd expected it to be more dangerous. Cold sweat trickled down. Was it really that easy to finish an orc? And looking at the MC. She believes he must be very powerful. He then turns, telling them to leave as he's not finished. She runs off, happy to have joined his group. Later, after finishing another orc, she praises his skill, admitting she didn't expect the hunt to be so easy with him. He, however, remains quiet, only asking how many she's killed. She said it was 52 in just 30 minutes, which was quite fast. But the MC reflected that while fast for other players, this method was too slow for him. Going to a village is dangerous. He couldn't protect her if surrounded by 50 orcs. So they must find a shaman orc. She, very happy. She figured they could easily get 300 orcs in 3 hours, but he woke her, stating they had only 1 hour to finish. Startled, she asked, "Are you serious? How?" He explained they must find a shaman orc, a monster that summons them. If they found it, they wouldn't need to hunt. The shaman would summon constantly. Knowing this, he warns her not to finish the shaman orc, but to use him to keep summoning orcs until the main mission's 300 orc requirement is met. Julie, surprised, asks how he knows so much about these monsters and if it's not his first encounter. He explains he's fought them before, knowing their locations and how they operate. She, surprised, replies, "I understand." The MC said he'd do it safely and walked into the forest. The girl was pleased. The famous Black Reaper was cooler than he seemed. She realized you can't judge a book by its cover. After a short walk, they reached their destination. She asked if there really was a boss in such a small village. The MC replied yes, saying they'd find him easily once inside. He knows he'll fight the orcs the shaman summons. This is a trap designed to lure players, just as it was in his past life. Behind the village, a mountain of player corpses, hidden by the shaman, confirms this. It reveals the shaman orc's cleverness and diabolical nature. He realizes this also means the monster is cowardly. It lacks the confidence to fight properly. He urges her forward, but she sees no orcs. He explains this place is just a player distraction, only the shaman lives here. Pointing his scythe, he warns, the monster's in that house. It's all a trap for anyone who approaches. He elaborates that once players enter the house and trigger the trap, the shaman summons orcs. Between 10 and 20 orcs are summoned, enough to crush any player's fighting spirit. Julie worries, asking how they'll manage, as it seems incredibly tough. Ryuman confirms it's true, but assures her there's a workaround. He leans in to explain, making her blush. After explaining, She asks if it's serious if the monster would really fall for it. The MC tells her not to worry, he's tested it. She gains confidence, saying she'll do it. He then asks if she'll really go solo. Democracy, her strange in-game nickname, agrees, asking if they don't always have to stick together. She feels bad he always does the hard work, so she wants to do some things her way. Ryumin, surprised, agrees to wait outside. She gathers confidence, approaching the door. Opening it, a vast, dark corridor stretches before her. Unintimidated, she proceeds until something catches her eye. Reaching a red carpet, she realizes this must be the Black Reaper's trap, demanding wise action from this point, remembering that before entering. He'd warned her the shaman orc was inside. Inside, a red carpet awaited. Stepping on it would trigger the shaman to summon orcs, blocking the exit. Her task, near the carpet, then retreat to the entrance. This would draw out the shaman's scouts. She mused it was simple enough. She knew her next move. She approached. She only needed to show herself, then flee. But then an overwhelming aura erupted from the hall. The orc shaman, realizing she'd caught its attention, she immediately bolted outside. Slamming the door shut, she gasped, a huge sigh of relief escaping her, her heart pounding. The MC asked if she was okay. She replied, "I am." She approached the rug, then ran back as asked. She questioned if the shaman would truly send scouts. The Reaper said, "We'll soon find out." Moments later, the door creaked open. Several orcs emerged, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, one looked back, but they were startled. The protagonist was already attacking, slicing through them all. With the orcs immobilized, limbs severed, he called his colleague to leave. She obeys. Soon, Julie confirms she's finished them all. The MC commends her good work, saying she just needs to repeat the process. She worries, asking if the monster will fall for the same trick twice. He admits the shaman is smart, but his memory is like a goldfish's. Smiling, he tells her not to stress. Julie gains confidence, replying, "It's fine." After some time, the monster's finished. Julie says that last one brought the total to 300. He's pleased, especially since it only took an hour. She can't contain her emotion, thanking him again. Thanks to him, she hunted comfortably and quickly. He asks her level. She's already 19. The MC thinks this is great, revealing her rank will increase with just one more level up. She needs to reach level 20. He knows new abilities will unlock and existing ones amplify upon ranking up, which is a definite advantage for him, having her on the team. He also believes her buffs need improvement to set new records before the final boss. Thinking about this, he declares he will help her until she reaches level 20. This will definitely make dealing with the orcs easier. Julie is surprised by his attentiveness and begins to thank him, but a group appearing behind them catches their attention. One points out, "That's the Black Reaper." Another, clueless, is only shocked by the pile of orc corpses. Awkwardly, one approaches, explaining they just wanted to pass through some orcs. They didn't know people were hunting there, but this scene is incredible. Only 2 people did all that extermination. Other players find it strange, so many orcs in this small village. They also wonder who the woman beside the Reaper is or if she's a teammate. Another finds it odd, unable to picture the Black Reaper in a team. Another starts admiring the girl. Amused, they deemed her the Reaper's type, their thoughts turning malicious towards her body. Just then, the MC slammed his scythe, ordering everyone to leave. They were in the way. Intimidated, they asked why. Reading their thoughts, the MC acknowledged their freedom to think, but they were crossing a line. He ordered them to disappear unless they had actual business. They question his tone, calling him rude. Julie, incredulous, thinks they're nuts to challenge the famous Black Reaper. Ruman swings his scythe, asking, "Who's first?" One man, furious, starts yelling, then realizes he's been grazed on the forehead without noticing. Immediately, everyone flees, apologizing and promising not to interrupt again, while running. They won't let this go, planning to hide and watch. The MC finds this amusing. The defeated will obviously just lurk and watch. He doesn't see these useless people as a real obstacle, but they might try to steal the boss's final blow. So he'll finish quickly to secure the reward. He also needs to help Julie reach level 20. The troublemakers stop, now at a safe distance. One asks his plan. He replies, "I want to know what that damn Reaper is up to." The chubby one adds, "I'm curious too. Where did all these orcs come from? Should I scout ahead?" A player suggests. "We won't get caught observing from afar." They resume walking. They position themselves near the orc village. Suddenly, a group of monsters emerges from a house, quickly spotting a human. Immediately, a line of orcs forms, pouring out of their dwelling. The MC wastes no time. With a powerful punch to a monster's gut, he sends it flying, striking others one by one. Then the MC attacks with his scythe, severing the orc's limbs, leaving the survivors terrified. The gang watching from afar is now terrified, finally understanding why the infamous Black Reaper holds the top rank. They struggle to defeat even one, yet witness a massacre. They watch the girl approach the monsters, bewildered why the MC hasn't finished them. Julie then begins taking them down one by one. They are defenseless. The group finally understands. The Black Reaper carries the girl, leaving the monsters incapacitated. She just finishes them off. They wonder what he gains, not knowing why he helps her with so many kills. They're jealous of her easy life. Watching her enter the house, they're outraged. They work hard for kills while she's served on a silver platter. As she leaves, they question if something is strange. The leader sees monsters appear near the MC, realizing orcs emerge every time the woman enters the house. The MC constantly cuts down monsters, while the gang wonders how so many can come from one house. They deduce this spot might be an orc spawning point, concluding it's why the Reaper warned them to clear out. They wondered if they should wait for the two to leave to claim the place. One agreed, wanted to earlier, but admitted they weren't strong enough to defeat the Reaper. Just then, Julie happily checked the system, announcing she finally hit level 20. The MC congratulated her. She then shared news, a new skill acquired, and her blessing increased from 50 to 60%. Ryumin thinks that's cool and asks if she can use the skill. "I'll do it right away," she replies. With her hand raised, an aura forms around them as she activates the skill. All attributes increase by 60%. Remaining time, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. She explains her blessing skill improved, and she's ready to show off the new buff she learned. An aura begins to float toward the MC's scythe, then covers his entire body. His attack and movement speeds are boosted by 60% due to the agile skill's effects, lasting 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Ryumin comments the skill is truly excellent, usable every half hour. He thanks her, but she replies she is actually the one grateful for his assistance. He walks, declaring he'll defeat the shaman. Orcs are no longer a concern. She asks if she can help. Ryumin tells her to just stay out of the way. As he says this, he notices something beside him. Seeing bastards hiding, probably talking smack, he gets annoyed and decides to test something. The place is silent and Julie is hiding. The troublemakers wonder if the Black Reaper entered. Suddenly, 2 cuts appear on the door. He bursts out, destroying the passage as countless orcs give chase. He keeps running, intending to lead them straight to the group of fools. Julie is confused, not understanding why the MC is running. It's not their usual plan. The group doesn't understand why orcs chase the Black Reaper or why he flees them. Suddenly, a shaman orc appears, wielding his magic scepter. It emits a sinister aura, immediately targeting the MC. He dodges. This power summons more orcs. 5 new ones materialize before him. The chubby one freaks out. This monster is way bigger than the others. "Is he the tribe chief?" he asks, terrified. One finally gets it, that different orc was probably summoning the others. Julie trembles, the Black Reaper surrounded. She's frozen, unsure whether to help, but her expression shifts as she watches him fight, unfazed. No reaction, as if he feels no pressure at all. Dozens of orcs have spawned. The chubby one panics as monsters multiply, realizing the MC is surrounded yet dodges every attack. They can't fathom such easy dodging. The group leader warns them not to lose focus. The local boss has appeared, even though the monster is on the defensive. Then, with a malicious smile, he asks the group about stealing the boss. Members dislike the idea, fearing the MC will find out, but the player tells them to relax. The Black Reaper is too busy with the orcs. Such a horde won't be easily defeated. 2 others agree, adding that if the MC complains about them stealing the boss, they can just claim they were trying to help. Everyone agreed as the MC fought the orcs. Meanwhile, they snuck into the camp. Julie noticed them, questioning their actions. She panicked, realizing they were trying to steal the shaman, unsure if the MC could see this. The situation reminded her of their time in the forest. Julie thanked him for his help, confessing she truly hoped she wasn't a burden. He replies it's fine, he's finished the main quest. She's confused by his words. He explains he's now focusing on a side quest, having enough fragments. Since he defeated the warrior orc boss, he believes he'll get the rest from another. He tells her not to worry, that's all he needs. She watches the group approach, worried because as far as she knows, the Black Reaper needs that shaman for the quest. If this continues, the group will steal him. She moves to help just as the group prepares to attack. Suddenly, the Night of the Dead ability activates. A curtain of black smoke erupts, engulfing the area. Both she and the group are terrified. They don't know what it is. They all look up, confused, until someone finally speaks. His mouth is covered by another too close to the boss, but it's too late. Both are terrified. The shaman's terrifying gaze has already noticed them. The group immediately realizes they're seen and shouts to run. But the shaman wastes no time, casting his spell, summoning several orcs to surround them. The monsters waste no time, preparing to attack, hitting one hard and assaulting the others. A complete massacre unfolds. One trembles on the ground, looks up, and is instantly trampled to death. The Black Reaper then dispatches the monster and all others present. He breathes deeply, glancing aside. Observing the orcs slaughtering the group, he considers. He lured the orc shaman out of the cabin, merely to gauge their response. He admits they didn't truly try to steal his boss. Seeing the bodies, he declared the outcome obvious. He felt no guilt. They were busy spying, not focusing on their mission. Monsters noticed him, charging with everything. They were sliced like butter, all slaughtered by the MC's powerful scythe. He's hyped. His attack speed just surged, thanks to Julie's blessing and his rune's 50% bonus. This rune also doubles his scythe's damage, and at night his attack speed boosts by over 50%. Plus, standing still at night makes him practically invisible to enemies. He leaps, going all out against the orc shaman. The boss tries to strike back. He dodges, grabbing the monster's head with his scythe. The shaman tries to look away, but the MC, Sirius, makes a single move, effortlessly severing its head. The boss is finally defeated. A notification appears. Orc shaman defeated, gained 33.73% experience, 4,000 gold, and leveled up. He also obtained the Orb of Eternal Rest, a mysterious wooden totem, a low-quality blue mana stone, and the Stone of Balance. Now possessing 2 of 4 for the side mission, the MC is pleased, having reached level 33 and acquired new items. The Orb of Eternal Rest, an epic necklace, gains 1 stack per monster defeated. Every 100 stacks convert to 1 attribute point, losing 1 durability. He considers the item, granting attribute points every 100 stacks, much like the Black Flame Dragon's absorption rune. However, a snag. Accumulating points gradually breaks the necklace, reducing durability to 0. Still, he can acquire a durability rune by round 8, restoring its power via blacksmithing, then farm more attribute points. Just then Julie passed by, calling his name. He was surprised she didn't see him, but knew it was his death aura, making him virtually invisible when still at night. He looked at the bodies, deciding to erase them before her Night of the Dead power faded. Only then did he deactivate his ability. The girl was startled as it suddenly went dark, then just as suddenly the darkness vanished. Confused, she turns to the MC, explaining she was looking for him. She asks if he got what he wanted, then if he saw anyone else in camp, mentioning people trying to finish the boss and hiding. He replies no, asking where she saw that. Confused, she explains she could swear she saw and heard people screaming, puzzled, as seeing ghosts right now is terrifying. He calls her another boss hunt. They soon reach a new orc camp. Archers quickly fall. This time the boss is an orc archer relentlessly firing at the Black Reaper. The Reaper closes in at high speed. A precise move severs an arm, then instantly slices the monster in half. It falls, dead before it understands. A notification confirmed the orc archer's defeat, granting 37.73% experience and 4,000 gold. Dropped items included Agile Archer's boots, a rusty arrowhead, a low-quality green mana stone, and a Stone of Balance. Side mission progress, 3 out of 4. He decided to inspect the acquired items, starting with the epic quality Agile Archer's boots. These grant 60 defense and 10 agility with 1,000 durability. He realizes these boots are superior to his current normal quality ones, which offer only 15 defense, 4 agility, and 5% movement speed. A switch is clearly better. He opens his system, knowing combining the boots with the green crystal he obtained is optimal. He then activates the combine option. Item successfully combined. This added agility +4 to the Agile Archer's boots. He's satisfied with the result, having defeated 3 of 4 bosses. The MC realizes he only needs to defeat the true orc for the final fragment. He's aware this orc is different. There's a time limit. He must kill it as fast as possible, knowing the faster he is. The better the rewards. His best record so far is 43 seconds. He announces he's done. Seeing her smile, he anticipates breaking his record with her help this time. He wants a much shorter time than before, but knows he needs to level up first, besides using the Eternal Rest Pearl to boost his attributes. After that, he'll defeat more monsters. With 30 minutes and 41 seconds remaining in the round, he eliminates as many orcs as possible, then puts away his scythe, confident it's sufficient. Though close to level 40, he knows there's no time. Still, he feels relieved having achieved his goal, 9 attribute points and +1 item durability. At that moment, Julie approaches, asking if he'll stop hunting for the final boss. He agrees, suggesting they split up since she's likely tired from following him. She greets him, asking if this is the end. Inside, she feels sad, wondering if she should ask to join him. But she reconsiders, believing she'd only be a hindrance, so separation is better. The MC can read her thoughts. He realizes she's grown attached, but still believes it's unwise to proceed together. The true orc is dangerous. He doesn't want her harmed. Julie bids farewell again, promising one last buff. As she uses her ability, she thanks him for all his help, admitting it would have been difficult alone. Then she opens her inventory, revealing an item she found earlier and asks him to keep it, even unsure of its use. The MC declined, but she insisted, having gained more than enough experience. She thought she had 2 of the item and wanted to give one to Rumin. The MC felt happy reading her thoughts. She was unknowingly caring for him, unaware Rumin and Black Reaper were the same person. He didn't want her to feel indebted as Black Reaper. He took the item, saying her buffs made them even. He walked off, saying he'd keep the item and they'd meet again. She stayed silent, watching him leave, unsure what to say, using her direction ability. Rumin accelerates until a notification confirms the superior orc's location, 1,121 meters away. He's relieved no other player has defeated this boss. He realizes the same holds true for the other bosses. No one has managed to defeat them either. However, he notes that of the 4 bosses appearing this round, the superior orc is infinitely stronger. The other 3 seem like mere ants. He thinks perhaps 100 level 20 players joining simultaneously might stand a minimal chance. But he knows this is impossible. He reflects on previous attempts. He died 4 times trying to finish this boss. His last record was 43 seconds to defeat it. He is 321 meters from the target, accelerating further, confident he'll achieve an even better time. Nearing the superior orc, fear struck him. The boss already held a player while others fought it. The orc was finishing them off one by one. One player trembled on the ground, terrified, trying to comprehend the colossal monster before him. Minutes before, his group gathered. He warned of many orcs assembling, advising everyone to stay together. He introduced himself as a level 12 warrior. The blonde then introduced himself as Brady Pitt, a level 12 archer. Another introduced himself as Booby B. Big, a level 12 martial artist. They knew this was beneficial for everyone, a newly formed group with surprisingly good synergy. They prepared. The warrior drew the orc's attention, confident that with their synchronization, an entire orc village was no problem. The girl immobilized some monsters while the team coordinated the orc's appearance direction. After 6 long hours of hunting, everyone confirmed defeating their 300 main mission orcs. Yunsuk, seeing their success, asked if they wanted to hunt more. The blonde agreed, aiming for level 20. They continued hunting as a group, leveling up and soon reached level 20. Their rank also rose to regular, activating the system's combine function. Everyone was thrilled, not only had they hit level 20. They also learned new skills. Brady Pitt, surprised how easily they finished the orcs, asked if it had always been this simple. The girl replied she couldn't believe they once struggled against these monsters. Just then, the warrior pointed ahead. They spotted an orc dozens of times larger than any they'd ever seen. Surprised, they'd never seen one this size, wondering if it was a boss. The woman asked if they were excited to defeat that monster, confident 5 of them could handle it. The group got excited, suggesting an equal reward split after its defeat. Suddenly, the superior orc, who had been walking calmly, turned, unleashing a terrifying roar that instantly paralyzed all players. Immediately, the boss charges, leaping at the group and crashing down. He raises his hand, cutting the girl with a single, brutal attack, leaving no chance. He then turns, instantly crushing another player, utterly powerless to react. The archer could only tremble as the superior orc grabbed his hand, squeezing, shattering every bone. The warrior watches the horrific scene, completely terrified. He could only think death was imminent. The boss attacked with its tail, capturing the martial artist. Helpless, he screamed for help until smashed to the ground. The superior orc then stared at the utterly horrified warrior, who could only think his life was forfeit. The boss drew closer, raising its weapon for the final blow. At that moment, Rumin appeared in the air. With a single, precise cut, one of the monster's heads was decapitated. The other roared, bewildered, but it was too late. The scythe had already struck it, and the entire body crashed lifelessly to the ground. Yunshaok struggled to comprehend, wondering if this truly was the Black Reaper. After the boss fell, the MC mused, surprised the superior orc was defeated in one blow. The system announces his defeat of the superior orc, leveling him up to 40. His rank rose from regular to expert, enabling the trade function. He checks new unlocks, starting with Mark of Death, boosting his damage bonus from 120% to 140%. The Death Knight skill's range expanded from 500 to 1,000 meters. He also learned the exclusive Reaper skill, Moonlight Slash. The next skill will unlock at level 60. He's delighted to finally acquire the Reaper's sole ranged attack, Moonlight Slash, which requires a 1-second charge. It then deals 1,200% area damage in a cone. The damage is hybrid, half physical, half magical, and is multiplied by 1.5 at night. It has a 10-minute cooldown and requires a scythe. He knows this differs from typical offensive skills, which often involve greater risk. The Moonlight Slash, however, is different due to its wide area, making it easier to hit, almost impossible to miss. He also finds it interesting that the skill adapts to both physical and magical damage, so if he encounters a physical immune target, he can still finish it with magic. The MC smiles. Though he knows only low-level monsters are present now, he'll eventually need this skill. Soon, they'll face beings far worse than that superior orc. But he shifts his focus, eager to see the rewards. Notifications flood in. He obtained the superior orc's gauntlets, the superior orc's fang, a low-quality purple mana stone, and finally the balance stone. This completed the 4 stones needed for the side quest, rewarding him with a balance rune. He now realizes the balance rune was the true goal of that round all along. The rune was automatically engraved on the MC's body. This is the balance rune. If the difference between the lowest and highest pure attribute is 10 or less, all attributes are doubled. Only attributes gained from attribute points are recognized as pure attributes. He realizes this rune focuses on 4 attributes: strength, intelligence, agility. He recalled his attributes: strength 27, intelligence 18, agility 26, and luck 28. He had strategically distributed his pure attributes, anticipating the rune's acquisition. Now he was eager to see the rune's full impact. After checking his status window, he realized his strength had surged to 374. Intelligence 614, agility 518, luck 374. He's utterly shocked, trying to grasp if it truly worked, all his attributes soaring past 300. He just can't comprehend it. He knows it's the rune, but this is way beyond anything he expected. He concludes there's nothing better than the balance rune for getting stronger. Now to see what else he gained. The system notified him. He defeated the 5th-round superior orc in 1 second. This boss qualifies for time attack rules, granting him bonus gold. The notification stated he'd receive the maximum 100,000 gold for defeating the boss in under 10 seconds. He was pleased, recalling his previous 23,000 gold for a 43-second finish. And with this new amount, he can now acquire all the basic skills he's missing. The system announced he set a world record to be registered in the Akashic Records, and he'll receive a unique item selection ticket as a reward. He's surprised, not quite grasping what's happening, wondering if a new record truly warrants such a prize. A nervous sweat breaks out, a * unique item selection ticket. He wonders if he can choose from all possibilities. Immediately, he activates the ticket in his inventory. The system displays a list of options: weapon, shield, helmet, armor, boots, gloves, necklace, and ring. He realizes he can indeed pick anything. He immediately discards the weapon option as he already has a scythe and will get a new one upon his return. With this in mind, he selects the helmet. Meanwhile, the warrior watches the MC from afar, utterly shocked. He just witnessed a player defeat a colossal monster with a single blow. He wonders if the Black Reaper is truly that powerful, having achieved what 5 level 20 players couldn't. Then he realizes he shouldn't think like that. He should just be thankful his skin was saved. At that moment, Ryumin glances at the player, then quickly leaves. Time is up. Yunseok stands silently, realizing time ran out before he could even properly greet them. Everyone returns. Angel Priscilla asks if all finished, then, seeing the drastically reduced numbers, wonders how so many died in just 10 hours. She ponders if players fell to mere orcs or if they turned on each other. Checking the results now. First place, Black Reaper level 40 completed the main mission in 1 hour. Second, Idiotas Estupidos level 20 finished in 2.5 hours. Third, Celestial Demon finished at level 24 and completed the mission in 2 hours and 47 minutes. Players simply couldn't believe someone was already level 40. They wondered if it was truly possible to defeat 300 orcs in just 1 hour. The MC, hearing this, took a deep breath, thinking he just wanted his reward so he could leave. The system then congratulated him for finishing first in the mission in his zone and also first across all zones. Thanks to this, he snagged an intermediate epic necklace for being zones first, plus a special reward box for being overall first. It was also confirmed he aced all 5 rounds, earning an incredible achievement. He earned the title, the one ahead of everyone else. He's stoked about getting that title too. The condition for this title is first place in all zones across the first 5 rounds. Its effect, a 1.5 times increase in all experience gained. He reflected his relentless effort for first place in every round was precisely for this title. He couldn't miss the opportunity to grow stronger 1.5 times faster than normal. Satisfied with the title, he checks other rewards. The system offers a choice of epic necklaces, the Skeleton Knight, Java, or Strength necklace. An ordinary player would pick the most prominent, but having used them all, he knows he only needs the Java necklace. This epic necklace increases all attributes by 3 and resistance by 35%. It has 1,000 durability. He knows the necklace doesn't boost strength or other attributes, but its high resistance is intriguing. High resistance items are pricey, and he can always sell it later. Next, he moves to choose the other special reward. The first option, a triple experience bonus, valid only for round 6. The second option offers 6,000 gold, and the final option is information about round 6. He doesn't hesitate, needing the experience buff for the next round. At that moment, the angel claps, drawing everyone's attention. She asks if everyone checked their placements via system messages. Then she congratulates all 1,585 who completed the main mission, maintaining that same evil look. Goodbye to the 1,211 players eliminated for ranking too low. They beg for mercy as they vanish, but it's useless. Only the end awaits. Priscilla watches, amused, thinking humans are mere worms for begging for their lives. The MC finds it ironic, seeing Angel as just another worm herself. She observes the round statistics, surprised. No one was expected to complete the side mission. Then she looks at who did and realizes. It was the MC again. Without much thought, she bids farewell, asking to rest until the next round. The 5th round ends with 19 million survivors total. The MC's zone has 1,211. After the game, the MC is in his apartment with his brother. He decides it's time to begin his plan, opening his fusion window. He equips the Reaper's scythe. Besides the orc's heart, the mystical wooden totem, and the arrowhead from another boss. He muses that combining these items could yield an epic weapon for his level. He also recalls the diamond from Yang Min, realizing it might create a unique rank weapon if used. He initiates the fusion, and a notification confirms success. He obtained the Scythe of Death. This unique rarity weapon boosts damage by 300, all attributes by 10, and skill damage by 10%. It boasts 3,000 durability. He couldn't hide his joy having finally changed weapons. His smile was so bizarre his brother didn't understand anything. He started browsing skills, wondering if he should learn more. He decided to start with search around, allowing him to see the surrounding area like a minimap. He also chose dynamic visual acuity to boost his vision. Next, basic resistance, increasing his resistance to status abnormalities by 15%. Lastly, hand-eye coordination, boosting skill accuracy by 20%. Ryuman noted he took all general skills and still had 140,000 gold remaining. He decided to save it for epic items appearing in a few days. Knowing this is all he can do for now, he opens his status window to check his attributes. He is level 40 with 4 hidden titles. Current attributes: 106 strength, 150 intelligence, 136 agility, 106 luck. He possesses 8 general skills and 3 class exclusive skills. He also possesses 6 runes with 3 additional skills already unlocked. The next unlocks at level 60, the final at level 99. He realizes these are his current stats with the balance rune. Activating the death rune's effect will double his attributes. This is good. Stronger, he can clear the abyss. Only then would he use Yang Min for his plan, but reflecting, he hadn't seen Yang Min in round 5. He'd forgotten him, unsure if he even survived. So knowing the player's name and face, he activated his tracking. He could track him, meaning Yang Min was alive. He felt relieved he could still make good use of him. Then he said, "This is the last time he'll use this dude, then he's ditching him." The next day, Julie sat in a cafe, wondering why Ruman wanted to meet. Her mind went wild, imagining him confessing, saying he died missing her. She got super embarrassed, trying to chill. Just then, he walked through the door. He notices she already arrived and asks if she took long. Julie replies no, saying she herself just got here a short while ago. Still embarrassed, she offers to order something and asks what he wants, making it clear she's paying this time. The MC asks if she's serious, then says he'll just have an iced Americano with a double shot. Afterward, the two continue talking. She's just mortified, wondering if her recent thoughts are to blame. MC reads her mind, but awkwardly asks about the 5th round and if she met the Black Reaper. Enthusiastic, she confirms meeting him. They even hunted together. She admits she initially doubted the top player would ally with her. He accepted the moment she revealed her buff skill. Ruman knew this would happen, stating even the Black Reaper would find that skill intriguing. Julie thanked him for the idea. With Black Reaper's help, she completed the main mission, noting it was her first time finishing a round in 2nd place. The MC, smiling, called it amazing. He asks her reward. Excited, she summons an intermediate speed-boosting necklace and hands it to the confused MC. She insists he accept it, crediting his idea for her passing. Ruman declines, saying she earned it. But she retorts she barely tried, passing easily thanks to the Black Reaper. He suggests if that's the case, it's better to give it to the player who helped her clear the stage. But Julie replied that no one among the game's top players would accept such a small necklace. The MC appreciated the offer, but explained he barely reached her level. She was surprised and asked his current level. He answered he's still level 19, and it took him almost 10 hours to defeat the orcs. Julie returned her item to inventory, feeling sad. She imagines being a prophet in-game is tough, not being a combat class. Changing the subject, she asks how he fights. He admits to having spells, but is shy to show them. She realizes the speed necklace won't suit him. Magic users need intelligence. So she summons a different item, offering it instead of the necklace. She explains she found it hunting orcs. Though she doesn't know its purpose, she believes it will help him. The MC takes it, thanking her. As his hand covers hers, she blushes, saying it's nothing special, just a thanks for his prophecies. Then he reveals he'll give her something more, surprising her. He's about to reveal the 6th round's details. Julie would be thrilled if he shared them, then they discuss the next round. She's surprised. She'll need to ally with the Black Reaper again. He believes the top player won't refuse, having proven her worth with the buff skill in round 5. Thoughtfully, she says she'll see him again. He couldn't tell if that was good or bad. Julie, surprisingly, found him nice, not as scary as others imagined. She admitted he was a bit arrogant, but that's typical for a top ranker. He didn't know how to process it, as it was all about him. Julie also noted the Black Reaper was incredibly smart, almost mind-reading. The MC felt a pang of unease. He knew the mind rune was crucial, yet acknowledged his own imperfection, having failed 99 times before. That previous round, requiring 5 players, had been particularly difficult. Now in the boss room, the system clearly warned. A minimum of 5 players was needed for entry. All other chances were gone. He had to seize this last one. No matter the cost, Julie too. Noticing his thoughtfulness, she asks his thoughts. He tells her to relax, it's nothing. But she asks if he's worried about the next round. He replies yes, he's still not strong enough. Julie comments if from the same territory she could help. She laments his great help, wanting to repay, but feels useless. He's secretly pleased, knowing her mistake. After all, her buff was key. As the Black Reaper, he one-shotted that orc. So he cheers her up, certain they'll eventually link up in-game. She jumps up, hyped, declaring they just need to hold on until then. He celebrates with her, but deep down, a quiet worry gnaws. He has no idea what she'll think when she discovers he's the Black Reaper. Meanwhile, at Kyan-Ma Group, Sang Chul informs the president that majority shareholder Ryu Min has arrived. Jeonlok stands, glad to see him, and asks the director for 2 chamomile teas. After sitting, he asks Ryu Min if anything happened en route. Ryu Min replies the trip was smooth. He was happy to hear that, asking to be informed if anything happened, as they'd resolve it immediately. The MC found this amusing. The president executes people weekly as if it were nothing, yet he decided to stay quiet. Just then, the director entered with 2 cups of tea. Kyung-lok immediately asked if he could provide information about the next round. Ryu-min found his directness interesting. He sips his tea, replying there's no problem as he's there precisely for that. The president is pleased he's willing to share, but warns he'll call a general assembly. It's time to discuss business, change the company's name and some activities. Jianglok asks what he needs. He replies it's simple, the president's support for. Regarding everything he mentioned at the General Assembly, he dislikes delays. He needs him to convince other shareholders, having noted their future unhappiness. Jeongla, worried, asks what changes these will be. The MC quickly realizes the president's curiosity is natural. Changing business branches so suddenly is a bold move, so he gets straight to the point. He proposes an open market exclusive for players. Kyunglok, taken aback, asks if he plans to join sales. The MC confirms, clarifying, they'll create a unique market for players to buy and sell items. The CEO asks if items can be bought with money. He replies yes, even allowing sellers preference. Youngluk agrees, then asks if players need money. He confirms they do as they're still human. For now, there's no other way. The leader presses, what do you mean for now? Will coins be usable later? Ryu-min, impressed by the CEO's sharp thinking, confirms, yes, I had a small vision. Players at level 40 will unlock coin usage. A trading system will be unlocked. After level 40, this feature lets players exchange coins for items. He aims to create a safe system for this, ensuring they can earn a fee in money or coins. Ji Jonglok, processing this info, finds the idea of an exclusive player-only open market intriguing, confident no one else would conceive such a success. It would also monopolize that sector. He wondered if people would actually use such a market. He answered they just passed the 5th round. Players must have accumulated many items. It's public knowledge you can't sell items in the system store. So doing this in real life would be awesome. The MC added, most players hit level 20 and unlock the fusion system. Players are constantly trying new combinations. A dedicated marketplace where they could easily acquire items for these fusions would be super popular among them. The CEO acknowledges this as a brilliant concept, foreseeing substantial future profits if executed well. He even envisions creating an app for convenient player access or an auction system allowing free item listings. The MC quietly absorbs all these ideas. He realizes his new partner is very interested in the proposal. Though not a true prophet, he believes this venture will succeed, benefiting both. The unique item combination is currently unknown, allowing them to monopolize it. Beyond crafting various items, they could acquire unique, legendary, or even divine ones. Jianglok agrees and proposes establishing an open market. He asks if the MC has a name change idea. The MC replies, not exactly, asking the CEO if he has one. The CEO states his opinion doesn't matter much, adding the MC's input is crucial as a major shareholder. Ryu-min, pleased, suggests player place, focusing on players. Jeonglok likes it, noting it can be abbreviated to PP. The MC asked how long to build and activate the system. Jianglok estimated a month. Ryu-min then announced the 6th round was starting soon and offered details. This immediately caught their attention. After details, Jianglok realized player cooperation would be crucial in the 6th round. He thanked Ryu-min, deeming it wise to maintain a good relationship with the pro. Thanks to him, things are easier in game and real life. He then shifts to business, needing to schedule a meeting with shareholders and directors. With everything settled, they part ways. Jinlok instructs his security director to take the MC home and pass information to Aaron. Days later, Ryu-min lies in bed, imagining today is the day epic items appear. He checks the item of the day, ecstatic the torn wanderer's tunic finally appeared. It's an epic armor piece. Defense +1, but its real power is plus 30% attack and movement speed. He knows the defense is weak, but the speed boost more than compensates. And 20,000 coins for an epic, that's a steal. He buys it immediately. He knows relying on the system shop is ending, especially with an exclusive player market opening. He also knows fusion items will be far more valuable with clear creation instructions. Players won't keep buying items just to risk failed fusions. So, he envisions if they acquire these item creation instructions, they could profit much more, and if they succeeded, the open market would become extremely crowded. He lay back down, knowing he still had to deal with the shareholders meeting tomorrow. The next day, in the company building, Sangchul distributed information and guided shareholders to their seats. The shareholders' meeting went smoothly without interruptions, though some were clearly reluctant about the ideas. But the MC answered every question without hesitation, doubts faded, and they resolved everything smoothly. Afterward, Jeonglak thanked him for the explanations and even asked how he spoke so well publicly. The MC replied it was the result of much practice. The CEO stated the next step was to create the open market system and told him to focus only on surviving the 6th round. Ryumin imagines his friend worries more about losing his life, now that prophecies will cease. Jeonglak calls him to lunch. The MC accepts, thinking his work is done and only making good use of Yangmin remains. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Players' Alliance holds its regular meeting. Four Eyes greets them, but Yamti questions his expression, asking if something happened. He asks if she's heard the news. She hasn't. He then shocks her, explaining they haven't contacted. I am 30 years old and honey jelly since round 5. He believes they didn't make it past the last round. She finds this odd, pondering why anyone would be sad given they only knew each other via video calls. Kinda sus, no. It then hit her he was just putting on a show for the president. She knew the president was a top-tier figure, the alliance's founder. It's normal to flatter such a high-ranking person. She decided she wouldn't be left out. So she started her own act, crying, saying she couldn't believe these two precious players died. Everyone on the call joined in, asking others not to cry, feeling teary themselves. Yamti found it cringe, seeing everyone pretend, believing people truly are incomprehensible creatures. Just then, the president joined the call, immediately asking what was happening and why everyone was sad. Loshiak explained everything, unable to believe how this was even possible. He's happy everyone else survived, but deeply laments only 6 remain. A member then asks if they could include more people. He replies he considered it, but struggles to find suitable individuals, and they haven't even heard from the last candidates who tried to join the alliance. Lastiak adds he doesn't know either, having tried contacting them days ago without response. The president wonders if, by chance. The candidates also died in the 5th round. Lastiak replies the only certainty is the Black Reaper is still alive. The president says everyone saw the 5th round's results. He believes if someone is that strong, they're holding back both in game and in real life. And he doesn't understand why someone so powerful has been missing until now. Lastiak says he's not sure, and another member. They wonder if the Black Reaper was just toying with them. The president questions if the applicant wasn't the Black Reaper, and if his unreachability means he died in the 5th round. They conclude it makes sense. Suddenly, Mukbang states a big shot like the Black Reaper wouldn't enter a cafe, then worries he shouldn't have spoken. This draws the attention of the president and other members. He questioned the meaning of cafe and what type was implied. He then explained it was a cafe uniting players, a base for a new era, and asked if he had any dissatisfaction. He panicked, apologizing, claiming that's not what he meant. Immediately, the president announced Mukbang's removal from his official position and a permanent ban from the cafe, emphasizing that in such moments. They don't need people who disrespect their cafe. The player panics, realizing things have gone south. The president declares Mukbang blacklisted to adapt to the new era, then boots him from the call. He then asks to continue the meeting, the problem element gone. Everyone stays silent until Lostiak, surprised, announces a player just registered as Black Reaper. This news shocks everyone. He can't believe it's true. Confirmed, but the name's Yang Min now, not the last one. The president, without hesitation, orders them to the supposed Black Reaper's house. Even a slim chance means they must pursue him. Lostjek asks, "What if he's not real?" The president's reply, "They'll pay dearly for mocking us." Meanwhile, the MC at his computer imagined another imposter mimicking him. He knew people wouldn't let it go. He also knew Alliance officials would use this excuse to raid the Black Reaper's house, whose address was Yang Min's. Leaving the internet cafe, he still found it unbelievable. Demanding murder to join, treating members as slaves. This only caused division between civilians and players. This path leads to destruction. Knowing this, he can't just stand by. He'll eliminate Fleispa's corrupt officials and leverage the organization. Fleispa will grow into a powerful force, gathering over 30% of the nation's players. Destroying it is foolish. Using it to control countless players is the strategic move. That's why he sought to join the renowned Fleispa. He plans to use Yang Min to overthrow the officials, then seize the presidency. Elsewhere, a door opens and someone enters a shop. The vendor greets him, but the man, a robber, demands all his money, threatening death. The old man panics, asking if he's a player. Impatient, the robber punches the table, shattering it with one blow, asking if this is a joke. The old man quickly grabs his money, stuffing it into his backpack. The robber asks if that's all. The old man replies yes, explaining lottery sales were suspended, business slow. The robber warns that's not what he asked, revealing he knows about a safe. He demands the backpack, telling him to get the safe's money. The seller immediately runs off, returning with more cash. The robber sees 10 million won in the backpack, deciding it's enough. He leaves, but warns that if reported, he'll escape the station and kill him. He then flees into the street, escaping the area. Later, he removes his hood, revealing the robber is Yang Min. He reflects on a successful day. The stolen money will ensure a peaceful month. He begins to tremble furiously. This money will sustain him in asterisk this life, but what about the asterisk next? He blames Black Reaper for his lost friends and stats. Furious, he shouts, startled by a cat behind him. He resumes walking, imagining he'd end Black Reaper if they met. At his building, climbing stairs, he spots someone at his door. It was Lostiak, who turns and asks, "Youngman, is that you?" The brute was terrified, unsure who was at his door, until Lostiak revealed he'd guessed his name from his reaction. Youngman, suspicious, asked if he was police. Lostiak, amused, questioned if he'd committed a crime to be so scared, then introduced himself as the placebo group interviewer, asking if Youngman missed their morning appointment. Confused, Youngman demanded, "What the hell is going on? Are you trying to sell me drugs?" Lostiak, confused, asks, "Am I not the Black Reaper?" Youngman, more irritated, snaps, "What the hell is the Black Reaper? What's Flaespa?" Lostiak, confused, apologizes for the trouble. But Youngman, stressed, demands, "What's going on? I don't understand anything." Lostiak explains, "Someone knows me and played a prank. The name and address matched." Youngman, furious, yells, "Who was that son of a bitch?" At that moment, the MC appears, claiming responsibility, greeting Youngman. Masked Youngman doesn't recognize him, demanding, "Who's this imposter? Do I know you?" The MC replies, "Obviously," then immediately summons his scythe, appearing with an imposing aura. He then asks, "Is that enough to answer your question?" Lostya can't believe he's seeing a player with such a massive scythe. He wonders if this really is the true Black Reaper. His appearance is strange, very short and frail. It's completely different from the image he had, so he can't believe it. Meanwhile, Youngman panics, certain the true Black Reaper stands before him. Despite the different physique, he recognized the identical way he talks, his aura, and most importantly, that terrifying look he'd seen countless times. He trembles, unable to comprehend why the Black Reaper pursued him in the real world, or why his name was used when they had no pending issues. His worry deepens because the Reaper appeared armed. Lostiak glances at Yang Min, seeing his intense trembling. This confirms his belief that Yang Min truly encountered the Black Reaper, as only such an encounter could instill such profound fear. He knew he stood no chance, even at level 20. Then the MC called out, revealing he knew he wasn't alone, ordering everyone else to leave, for he knew everything. He couldn't believe he was discovered. The other group members then appeared, confused how they were found. The MC pointed his scythe, warning, "Don't come closer or you will die." Trower calls him a shitty brat, disbelieving he's the Black Reaper. His colleague interrupts, asking the MC if he truly is. Showing his scythe, he asks if that isn't answer enough. Choji admits hearing of a scythe-wielding player, but having never seen it, he can't believe it based on that alone. Ryuman then declares he is the real Black Reaper, activating the Truth Rune. Choji is officially confirmed as the Black Reaper. Trower asks what the Truth Rune said. Choji confirms it identified him as the true Black Reaper. Lostiak breaks into a cold sweat, having believed it impossible. But the one truly panicking is Trower, who disrespected the MC upon arrival. He's convinced he's screwed for talking trash and doubts an apology will suffice. Still, he tried to express his pleasure at meeting the legendary Black Reaper. Ryuman, disliking their distrust, ordered them to confirm his identity using their abilities. Panicked by his worsening situation, he immediately bowed, offering sincere apologies for his rudeness. The MC, fed up, told his apology to go to hell. They'd kept bothering him, demanding confirmation if he was the real Black Reaper. Choji tries to calm things, saying they recognize his strength, so no further confirmation is needed. He explains his action was due to a rune. The MC retorts, "Block one attack and he'll forget everything." Trower panics, apologizing again. But in milliseconds, Ryuman's scythe makes the guy's head fly off like it was nothing, leaving even Youngman terrified. Lostiak panicked, not understanding what happened. He hadn't even seen the scythe swing. Choji was equally shocked, his groupmate's head torn off right beside him. Lostiak then shouted, demanding to know what that was. The MC replied he'd just skillfully proven he was the real Black Reaper. He added it wasn't necessary, assuming they were there to recruit him. But accepting a madman who beheads everyone is disastrous. Choji agrees. Such a dangerous person, if uncontrollable, must be killed immediately. Both reflect that the MC is level 40, so this won't be easy. Their strategy, feign surrender to gain trust, then launch a surprise attack. But it's futile. Ryuman reads minds. He finds it ridiculous they'd show such blatant killing intent as if he wouldn't notice. Choji denies it, but MC confirms he already knew their plan, bow their heads, pretend to surrender, then strike by surprise. He then asks if they know why he registered as Yang Min, quickly revealing his goal, to find the alliance leaders. Lost Yak asks his purpose. The MC simply states he's here to kill all the leaders with his own hands. Choji realizes the situation is terrible. He thinks he must try to convince him. Buying time is their only way out. He barely thinks that when he's startled by his friend Lost Yak. Killed with a single attack. He panics, confirming the Black Reaper lured them here to kill them all. He shouts, demanding his grudge against the player alliance. The MC raises his scythe to Four Eyes' neck, mentioning their killing of innocents as an interview test. Horrified, Four Eyes asks how he knows. Ryuman adds, the chief's interview is even worse. He must eliminate an innocent person alone. Choji explains the targets aren't innocent, but worms who dared despise the players, deserving death. The MC finds this interesting, asking what he deserves for his own hypocrisy. Four Eyes takes offense, claiming the MC knows nothing. Ryuman, however, finds it annoying, knowing the truth all too well. Perceiving the ruin with his inner thoughts, he decapitated Choji instantly. He stared at the body, having merely eliminated a murderous piece of trash. He then saw Yangmin trembling like a green stick. He taunted him not to fear, for he'd soon join his old friends. Yangmin, startled, asked how he knew his friends. The MC replies it's easy. They always hang out even if he was just dragged along. Removing his mask, he asks if he Asterisk really doesn't know him, revealing himself as Ryuman, the bully who tormented him. Yangmin is immediately shocked, remembering how he'd tormented the MC for money and more. His mind still can't accept that a failure is, in fact, the Black Reaper. He refuses to accept they're the same. Ryuman laughs at Yangmin's disbelief, noting it's logical since Yangmin was still beaten by bullies a year ago. Terrified, Yangmin asks if he'd been faking weakness all this time. Ryuman doesn't grasp the question, he never pretended. He instantly severs Yangmin's arm. Yangmin collapses, screaming. The MC finds hearing failure from trash quite offensive. He orders silence, or Yangmin too will lose his tongue. Yangmin grits his teeth, struggling to stay quiet. The MC activates healing only after his obedience. The arm heals, but the limb doesn't regrow. Ryuman dismisses it, saying he'll die soon anyway. The trembling big guy asks if he's truly the Ryuman he knew. Ryuman replies, definitely not, that Ryuman is gone. With his scythe raised, he says goodbye. Yangmin panics, begging him to wait. He confesses to tormenting him, apologizes, and truly begs for his life. The MC asks if he's serious. Yangmin confirms it's very serious, arguing that killing a useless person brings no advantage. He suggests he could be used for something better. The MC questions how exactly he'd use him. He offered examples, a loyal servant, obeying orders like crawling, running, small tasks, or even serving as hunt bait. Ryuman considered it but dismissed the idea. He saw the bully still plotting betrayal, the servant's story a mere pretext to eliminate him. Young Min broke into a cold sweat, wondering how the Black Reaper knew this, or if it was just a guess. Ryuman raises his scythe again, warning, a damn dog that bites its owner can't stay. Its value as a tool is gone. Yangmin begs for another chance, but it's useless. With a smooth movement, the MC cuts his neck. He falls dead. Ryuman states the chance was given in the previous regression, recalling how, without the inner thought's rune, he fell for Yangmin's lies and let him live. During the game, he came from behind, stabbing him in the belly. With this, he bids farewell to the dead weight, imagining the long chain of disgrace ending here. It's the last time he'll see Yangmin's disgusting face. He takes a deep breath, needing to clean up first. He activates his skill, Erase Traces, burning all traces like a black flame. He directs this power at the other bodies on the ground until finally. All clear, he then decides to check a certain house. Meanwhile, Yamti of Placebo joins the video call, quickly greeting the president. Choji asks if she's truly on. She comments the Black Reaper interview is over, asking where others are. He, downcast, warns all chiefs who attended were killed. She breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, who the hell would do something like that? She goes into shock, deducing it was the Black Reaper himself. The president confirms it. The player is hunting their cafe members. Yamt connects the dots. Even members from the last recruitment were killed by the same person. What did they do to deserve this fate? He replies, when a player kills, no reason is needed. She first believes it was for pleasure, then considers the MC bothered by their organization's growth. She grows thoughtful, realizing someone always tries to seize others' success by force, suspecting envy. She concludes that if that's the case, they will need to find a way to kill the Black Reaper. With that thought, Yamt asks if he only signed up to lure the cafe chiefs. The president confirms. She gets nervous, having been anxious to meet the Reaper, now realizing he's a psychopath and their enemy. Accepting him as chief earlier would have been a disaster. Choi agrees, noting he too could have fallen to the Reaper. He declares him an enemy. They must find him to avenge their lost members. Still hopeful, she asks if he's sure it wasn't an imposter posing as the Black Reaper. He replies there's a witness, Ryumin. After some conversation, the president leaves the call. Other members also depart. Yamt tells the MC to rest, assuming he's in shock from the Black Reaper's actions. He replies he's fine. He thanks her for her concern. Lustjack, the MC, then leaves the call. Ryumin is happy, no one suspected him, so he removes his disguise, returning to his normal appearance. He thinks he'd make a great actor. He recalls choosing the assassin's mask as a unique reward from the 5th round, needing a special item. This is the assassin's mask. Its effect is to perfectly disguise the user as the last person killed, activated by saying disguise. He can only imagine the huge advantage of transforming into the person he killed. No assassination is easier than an ally's betrayal. He considers killing the cafe director and transforming, but the mask doesn't work on non-players. He finds it ironic that a player group's leader isn't a player. He realizes approaching player Yamty will be difficult. She's very powerful. He decides it's better to avoid direct executive contact, needing to maintain his role as Lost Yak. Leaving, he assumes he won't be hunted until the next meeting. He might need to restore the Pearl of Eternal Rest's durability, meaning he'll apparently have to travel. Meanwhile, in England, the blacksmith worked on his weapon. After cooling the sword, he saw it reached its ideal point. He continued sharpening, feeling happy to finally finish. But then he grew downcast, placing the dagger back on the table. What's the point of excitement? He wouldn't sell anything. Ever since the angels appeared, customers had dwindled. He sighed, having endured for so long. He's at his limit, out of money, and thinks it's time for a new job. But he dreams of staying here forever and desperately seeks a solution. Then an idea suddenly hits him. He heard surviving till round 20 of the game grants a wish. This excites him. He can't give up on his dream now. He just needs to hold on until that wish is fulfilled. Though not his world, his destiny is to be a blacksmith. He recalls defeating monsters and the level 20 weapon polishing skill, boosting damage by 150%. This thought reignites his determination to reach the end. But soon he's deflated. He needs money and has none. So, slightly down, he puts his dream aside. He needs to save money to pursue his passion, so he must go down the mountain for work. The MC approaches the cabin. The man notices him, finding it strange to see an Asian man in this unusual area. He asks if everything is okay, wondering if he's lost. The MC then asks if he is the famous blacksmith Daniel. Surprised, the man asks again who he is and where he heard about him. Ryumin replies he didn't hear but saw, claiming to be a prophet who sees the future. Daniel finds this prophet talk amusing, not knowing what he's on about, until the MC reveals Daniel is level 21, a blacksmith, in Area C008. This utterly shocks the boy, guessing his class and level by luck is one thing. But knowing his area is too much. He asks if he can truly see the future, never having heard of such a thing. Ryumin explains it's a rare, little-known class. He mentions unique classes, noting only one person can be the prophet. He still finds it strange, asking why someone so incredible would come to this cabin. The MC tells him to calm down, he's only here on business. He explains he just needs an item fixed with his blacksmith skill. In exchange, he'll reveal valuable information, including details about the 6th round. Shocked, he considers knowing the 6th round's events in advance, allowing him to strategize. But he knows fixing one item for such crucial intel is too good to be true. He asks, will you truly give information about the 6th round? Just for an item repair and nothing else. MC realizes the blacksmith hasn't changed. He even muses that easy acceptance would have been a letdown, so he declares he actually wants to get to know him better. Daniel begins to worry about the turn of events. Ryumin then reveals he foresaw a future. The blacksmith becomes the best, surviving until the 15th round completely solo. However, he regrets his limited future sight. Still, he offers help. If allied, he guarantees easy growth, even past round 15, and his dream of becoming the world's best blacksmith will be guaranteed. Overwhelmed, he asks what the man truly wants. The MC replies he wants little, suggesting mutual aid. Daniel is the only blacksmith to reach round 15. Maintaining a friendly relationship with him is prudent. Noticing the boy's hesitation, he found it interesting to subtly influence his decision. He then stated, "I simply need you to inspect this equipment using your blacksmith skills. In exchange, I will provide information about the next round." He guarantees he'll become stronger far faster than if he knew nothing. Daniel considers this, seeing no reason to refuse, yet questions trusting so easily. It doesn't seem like a lie, but he knows he must be cautious. After reflection, he expresses gratitude but remains undecided, asking to consider it after round 6. The MC says it's no problem. He wasn't looking to sign a contract. The blacksmith agrees to repair the item and will share round 6 information later. With that settled, Ryuman retrieves the item needing durability restoration. It's the marble of eternal sleep. It accumulates once per monster killed. One durability point converts 100 accumulations into one attribute point. Current durability is 1. Used 999 times already, he hands it to the blacksmith, who immediately concentrates his power. He works on the item, then a minute later returns it repaired. The MC takes it, happy he can accumulate again. Daniel watches the MC's expression. He doesn't know the necklace type, but assumes it's beautiful enough for a player to keep restoring its durability. Ryuman notices the blacksmith is clueless about the item and deems asking an invasion of privacy. He thanked him as durability was restored. The blacksmith asked about round 6. He agreed, then began explaining what would happen. After the explanation, Daniel pondered gathering powerful allies if it were true. Then Ryuman asked if he'd sell something like black steel powder. The blacksmith was startled. He never imagined anyone knew about it. The MC asked if he could buy some, guessing the boy needed a new job due to money troubles, and promised to pay well for the powder. The boy was surprised the MC knew about his job search, which strengthened his belief in the seer class. He apologized for doubting him. Ryuman told him not to worry, assuring him he only states what he sees, and believing it or not is entirely up to him. Considering this, he offers the black steel powder for free. The MC apologizes for his confusion. He explains he received more than he gave. The round 6 information is far more valuable, so he considers the powder a free gift. This black steel powder's description notes it emits a slight mana. Ryuman can't believe he's getting it for free. He reflects that black steel powder is extremely valuable and rare, not appearing until round 11. Daniel, unaware of this, feels he should be grateful and asks if he's sure. Daniel says yes, not knowing its purpose, and speculates the MC, as a seer, is the only one who knows its value. He imagines this black steel powder must be very important. A seer specifically requested this item. Daniel, having gained crucial info for round 6, felt it greedy to ask for more, so he didn't interrogate. The MC, pleased by Daniel's good nature, gave him a huge backpack and asked him to open it. Daniel did, revealing a shocking pile of money inside. The MC offers $30,000, refusing to take the item for free, and asks if it will cover house materials. Daniel confirms it's a great amount. Extremely happy, he imagines not needing a new job so soon. He then realizes he was daydreaming, asking if he doesn't think it's too much. The MC replies no, stating the item is worth exactly what he's paying. Besides, the money isn't just for materials. The blacksmith is confused, asked to open an international investment account to invest half the money in Korean stocks. Daniel grows more confused. The MC then requests investing in player-play stocks. He clarifies it's not a command, only a warning. The company will explode soon, and investing will ensure Daniel never worries about money again. Daniel, without hesitation, believes him. After all, the player before him is a seer. They exchange numbers and say goodbye. Before the MC leaves, Daniel asks his name. The MC reveals his name, Ryuman. Soon after, Jun arrives, then is teleported to the 6th round with his new items. All other players are teleported next. Soon they began to wonder if their location was a desert and what mission awaited them. The MC surveyed his surroundings, anticipating a cooperative 6th round where he'd need teammates. He decided he only needed Julie, leaving 3 spots open in their 5-person group. Just then, someone caught his eye. He turned, realizing it was Julie. She approaches, happy to see him, asking how he's been. He replies he's well, noting their long absence. She laughs, "It's been a whole month." Meanwhile, onlookers wonder who she is, deeming her crazy to speak so informally with someone so powerful. They notice her nickname, Democracy, recalling Julie was second last round, and feel jealous she's friends with first place. They start walking. She asks if he cleared the final boss of round 5. He says yes. She's like, "That fast? So you cleared the side mission too?" The MC replies, "Easy peasy," but won't spill the reward. Surprised, she asks how he knew she'd ask that. As they walk, she finally notices MC's been eyeing her. She's mortified, having spouted nonsense to someone so powerful. She apologizes, embarrassed, but he doesn't grasp why. He thanks her for the compliment. She laughs shyly, imagining the Black Reaper as kind and charismatic. As they talk, Eren approaches with her bodyguard. She asks if he's the Reaper and wonders who the woman beside him is. The two approach the MC. Curious, Eren asks who the woman is and if she's his partner. He warns he doesn't need to answer, embarrassing her as he truly doesn't. To make it worse, she recalls his smile minutes earlier, unsure if they have a relationship. Ryuman gets straight to the point, asking what they want. He quickly deduces they're here because of the prophecy they gave her. Sangchul asks permission, stating he'd like to form a group with him. The MC questions his meaning. Sangchul reveals he's not powerful but promises his best to accompany him. The Reaper figures it's better to play along. With 2 more, he can fill the group's void. He knows no one else would dare join, and these 2 are the best options right now. Sangchul comments he won't do it for free. He could provide intel on the 6th round if allowed to join the team. The MC's expression shifts. Leaking information is valuable, but he replies he doesn't need it. The swordsman doesn't understand. "Wouldn't it be advantageous? You could strategize in advance," he simply states. "I know how to handle myself." He refuses to rely on unproven information, demanding to know its source. Sangchul is clearly intimidated. The MC presses again. Will he reveal the source if accepted? Sangchul bows in apology, explaining he cannot, even if rejected. Ryuman approves, noting Sangchul never mentioned the prophet's existence, even though he was willing to leak the information he himself provided in the real world. For this reason, he accepts him into the group. He's confused, having expected rejection. Ryuman sees him as trustworthy because he didn't reveal the source. He appreciates people who aren't loose-tongued. The bodyguard feels relieved for not speaking, realizing things could have gone terribly if he'd revealed it. With that, the 2 thank him for his generosity. The MC then explains Julie's skill bonus ability, which is why she's on the team. Eren, despite wondering how they met, introduces herself to Julie as Eren Seo. Julie, recognizing the name, asks if she's the famous actress or just a lookalike. Eren confirms she is indeed the actress. Julie is totally hyped, revealing she's a huge fan and loved Minha Fortuna because it's her dad's favorite. Eren, surprised by her enthusiasm, expresses happiness. Sangchul again asks if he truly wants no info on round 6. The MC firmly refuses, stating he won't accept help from anyone. He's clearly upset by the suggestion. He considered revealing that info to settle his debt, but he knows if he abandons the strategy, he must reveal it for everyone's good. He then asks Julie about her bonus ability. She smiles, saying it's easier to demonstrate later. Eren, however, reveals she can summon a fairy for a protective shield, which amazes her. A fairy. After this, Sangchul reintroduces himself. She asks if he knew the MC beforehand. He replies yes, they'd been saved by the Black Scythe multiple times. Julie is surprised. She was certain he was a good person. Suddenly, Priscilla flies in, greeting all the humans. She announces this round has a perfect 1,010 participants, and getting straight to the point. The system window activates, informing everyone that in round 6 they must defeat the boss within 6 hours. The angel clarifies they can't do it alone. Players question their next move. She warns they'll need to team up with others, announcing the implementation of a group system. This system allows them to create groups to cooperate. A group forms when 5 people are together. Once a group is formed, members are recognized as allies and won't damage each other. A player asked if this meant no worry about backstabbing. Priscilla clarified, "You'll still take damage from other groups and monsters, but not your own team." She also informed that while grouped, all experience and gold from monster kills are equally distributed, regardless of who landed the final blow. However, this distribution won't work if someone is 100 meters from the team. Intrigued, they ask how items are distributed. She explains distribution is based on contribution rate. For instance, if one player contributed 70% and another 30% to a monster kill, the higher percentage takes the item. He then asks if, with low contribution, he still has a chance to get an item. She explains that even 1% contribution might get him an item if he's lucky. However, she warns the system measures contribution based on specific criteria. High damage yields high contribution, but it's not just damage. Players using skill bonuses can also contribute significantly. The guy finds it cool to gain contribution simply by helping an ally. The MC imagines that thanks to this, even those unable to fight can make a significant contribution. The angel reminds everyone, if you don't form a group when killing monsters, you'll receive nothing. Therefore, forming a team is crucial to pass this round, beyond just defeating the boss. She warns that 101 bosses have been released in this field, meaning only 505 people who kill will pass. She concludes, stating it's quite easy, they just need to kill a boss as a group. Ryuman, however, knows it's easy to say, but reality differs. Priscilla wishes everyone luck, announcing no side missions this round. Players find it strange, isn't killing just one boss, even in a team, too easy? The system then appears, informing them that to form a group, 5 people must hold hands and chant the phrase. They need to group up, if not, mission progress won't count. Remaining time, 6 hours. Sangchul is surprised, it's exactly as the prophet foretold. The 6th round truly is a 5-person group mission. He realizes talking to the Reaper from the start was a smart move. He moves to form a group. The MC tells him to wait. 5 people are needed, so they require 1 more. Julie wonders who they'd call. The swordsman suggests leaving it to the MC as he's the strongest. The MC considers it, knowing someone useful to have nearby. He observes everyone forcing a non-existent intimacy while forming groups. Many are still unsure what to do. A girl approaches a guy, asking if he wants to form a group. First, he wanted to know her level. Another player, a level 20 warrior, shouted for group members, but everyone secretly hoped to join the Reaper's group instead. One player and his friend approached the MC, asking him to join their group. Without a word, he refused, telling them to get lost. The 2 immediately walked away, lamenting for a second. They expected to be carried this round. Ryuman knew before he'd have accepted them just to fill the group. But this round, he needed people who'd truly grow together. He also realized people hadn't changed from previous regressions. Players kept trying their luck for the MC's group, but he rejected everyone. Some grew furious, denied a chance to speak. Others envied those who joined. Sangchul wonders who will take the last spot, hoping his boss is there to recommend him. Julie imagines her friend Ryumin would beg to join if he were here, but she finds it a shame. Just then, someone calls the MC. The swordsman turns, wondering who's bothering him now. It's Young Ho saying, "It's a pleasure." He was glad to see him again. Ryumin was happy to see him well, having thought he'd been eliminated in round 5. He laughed, "I'm not that weak." With shining eyes, he declared seeing him had inspired his successful round 5 hunt. He then got straight to the point. He wanted to thank him. Thanks to his help, his friends also survived. He asked them to come closer. Immediately, Monkey approached. He thanked him sincerely for healing his arm last round, which allowed them to pass. He was glad to see him well. Yang Ho then asked the Reaper if he was seeking a group. The MC's expression changed, but Yang Ho quickly said not to worry. He wasn't there to recruit him, as he already had his own group. Ryumin already knew this, as everyone forming a group gets a golden bracelet, so he asks why he's there. The captain replies that besides thanking him, he has a suggestion. They can't form a group but want an alliance. They don't want items or XP. If a boss appears, they'll let him kill it. All they want is help to survive, however. Ryumin refuses. Confused, Young Ho asks if he thinks they'd interfere. Ryumin clarifies it's not that. He dislikes being carried. Appreciating the suggestion, he must decline. The captain looks downcast, wanting to help. His expression brightens when the MC offers help, but only if truly necessary. Excited, he asks him to count on them for help if needed. He then said goodbye. They needed to organize. Sangchul commented they needed to decide who joined the group, but the MC said he'd already decided, pointing in a direction, making everyone look instantly. He called the hooded person, telling him to approach. The boy felt awkward but approached. The MC asked if he'd been watching, and he, with a trembling voice, replied yes. He wanted a chance to join. Reaper asked his level and class. The boy replied, level 23, Dark Mage. With just this, MC declared it sufficient, giving him the last spot. The boy and the team were surprised by the swift decision. Sangchul was most intrigued. MC had rejected others instantly, but accepted the shyest of all. Ryuman envisions he already knows the boy's nickname. No pain, no gain. He foresees this boy will lead the religious organization worshipping the Dark Reaper as a god himself. He trusts this individual, believing he'll be very useful. With this decided, he asks everyone to hold hands to form their group, and when they do, the magic bracelet appears, materializing on everyone's hand. The Dark Mage, seeing this, still can't believe it, having formed a group with the Dark Reaper. He recalls his past. From his first year, he was everyone's punching bag. Bull is asked why he was sad, calling his face disgusting. They demanded money daily. All he could do was tremble. He apologized, living with his grandma, having no money, but they didn't care. Steal, they said, or find cash. If they ran out, it was his fault. They even asked if he wanted them to bury his granny for good. Tseok, furious, rushed to fight, only to be beaten until he collapsed. All he could think was death would be better, however. If he failed, his grandmother would be left uncared for, suffering because of him. He cried, knowing he had to endure longer, driven by the goal of giving her a better life until he finished high school. But then, angels appeared, plunging everything into chaos. Getting a job and living well became impossible. After a second round of hardship, he returned home to find thugs with his grandmother, lying on the floor. Seeing this scene as she asked for her grandson, his fury erupted, power overflowing. He instantly fired a black arrow, hitting two directly. One, struck in the face, couldn't grasp where the hell it came from. The third tried to summon his sword, unaware Tseok had awakened. But it didn't matter, they were all killed. He lay with his grandmother, realizing this was why he distanced himself, crying profusely. He resolved to reach the final round, save his grandmother, and achieve his goal. He felt relief seeing the scoreboard, having passed another round, though he never lost first place in any round. There was a realm even higher than his. This was the Black Reaper, merciless against foes. The Black Mage could only watch, disbelieving a player had instantly eliminated representatives from all regions. This made him realize such power could save his grandmother. He yearned to know how to become that strong, that fast. Back to the present, the MC got his attention, asking everyone to introduce themselves. Tseok, a level 23 Black Mage, lists his skills, Black Arrow and Black Chain. He felt strange saying this. Normally, he'd be nervous. Yet he was calm, wondering if it was facing the Black Reaper or just wanting to make a good impression. Ryuman asks to start the hunt. Before that, Julie buffs the whole team, activating her skill to boost all attributes by 60%. This skill lasts 3 hours. She also activated another, boosting attack and movement speed by 60% for 30 minutes. Everyone was shocked by the massive attribute boost, even asking if it was a bug. Sangchul commented, "Now I get why she's with the Black Reaper. What an amazing ability," she thanked him. Then Erin decided to use her own skill, summoning her fairy spirits. Players are totally captivated. She explains fairies are purely defensive, no combat skills. But at level 20, she could summon 2 that also cast magic attacks. Then, activating another skill, she reveals her new summonable golem. Julie's jaw drops at this dual support tank ability, while Erin shrugs, saying it's nothing special, just good for aggro. After her demonstrations, she wonders if the Black Reaper now sees her as useful. He hides his thoughts, telling everyone to move on. Tseok, however, realizes the group has 2 incredibly skilled individuals, wishing he could help. They continue their journey until they hear something. The Black Mage peeks behind a rock, spotting players battling a monster. The unknown group, thinking the boss was an easy find, launched an all-out attack. However, the boss easily disarmed one, forcing 2 to retreat. Realizing the monster was formidable, the group pondered their next move. Swordsman Rosa opted for a rear attack. Meanwhile, the observing MC knew disaster loomed. No sooner did he think that, the player was struck, sent flying across the desert, landing dozens of meters away. Ryuman realized it was a disaster. They were targeting the horse. The group continued their relentless assault, driving countless weapons into the boss's body until the monster collapsed. They celebrated, believing they were the first to kill the boss, finally securing first place in the area. The Dark Mage, watching from afar, is shocked. He can't believe they lost first place. He feels he was distracted, and now they've apparently lost. He glances at the MC's disappointment but finds it strange. The MC seems indifferent. Meanwhile, one player finds it odd, having not received the mission complete message. His partner agrees. For some reason, the message still hasn't appeared. Ryumin observes, noting their delayed realization. The defeated centaur wasn't the true boss. The real one is a bull-headed minotaur. Defeating it requires at least 20 level 20 players. 4 teams of 5 are necessary for any chance. He realizes this is the round's trap, designed to make a 5-person group seem sufficient. Angel Priscilla's words stated that after forming a team, defeating just one boss would conclude the round. The MC knew she never said 5 people could actually defeat the boss. However, he also knew he couldn't spread this information. For now, all he could do was observe. He also noticed Tisiok was quite upset, unlike the other 3 who knew the prophecy and remained calm. He finds it amusing to play along. The other team's reaction confirms that wasn't the boss, the real one is elsewhere. His plan, leave the boss. Hunt centaurs to level up until time runs out. Shocked, the dark mage asks why. He replies, 5 level 20 players barely killed a centaur, which, given it's a common round monster, defeating the boss will require at least 3 or 4 teams. Furthermore, its unknown strength makes an immediate confrontation unwise, as other traps might exist. He also warns against defeating the boss too early and getting stuck in the pillar of light, which would trap them helplessly. Thus, observing the situation while hunting common monsters is more sensible. Sangchul was shocked. The Dark Reaper had devised the perfect strategy without the prophecy. He never imagined such sharp intellect. The Dark Mage understood but asked if delaying was wise, fearing they'd lose first place. He replied it didn't matter. Even without first place, 6 hours of hunting would yield immense experience. He even suggests the first place criteria might not be about who defeats first. Sangchul is again surprised, not understanding how the MC finds the right path without prophecy. Julie asks if they should hunt, but suggests outlining a quick strategy first. But Ryumin declares he will hunt the monsters alone. Aaron is worried, given that even a group of 5 struggled. The Dark Mage faithfully believes in the Dark Reaper. The MC reiterates the team won't do anything. He'll kill all monsters himself. Sangchul asks their role. MC replies, just follow him, collect XP and gold. Think of it as a loading race. He claims all contribution-based item drops, but in return, everyone gains XP and gold fast. Without risk, everyone immediately agrees, relieved of risk, especially Tisiok vowing faithful obedience. Ryumin summons his scythe, then blasts off, ordering them to follow. They're stunned by his absurd speed. Sangchul shouts for them to hurry. As Ryumin maintains his absurd speed, the group struggles to keep up. The girls can't believe such speed, unable to guess his agility. The Dark Mage watched from afar, reflecting he once thought himself fast, but next to the MC, he was a mere cat before a cheetah. Suddenly, he spotted something, pointing as a centaur appeared before Ryumin. In a flash, the MC severed the monster's head, ending it the instant it materialized. The group stared in disbelief, bewildered by what had just transpired. More centaurs emerged in the desert. The MC, undeterred, approaches, neutralizing their legs one by one before striking their heads with a finishing blow. He wastes no time, moving to the next. Lightly stepping on a monster's leg, he leaps, severing another's head. The system confirms the centaur's death. His triple XP buff is active. Plus, his title boosts experience by 1.5 times. He gains 0.89% experience and 60 gold. His kill count hit 172, with the Massacre rune boosting attributes by 100%. In just 30 minutes, he'd achieved an excellent kill count. With 2,000 loose in the desert, he figured he could monopolize them in under 6 hours, excluding team kills. He then looked to the side. He sees his exhausted team struggling to reach him, gasping for air. The MC offers a break. They thank him, barely able to breathe. Julie confesses he's amazing, his hunting speed is absurd. He asks if she's not enjoying it. She quickly denies it, explaining that following him helps her evolve, so she definitely likes it. Barely standing, the Dark Mage tells them not to worry. The Reaper's doing all the heavy lifting. However, he replies that they seem to be suffering more. Just then, several players appear. They immediately look aside as multiple teams approached simultaneously. A player greets the MC, saying it's lucky to find him here. Ryumin tells him to get straight to the point. The player explains they're recruiting a boss-hunting team and asks if the MC will join. Without hesitation, the MC refuses. Upset and wanting answers, he explained the enemy boss isn't easy. He pointed to the bull-faced giant as the true boss, a formidable foe. He'd witnessed another group try, only to be annihilated. He concluded that several teams must unite to face it, but Ryumin, uninterested, refused again. The player insisted, knowing it would benefit both. He's asked to consider it, even offered the final blow to the monster. MC, already fuming, warns he won't be chill if he has to repeat himself. The guy bails, apologizing. Later, he brings the bad news to the team. They ask if he even offered the Reaper the last hit. But the captain confirms, even so, he refused. I don't get why. He imagines even the powerful Black Reaper would need help to defeat this boss. Nearby, the boss walks calmly and players start following. They worry, up close the monster looks even bigger. But they try to build confidence, knowing there are 20 of them. Suddenly, the boss senses something, turns, and lets out a strong roar, terrifying everyone. With few options, they all rush to attack, and the MC, who is nearby. He jumps onto a rock for a better view, wondering how long the group will take. The Minotaur isn't as difficult as it seems. Its slow, predictable moves are easy to dodge. Yet their attacks fail. The monster's skin is too tough. A chubby player attacks, shouting, "Not even the blade works." They worry, the skin unexpectedly thick. If they attack dozens of times, eventually they'll hit a vital point, so they can't give up. The Minotaur feels the pressure. Ryuman watches from afar, knowing they'll succeed. The archer tells them to focus on dodging. His teammate, after charging energy, attacks, throwing his axe with all his might. It hits the monster directly, wounding it. Realizing this, the whole team attacks without hesitation, one by one. They strike the open wound. Even under pressure, the Minotaur grabs a player, crushing them. Shaken, the mages fire fireballs, making the boss scream in pain until it collapses. Everyone celebrates. They finally killed the boss. Then lights fall on a few players. They celebrate surviving the mission window, declaring success. However, Yankee realized they hadn't advanced, irritated. Another boss awaited. His partner agreed. No light pillar appeared. Players in the pillars wondered if they'd be stuck until time ran out. Probably, one replied, but at least we can rest. The captain called his team to go again, then noticed the Black Reaper watching. He considered asking for help, but walked away frustrated, knowing it'd be a waste of time. Ryuman lands, noting that defeating the boss early would have wasted time, just as he predicted. Julie is surprised. The MC declares their rest is over. They must follow him. He sprints off, tracking the centaurs. Later, several players clear the mission, defeating the boss. One, intrigued, wonders about his rank. But he can't see it in the system. One player doesn't care, just happy to have survived. Then one spots something, the Black Reaper fighting a centaur, finishing it with a single blow. They're surprised he one-shots the monster, but confused why he avoids the boss. The woman agrees, better to kill the boss and rest. She doesn't get why he's pointlessly wasting energy. He replies it's pointless. Even killing a boss now, he'd still be outside the top 50. Having lost his chance to rank, he's just hunting. He concludes, even as the powerful Black Reaper, being first isn't always possible. But he admits the player shows good judgment, just leveling up proves it. Sometime later, Rehuman Systems reported no more centaurs could be located. He has 1920 kills with 20 minutes and 43 seconds left in the round. Realizing his hunt was over, his team, barely standing, requested a rest. He reassured them, "Don't worry, the hunt is done. We'll defeat the boss." They questioned if it was truly over, and he explained he used his tracking skill. No more centaurs on the field. Sangchul checks his system, utterly shocked, and urges everyone to check their levels. They look stunned by their massive level-ups. MC asks how much. Sangchul, level 20 to 34. Arons also hit 34. Julie, 35. Tisuk from 23 to 36. Ryuman observed everyone, including himself, gained 13 to 14 levels. He went from level 40 to 54. He also obtained 19 magic stones, 9 normal equipment pieces, various items, and materials for divine-level combinations. One item was the shining horsetail. It's a horsetail that shines, with faint mana emanating from it. Julie and the team are stunned by the sheer amount of gold. None of them have ever seen so much. Sangchul admits he's even confused by the haul, unsure what to do. The MC suggests buying general skills from the shop: presence detection, enhanced kinetic vision, basic resistance. He also tips them to grab useful items of the day. But first, he tells them to move quickly. It's time to defeat the final boss. He tracks the Minotaur, sprinting until he senses something, stopping midway. Players near the boss spot him, immediately approaching to ask him to party up. But Ryuman refuses, unwilling to share the contribution. He declares he'll defeat the boss solo. They're shocked, unable to believe it's possible, even for the famous Black Reaper. A player thought defeating the boss needed 20 people, realizing his arrogance. The MC asked, "Arrogant? Are you underestimating me? If others can do it, so can I." The player said they were a large group. The MC replied, "Even together it makes no difference to me," and walked away. Julie tried to call him. Ryuman tells them to wait, he'll finish quickly and return. A player who finished the mission questions if he'll really face it alone, finding it interesting as she was bored. The MC realizes dozens are watching from the pillars. Hiding his ultimate skill would be wise. However, he also sees an opportunity to display his strength. If he defeats the Minotaur quickly, no one will dare underestimate him, so he decides to finish quickly. With that, he steps firmly, preparing his scythe. Players comment his stance is strange, believing he's about to use a skill. The MC, however, knows the system records time the moment an attack enters range. In other words, while he prepares, the timer hasn't started. Just then, the Minotaur lets out a loud roar. The monster charges to attack. Ryuman starts his countdown. With just 1 second remaining, he unleashes Night of Death, engulfing the entire area in a black cloud. In the same instant, he activates Moonlight Destruction, unleashing countless slashes that tear into the monster, severing its neck. The boss is instantly killed. Players are utterly stunned. The Black Reaper actually pulled off a one-shot kill. They scream it's impossible. The MC finds this amusing. They have no idea his stats. The system congratulates him for defeating the Minotaur. He obtains high-quality bull leather, ideal for defensive items due to its durability, and the Minotaur armor mold. He eyes the mold, thinking it's great for a good sale. That said, the MC asks if everyone is okay, and they confirm they are. Tisuk, however, can't hide his thrill at joining the powerful Black Reapers. Ryuman finds his expression bizarre, understanding he was a follower, but decides to keep his distance. Soon after, a beam of light descends on his team too. Priscilla appears, announcing 101 bosses defeated. Teams failing to secure even one kill will be eliminated without mercy. With a macabre smile, she commanded the trash to vanish. Players panicked, slowly being erased. The angel then announced the rankings. First place, the MC's team victorious in 1 second. Second place, the Celestial Demon winning in 3 minutes 21 seconds. Third place, the Stupid Idiots, defeated in 4 minutes and 9 seconds. A player can't believe his team isn't first, as they killed first. He doesn't understand how Black Reaper's team is first, despite killing last. Priscilla explains rankings aren't based on who killed first. The system shows it's determined by the time taken to defeat the boss. They're frustrated, having no idea it worked this way. The angel agrees, noting last place took 11 minutes and 30 seconds. How could it take so long to kill a mere Minotaur? The Black Reaper's team achieved the shortest time, 1 minute. She praised them as reasonably good, but a player questioned her, saying it wasn't 1 minute. Confused, she rechecked the system. It was 1 second, not 1 minute, a mistake in front of everyone. She brushes it off, claiming a 1-second record of the boss's weakness is possible, and announces rewards up to third place. The system then congratulates the MC for completing the mission first in that zone and all other zones. He receives an epic helmet ticket for ranking first in his zone. He received a special reward box for ranking first in all zones. Happy to replace his helmet, his options were the Angel's Ring, Minotaur's Bull Mask, and Hermes' Feather Adornment. He chose the last for its great bonus. This epic Hermes Feather Adornment increases armor by 180 and agility by 10 points. This item grants invisibility. Upon equipping, he sees details for the temporary skill, invisibility. It allows complete concealment from others but doesn't hide sounds. It cancels if he attacks or is attacked. Duration, 30 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. He's stoked about invisibility, even if the sound issue is a bummer. Once he gets a stealth rune to mask his presence, he'll be golden. Now he must choose the special reward. His options are an ingredient item, 14,000 gold, or information about the 7th round. Since he needs neither gold nor information, he picks the first option. The available items are a broken branch of the iron tree, boiling solution, resistant mama shell, and angel's golden powder. He knows each item's purpose, so he doesn't need to ponder long. Having chosen the angel's golden powder and finalized everything, the angel bid farewell, promising to meet again next round. Over 8 million survivors remain. 505 in Zone C. Jeonglok woke up back in the real world. Getting up, he headed to the door. His security director urgently needed to speak. Entering the room, Youngluk says, "Obviously your level would jump after 6 hours with the Reaper's team. So how many levels did you gain to come running?" Sangchul replies, "I went from level 20 to 34. The CEO, holding his glass, asks, "Are you sure? Is that worth the excitement? The Reaper probably did all the hunting." He confirms as Reaper soloed everything and the team just followed along. Jinglok deduces Reaper probably monopolized the loot. He confirms but isn't regretful, never expecting such a massive level up. Jinglok isn't thrilled, surprised to be out-leveled. He's at level 29. The director is shocked. The boss comments Aaron is likely on par with him. He confessed he couldn't believe he was below her, vowing to work harder. Pouring whiskey, he asked, "Did the Reaper kill that fast?" Sangchul confirmed, "Yes, the centaur died in one blow." The CEO admitted, 5 people couldn't do that. He then asked if the Minotaur truly died in 1 second, as the scoreboard showed. Sangchul replied, "Yes, I saw a brilliant skill instantly sever the boss's neck." He'd never seen such a skill. Ji Jonglok worried. The gap to first place was absurd. A Minotaur dying in 1 second, single blow, felt surreal. Dark Knights were strong, but not like Reapers. He wondered if he'd be stronger at level 40. He knew he needed to focus on leveling up. He vows to work harder, setting his glass down. He thanks the Reaper for motivating him after his laziness. His director and Aaron's growth also inspired him. He wanted to meet and reward the Reaper. Sangchul asks if the prophet survived, thinking it'd be interesting to call. He pockets his hand, apologizing, realizing he should have just called. Yonglok says no need to apologize, asking what skills he learned. He replies, tracking and erasing tracks. His boss then calls him to help clean and test those skills. "Time to take out the trash after ages," he says. He asks if things are clearing up. Yonglok tells him not to worry, no need to off anyone. He keeps watching the cloudy weather, thinking it's perfect for stress relief. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Lying down, Tisuk was overwhelmed. His idol had accepted him as a team member, and even back in real life, the MC's presence felt immense. He knew the MC was a god beyond his reach, impossible to even look at directly. He tried to imagine how to repay the help, but felt useless compared to Julie, who always sighed at him. All he wanted was a useful profession to help, but no matter how much he thought. He couldn't imagine anything. Excited, he tried to think of something amazing for the Black Reaper from his faithful devotee. Ryuman then woke up, feeling a sudden chill, believing he was just tired. He checked his phone and saw an international call. He answered, realizing it was Daniel. The blacksmith first thanked him, having survived thanks to the MC. He said he had things to tell him upon arrival. Ryuman asked what arrived meant and if he was going to Korea. He confirmed yes, a flight was booked. The MC stayed silent, worried. This was new to his region, he didn't understand. Seeing his silence, the blacksmith asked if he'd offended him, offering to cancel the flight if so. Ryuman assured him he wanted to meet, making Daniel happy. Next day they met. Daniel was happy to meet him. The MC welcomed him to Korea, offering to guide him. After a walk, they reached a restaurant. The blacksmith was amazed. He'd never seen such a full table. Ryuman told him to eat his fill. He apologized, not wanting to owe anything, and asked, "Please let him pay for the meal." The MC refused, wanting to pay, but asked him to fix his item's durability as before. He agreed, repairing the item instantly with his skill. The necklace reset. Ryuman thanked him, promising to pay for the meal, then asked what happened. Daniel said he almost died. He'd hunted for almost 6 hours. He followed Ryuman's advice, but the Minotaur was incredibly strong. He nearly died. Without his prior level up, all would have been lost. The MC was glad to help, asking if he'd gained many levels. He hit level 29 but felt shy about his next question. Could he truly become the best blacksmith as promised? It was hard to believe. Ryuman explained that with hard work and profit class tips, he would indeed become the best. He felt relieved, knowing the guidance would eliminate his fears. The MC then asked if he'd checked the investment company. The blacksmith replied he'd opened an account that day, investing slightly over half the recommendation. The MC affirmed it was a good, safe decision. Daniel, curious. He asked what the company was and how it would succeed. Ryuman, worried, asked if he'd researched before investing. He replied he simply trusted his word. So the MC decided to take him to the company. As they approached, he noted preparations were almost complete. Inside, the blacksmith asked if he'd invested over 70% of company assets. Ryuman told him not to overthink it. He asked if there was a problem. The blacksmith replied he was just tight, managing by cutting meals from 3 to 2. The MC offered to withdraw $10,000 for him, hoping it would be enough for now. Amazed, the blacksmith said he looked like an angel, but quickly realized he wasn't a game angel. Ryuman just laughed and they took the elevator. Daniel worried about entering the company unannounced. The MC quickly reassured him. "No worries. Though not the CEO, this company is practically mine." He briefly mentioned a recent name change and business restructuring, promising details later. Then he realized Daniel fully trusted a prophet's words, so no explanation was truly needed. Arriving at their destination, the MC simply asked him to follow, and they began to walk. Ryuman found the number of people strange. He didn't understand why they blocked the door or if a guest was inside. Sanchel was startled to see him, asking what he was doing at the company. The MC apologized for showing up unannounced, explaining he wanted to introduce the company to a foreign investor and wished to see the CEO. The director explained that indeed. Jeonglak is inside already with a visitor. Ryuman is confused. The general boss for bad entry and everyone obeys those orders like their lives depend on it. So who got in? He reads Sangchel's thoughts. Sangchel is embarrassed. A major shareholder arrived just as the CEO's fiancée was visiting. Only then does the MC realize what's going on. He finds it interesting, recognizing the woman. Then a cold-sweating Jeonglak asks why the MC is at the company unannounced. He asks if he needs an appointment unaware. The CEO apologizes, saying he misspoke. But the MC realizes there's no misunderstanding. The CEO simply believes prophets aren't powerful and seeing the future is their only move. And because of that, he secretly despises him. Jeonglak apologizes again, stating an important shareholder can arrive anytime. The MC laughs, looking to the side at the woman. He recognizes Christine Craig, the sole unique class priestess, a woman who survived until round 15. Like buffers, priests are a support class, especially with resurrection, learned at level 60. It's a powerful skill, capable of reviving the dead. However, it only works for players deceased for under 10 minutes. Still, an extra life is a huge advantage. He realized his sole reason for approaching Jeonglak was Christine. Meeting her so soon was unexpected, but he must ally with her until at least round 20. With these thoughts, the CEO introduced Christine as his friend. The MC was internally irritated. His friend? She's asterisk my fiancée. After all our talks, there should be no secrets. He greeted her, stating he was a company partner. She greeted him back, surprised the CEO had a partner. He replied, I didn't expect the owner's fiancée to be so beautiful. Jeonglak was shocked. He hadn't imagined his fiancée spoke English. To make matters worse, MC already knew about their engagement. MC stares at him. Jeonglak apologizes, claiming he didn't mean to deceive him. MC says it's fine, but admits disappointment. He'd hoped for more trust. The CEO is devastated by his mistake. His fiancée just stares, completely lost.